Hey Mark, how's it going? How's it going? How's everybody doing? Whoops. I always have that rookie mistake. Nope, my computer's not turned up. Hi, Phoenix. How are you?
Hot and exhausted for no good reason. It's just like one of those days where you just feel like poop.
That's the name of our band today. It's hot and exhausted.
Yeah, it is.
Good, I'm glad because I'm muggy too.
Right. Yeah, it's just been one of those things today. Like everything just is like
Let me get my
feels like
disclaimer.
it's way more work than it should be.
Hey Mark. Hey Kilroy. How's it going? I'm glad to see I don't have all my devices on. Do you think it's because we're just not used to this weather anymore?
It's not even
Like,
that hot. It's only 85, 87 today. Like it wasn't even in the high 90s and it still just doesn't feel good.
same here. Same here.
Like
It was like low 90s, like and it's killer. But I would like to say hello to anyone who's watching this in the future. Welcome to the Godless Sewing channel. Oh, hold on, let me put my glasses on. You got kind of half godless. We're griping early. On the West Coast, we like to complain about the weather, but I want to say hello to everybody here in the Godless Sewing channel. We are all about equal opportunity complaining and sewing. I have quite a few projects today, a battle vest, and all kinds of things that I need to finish, but I'm going to procrastinate as much as I can.
I'm gonna actually try to finish some stuff or make some headway on my hundreds of projects that take hundreds of hours.
Yeah. I'm trying to, okay. It is so hot in here. My brain's like, do you know I still have that picture of that Barbie burger? Let me know if anyone has had that pink frosting ketchup abomination.
Nope, not interested.
Ooh, 70 and 62 right now. That's beautiful. Do you know what's really sad? I can kind of see better with my glasses on.
Well,
With
it's
my
because you.
sunglasses.
Oh, Loki, what are you doing?
But they're not, you know, prescribed.
Yeah, Killer, I agree with you. What the fuck is a Barbie Berber? Barbie Berber.
I'll tell you right now, it's kind of ironic when I see the advertisers ruthlessly pushing Hollywood because they're on strike and they're like, "We own you, by the way. By the way, we own the rights to your likeness."
Well, it depends on the contracts they sign. Probably some yes, maybe some not. If you were smart, you said, no, I own their rights to my likeness in perpetuity, but thanks for trying.
The Netflix junkie in my life was like, "Hey man, there's like 5 new shows coming out right now," and I'm like, "Because they're dumping everything on everyone."
Well, and there's stuff that's already been in the can that they're releasing, so it's not like there wasn't already finished projects that aren't subject to this current debacle.
It's just a debacle. I want to see how long this lasts. You know my feeling. I'm pro everybody except for extremely rich people pretending to be underprivileged. My father used to do that. He'd walk up to people and be like, "Oh, do this for me. I'm an underprivileged minority." And everyone would be sitting behind him like, "No, he is not."
Well, and then I learned last week that this strike affects like the dancers also, who are not highly paid, who are getting the short end of the stick. To like the actors with the big money and the names that everybody are the big faces, but there's a lot of little like basically nobodies who are getting shafted too.
I
Yeah, but
Oh no, I just got an email from the school. I'll read it later. But remember, here at the Godless Sewing Channel, this program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely the personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. And here in Godless Sewing Airlines, if you don't like that, we have exits on both sides. And if you speak Spanish, to the left, that's a la izquierda, and to the right, derecha. I hope everybody has a great evening, and thank you for flying Godless Sewing Airlines. Back to you, Phoenix.
Oh, my heart is not showing up. All right. Yeah, we're here.
And reality TV was born from strikes.
Yeah.
So before we get too deep into it,
Pee Wee Herman.
thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to see that you came to the staff meeting before the.
It was well, between him and that 25-year-old chap from Euphoria that I don't even know what this show was, but
Same.
I
I
was
feel
like,
like young.
still no bueno.
Yeah. No, it's really sad. So, my lighting is way different because I don't know if I can have all my lights on at the same time. When my air conditioner kicked on, my lights buckled, and I was like, "Oh, that's a bad sign." That was a sad way to find out. Absolutely, honestly, I have weird connections to like Pee Wee Herman just for the fact that they filmed. There's a scene where he's on his bike and he's leaving town. That was filmed less than half a mile from my house. And my dad has pictures of the whole production crew of Pee Wee Herman with the suit on and everything.
Oh,
And anyone who's driven to Arizona from California has been, well, they've painted it pink, neon green, orange, blue, but we've all seen the big dinosaur. That's real. That's, believe it's Cabazon, but it's like right before or after Palm Springs. And a lot of these are famous because of Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure, because people of a certain age still remember back before the internet, kids, before we had options.
that's true. I must have seen it because I did drive from I drove from Vegas to Riverside 1.5 million years ago when dinosaurs literally roamed the earth.
Gilroy, I love saying this to like extremely hardcore hillbillies. They filmed Dukes of Hazzard by my house.
I wouldn't mind getting me one of those Charlie Chaplin bungalows, though. I could live there.
It's funny you would say that. William S. Hart was a very famous silent film star. He founded my town, basically. Well, basically, like all the early westerns, all the silent films were filmed in my town. Like all the Laurel and Hardys. I can't remember.
Laurel and Hardy.
I cannot speak
I
English.
do. I just, a neurotic part of me is like, I appreciate you.
That is
I'm going to correct you and not be mean, but just
that's
like
the
I
one
appreciate
thing
Gilroy correcting me constantly. It's my favorite part of the stream.
I cannot, still to this day, I can't say that or Cahuenga. Laurel or Cahuenga. But anyways, like, I can go on for days. A bunch of dumb movies, like they filmed one of the Fridays by my high school. Oh, they filmed Romy and Michelle's high school reunion at my high school. Yeah, LA. Well, yeah, LA is one giant film set, but Vancouver, Canada, is like that too.
It is.
Because I went there and I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this on
so many
television.
good shows got filmed there. Now I'm going to blank of like not being able to give an example, but
Star Trek recently filmed there and called it Toronto. I looked it up because I'm a geek.
On the wrong side of the country.
But anything that looks like kind of like New York City-ish, you can hide for the East Coast, if you know what I'm saying. Like if it's a
right, yeah, because Vancouver, Victoria, it might as well just be the same thing. Nobody knows. It could be Seattle or whatever.
I just released my video. Do you know it? Between fighting YouTube and my computer, I'm gonna start doing a lot more lives.
I love just doing live. I keep saying I want to have beautiful pre-records, and I've got so much footage. I just hate the act of sitting down to like edit it. And I know my software. It's not like lack of knowledge. I just I don't know. I just like showing up and people getting it raw, but I think it's also me missing. Yeah, we're
We're
just gonna
quoting you early. I like
right. We're just
I like
starting
showing
early.
up and getting
Um,
it raw here at the Godless Sewing Channel.
what's my words? I think it going live is more like I grew up performing, doing live like orchestra performances or performing where you just like show up and do it. So it just got trained into me.
And also here, I'm less analytical. I am over analytical. I have a bloopers channel because I'm like, oh F, let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. Like, I wish I was one take Judy. I wish I
Yeah.
was like Judy
Well, I
Garland. I'm
also
not.
know about myself. If I do a pre-record, I think too much about the script and what I want to say, so it comes off overly rehearsed. So I'd rather take that like put my balls out and just like go with making a mistake and saying ridiculously stupid things on the internet for
That's a put off for some people though, because I am semi stiff in my videos. Then they meet the real like Popeye me, and they're like, "Oh, Godless Sewing's a real person." So it goes in two directions. But like I said yesterday, kittenish behavior said my name.
Aw,
And
say
we had
my name, say my
a
name.
bit of a conversation. Hello, Waternay. Hello, hello. How's it going? Yay. I haven't started pulling up my projects yet because it's still kind of early. I finished my Tim Curry patch on one of my vests. That's why I'm wearing a black shirt today, because I will be the man of many vests. I'm
I like
getting
the
back.
camera angle because you can't tell if I'm wearing a shirt or not.
I made Jankos. Okay, so for anyone who's ever seen the show, I put that thumbnail on my video for a reason. My last video, not the live, because I was going through my analytics, and the most requested video was for Jankos, and it makes me laugh that a generation that wasn't there wants a man who actually was there to show them how to make Jankos. I will graciously oblige.
Well, and I think yours is a different mix from like Bernadette Banner and her secret pants or Morgan Donner. Like, because not everybody's like people want to wear clothes like that, but not everybody wants to cares for them.
I agree with you, but I like, because I live, and you know what, you live in a fashion forward area too. I've been where you live. People are bold, and so I see a lot of people wearing Jankos. It makes me laugh when I see someone walking around with their mom and they're wearing Jankos. I'm like, yeah, I was there, kid.
Right? Were those your mom's Jinkos?
Waternate YouTube does not like, for the past, I've said this over, like, for the past 2 or 3 months, YouTube has been coming at me, and that's all right. I'm here. I'm gonna start doing a million live streams. I'm right here, tube.
It's so funny because it showed up on my feed yesterday. I was like, this is not till tomorrow. And then I was just waiting for the link. I was like, it's an hour. Did you forget? Did we cancel the stream and nobody told me?
I was smoking. I was pre-gaming too hard. And honestly, I stream with you every week. YouTube has not sent me one notification about your stream, Phoenix.
Did you click the bell icon?
Me and my stock account are subscribed to you.
Oh,
And
thanks.
hands too is subscribed to you.
I can't
We
wait to
got the
get
whole
to
team.
69 followers on YouTube. I'm only at 67. Can I get 2 people to follow me so I can get up to the great 69?
We're gonna take care of that. Hey, Alibaba, hello,
I
hello.
I couldn't play with my button attachment because like my spirit animal wasn't on stream. I'm like,
I'm too much of a pirate to be a Morgan Donner or a Bernadette Banner. What an A. I forgot the whip short. It's okay, Alibaba. We're gonna have a cooking stream since I finally cleaned my kitchen. Hey, butterfly, yay.
it should be more like this.
Every time I see a butterfly patch, it makes me think of you. Even the punk rock ones with the skulls. I didn't get a notification. See, YouTube's doing something hanky. Is really what it is.
I guess they just don't love me. I'm getting shadow banned and I'm a nobody.
Same. No, but so am I. I think, honestly, ever since they got that weird contract with the NFL, because I paid extremely close attention. YouTube's changed. They don't. I hope they don't push away the people that built this platform.
That's all right. We're just going to go to Rumble. I've made a whole 4 cents over there, and I have made zero.
They,
I'm not monetized on the YouTubes.
you know what's really funny? When I first started streaming, people used to tell me that I should be sponsored by Singer and Husqvarna because I say it all the time. You should be sponsored by Rumble.
I should.
Alibaba
I
in
would
the
love,
house is
that's one of the reasons why I haven't bought stock in Rumble when it was like stupid cheap, because I'm like, maybe if I can get them to pay attention enough to me, I can get an exclusive Rumble contract like the big kids.
Hey, Commander.
Hey.
Oh, so someone recently subscribed to me, and if I can see that they subscribed to me, I click on their channel, and a fellow roller skater subscribed to me.
What?
And they have clips of like roller skating in these giant roller skating communities in New York, like on giant roller skating runs. I am so jealous. I fell down this roller skating rabbit hole of people skating through New York on YouTube. YouTube does hate originality.
I can't. I don't fit into any boxes. I'm like, don't force me into a box. I'm a circle. Damn it.
I'm up to 156 subscribers. That's basically 50 subs in the last month. Heck yeah, that's awesome. Phoenix should be sponsored by Rumble and America's Own Told Stories. You know, it's funny. Never heard of it until I met Phoenix. So yes, she should be. So I know it's early. I need to find that video on. Okay, so now that the gang's all here, kind of.
Do we need to do this? Are we getting to
No, I want to cry about X again.
Okay.
It doesn't roll off the
Let's
tongue.
just call it Kai. That's
like Cobra Kai?
Yeah, no, like the Greek letter Chi. I think it's XI, but you know.
YouTube has a self-fulfilling prophecy situation going on. They don't want to promote some random person because they want successful people. They promote a random channel which becomes successful. They are in a weird conundrum. They are an absolute. I don't know, but see, the thing is, like, a year ago, everybody was like, "God, annoying, you're annoying because YouTube's promoting you everywhere," and now no one's heard of me. And I have
You're just feeling disappointed that nobody wants and nobody loves me. Everybody hates me. Guess I'll go eat worms.
Like I said, though, like, because I love what I do, I'm going to continue to make videos. That's the whole point of me stopping making that pattern. Because, like, let's be real, I lost my love for it. I was in my kitchen and I'm like, why am I doing this? This is a chore. Do I really need another duster? That's why I made it into a Lucy coat.
Yeah. I just get bored doing, well, speaking of me getting bored, I usually make the same corset twice and then I'm like, okay, and time for a new corset. But I love making different patterns of corsets, but I don't know. All right, well, stay safe driving for 2.5 hours, kid.
Absolutely. I couldn't imagine. Do you know, whenever I have to drive around LA, I come back to my house with anxiety. Or I'm like, or I have to go get food because I'm like half shaky, you know. And I know LA traffic is comparable to East Coast, but I couldn't imagine, Commander. I need to find that video on X. See, here's my problem. Okay, so Twitter, it was like, can I ask you a question on Twitter? And now it's, can I X you a question? No. For someone who can barely speak English,
you can't ask me anything.
I barely speak English, and I know that's phonetically wrong.
Right, we're not accents.
I will be in and out tonight. I'm still hanging out. Oh, in Florida, I have a huge curly fuzzy humidity front. If you lived any closer, I have a wide array of tall hats for you.
I thought you were going to say fro products.
That too, for all kinds of hair. I could go full. You can go full Abe Lincoln. I have a 10-gallon cowboy hat, one that's wicker and one that's real.
Ooh.
I have all kind. I think YouTube's algorithm is just a monkey in a secret stadium out in the middle of the desert. Agreed.
Actually, it's probably in Pakistan, but samey.
Do
Corsets do not
corset.
raise my blood pressure. No, that's all a whole bunch of shenanigans. A well-fitting corset is the most comfortable undergarment I believe a human could ever wear. And there's no straps pulling into your shoulders if you've been endowed with gigantic tracts of land. They're just so comfortable.
I had a discussion on hems. I saw a circle skirt and it had a row of stitches for no reason. But then I remembered a Singer 52W that could sew 10-row chain stitch at a time. I think they used it for them. That's awesome.
10 routine.
Okay,
Wow. No,
timestamp. I'm going to come
where's
back.
my? Well, I have to get my screen recorder device.
Coming back for that one. Because
Yes.
I need, because like sometimes you'll say something and I'm like, hey, I have that machine.
I just laugh that I literally just take pictures of my screen as my screenshots.
Oh man, sweat's already getting in my eyes. This is the plight of having no hair.
You
Oh,
need to make a terry cloth sweat cover. Just embrace the 80s and the tracksuit and go full Gopnik and just do it.
ah, you know, there are certain eras I avoid because I was there, and the late 80s just reminds me of things. Oh, speaking of following weird trends that I got on a podcast, I have a Fanly cup. You say, Godless, a Fanly? This is a fake Stanley cup. I paid $11, not 80. Hems at the bottom row being used for the skirt sweep. I need something like that for like literally.
On
That's what
your
I
jackets so that don't because you can replace them where they drag and get dirty.
exactly. Especially because I'm walking.
Exactly.
I'm walking around a dirty gym, or I'm walking around like in here. Butterfly needs the do rag. I'm gonna start making those in the welder community. They call them welding caps. I'm like, bro, that's a do rag. It's just because people don't want to. Certain people don't want to say do rags, do rags. Enticing us with the holy grail of specialty industrial machines. Absolutely.
Always, yes. If I want something,
Just the,
Allie says it to me, and I'm like, this is a very expensive proposition until somebody offers me a better deal.
I'm gonna tell you, like I've been I always say this. I've been from Santa Monica to Georgia back up to Maine. I could not hang with the East Coast humidity.
No.
I'd take a shower and come out and still be wet. Like and
But the
dry off and I'd
thunderstorms
still
were nice there because they didn't mean like dry lightning and like fire. The thunderstorms on the East Coast are great, not like thunderstorms here that are terrifying.
oh man. The one thing about buying giant cups is that it promotes hydration. I'm not anti-hydration. Embrace your inner Rockian, buy a sweatband. I have these North Face art. I have the full like old guy basketball setup with the Converse too. The last was $100.
What?
I'll go looking for that. Oh, so let me go. Okay, let me go back to my X-ray. Let me see if I can find the video of the half patch. Did I show this last week? Sometimes I get deja vu because I talk about the same thing over and over and over again. And like I'll talk about something on your stream and then I talk about it on mine and I'm like, did
Yeah,
I
no, I think we talked about it yesterday, but I don't think I let you share your screen, so we didn't see it.
it popped right up on
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 Kai.
on Google. Let's see if it pops up on used to be Twitter. Let me see. I'm so like wordy with my descriptions. How about biker takes? Basically, I want to give a speech about patch placement and how not to get beat up by bikers. Biker takes vest, and this was a half patch that took a vest from somebody, and it's really weird. But the new age kids have different rules than the old guys, I guess. Oh, come on. Where's the videos?
While we wait about listen for this video, did you hear about the rugby player who was born XY, who was playing on an XX team, who put three of the X's into on stretchers during the course of the rugby match?
Oh, come on, Kai. You're not. So you can't. Apparently, they've blocked out the video.
Oh no, that's lame.
What else can I word it as? Um,
Just like
I,
San Francisco said, you cannot have your light up LED X on the top of this building. Take it down.
well, also imagine if you're flying in from the bay and all you can see is a giant blue X from the ocean, and you're trying to land at the airport.
I'm sure pilots have dealt with like.
But they San Francisco. Well, actually, the airport is actually out from the city. But let me see. Actually, you know what? I bet. Dun, da, 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 I bet Instagram has it because Instagram is still cool.
Sometimes I don't know.
I'm just hyping it up, hoping that it.
I hate this. I don't want buyer's remorse.
I forgot how to search. It's been so long. If it wasn't for Waternay and other people, I wouldn't even go on Instagram. Biker takes basically a fake. Somebody was wearing fake Hell's Angels patches and got snatched up, and he's lucky he didn't get anything else didn't happen to him. But here we go. No. It's just a bunch of really attractive people on motorcycles. Instagram, you are awful. Let's try. Why is this just like... Okay. I'm not. I'll give it a second. But have you tried some of the curly hair methods? Butterflies? Let me catch up with the chat. That dude wasn't even exactly half patches. Cultures are different, Kilroy. That's why I know it wasn't in California. I have great curly hair specialist that is helping me. She's amazing. I'm just good at it. I'm just not good at it yet. The humidity adds a whole new dimension. I can't hang with humidity, Butterfly. I cannot. Twitter X told the city that this is a temporary sign. It was permitted on a temporary event sign, and that they were leaving it up and treating it like it was permanent. Ooh, so Elon is such like he's a shifty dude.
Well, it's hard to know what is his doing, what's his team does, because it's not like he makes literally every single decision. He's just the face with the money.
Waternay, I agree with you 100% because I have vests that are riding vests and I have vests that are like what I consider more rocker and ones that I've made that I consider art. And like there are people, if you go on Instagram, there's people who paint on leather vests. It's an art form. I wish I had it. Your cam's out again.
Oh, damn it.
I wish I had that art form, The problem is that we have a younger generation who has turned dress up into I'm in a gang now and I'm cool. Back in the day, like there was a certain code to things, and even being online, there are certain bikers that think it's blasphemy to show your bicycles online, and I'm of that old thought. Like it's blasphemy to show off online. Humidity freezes mine too. My beard and my eyebrows just go poof.
Yeah, this is not the angle I was going for tonight. Oh, no, people know I'm not wearing it.
Kilroy, this is a quote of the evening so far. I'm a member of the Church of Minding My Own Business. That's a t-shirt. Let's see, timestamp. It's 34 minutes. I'm taking off my cowboy boots. I hung for 34 minutes.
This angle looks terrible. All right, I'm going to hide myself. I need to stop my camera, make me look pretty.
I lasted 34 minutes with my riding cowboy boots on. Oh,
I'm gonna have to call my camera shop tomorrow.
that is it. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just complaining because I've got my cameras. I don't even, they don't make this model anymore, and it's just funny. But I want something. I bought lens. I have lenses, so I want a camera that can use my lenses because that's the expensive piece of kit with the camera, not the camera body.
So for my exhibit A, I had to move the cat, but this, depending on where you live, apparently would start a fight. But this is my good old godless sewing house of sewing. And I even use the word house because in certain cultures they use house, Haus. But in mine, I'm actually using the American. But this would start fights in certain places. But it's literally me with a cat.
Hey, kitty, 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 with extra eyeballs.
Oh, Gilroy's taking memberships.
Good. Of course they are.
I have that. I used to have that same combo that Waternay has. I used to, but I started balding when there was a 19 in front of the year. Some people want to turn how you dress into a huge political thing nowadays, and that's the thing. That's another thing. Like it's just be careful running up on old men. I I look young, but I'm old. I got a ton of gray in my beard. Could you put your camera on ice pack wrapped in a towel?
It's not that it's overheating. It's my dummy battery is I the dummy battery has a cord so that I can keep it plugged in so I don't have to keep switching out my actually I do have full charged other batteries and the because the cord needs to come out, I have to have the case underneath the battery open for the cord and the little gray clip that holds the dummy battery in place is loose after a long time of owning this camera, so it doesn't like to stay attached. But I might have other batteries. Let me see here.
That would start a fight, Alibaba. I'm sensitive. The fight starts off with, "Hey, Four Eyes."
Right, exactly. I was gonna laugh at that too.
So true. But things are so different. And like where I live in Los Angeles, um, all the MLB hats, like certain MLB hats, mean you're from a gang. So like if you're from Kansas City, you can't wear a Kansas City hat. If you're from Cincinnati, Houston, Pittsburgh, if you ever watch Dr. Dre video and you see Snoop Dogg or any of them wearing out of town hats, it doesn't mean that. It means something completely different.
Oh no.
Take some Portland cement and cement that dummy battery into the camera. If you lived any closer, I could.
What is Portland cement?
It's cement. They have
Okay.
all different kinds. Like they have what's it? Plaster. What's that other stuff that they used to make casts out of for everything?
Oh, plaster Paris?
Yes, there
I was
you
like,
go.
yes, I know this I know these words. That I'll have to see. I know I even tried to put some electrical tape to like and that didn't duct tape so I tried
Oh, I was like,
like
where's my other
electricals.
vest?
Okay, so here you can see here's dummy
Oh,
battery cord. This
let me
part
get
needs
it.
to touch the connectors and the part that I can't show you because it would I literally can't show you because the camera's running and the battery's in there. Ugh. But the cameras I keep looking at are so expensive, but they're not $10,000 expensive, but they're expensive.
Oh, Gilroy. Yes, I remember when I didn't know about the ball cap thing. I thought LA had a bunch of Pirates and Yankees fans. That is extreme. Never wear a Yankees hat in LA. Never, never. That means something completely different. No, everyone loves the Dodgers in LA, but you'll see a gang of Yankees hats. It's so true. There's actually a bunch of weird, like, in LA is so desensitized. There's a bunch of skits online of people making fun of our culture, but it's true. This guy from out of town, he goes to a hat store and he's like, "So can I get this hat?" And they're like, "Hey man, you can't wear that in LA." He's like, "Hey, can I get this hat?" They're like, "Oh, it means this gang." And after about 15 hats, he's like, "I'm moving."
Please pick me a hat. What?
And that's the thing, like colors, everything. And so people dress a certain way. But again, I live in La La Land. I live in the suburbs. Where I live, you can wear anything you want. I wear spants into my grocery store. I wore a kilt into my 7-Eleven and it was busy. And then I came home and made a blooper video. So if I feel like wearing a ball cap in LA, visit the stadium to buy a Dodger hat. Got it. Basically, the blue LA hat is the only thing that you can get away with. And even if it's really sad though, because after I saw that video, I was like, "That's lame." Like, because I recently wrapped this vest in my Godless Sewing House of Sewing stuff, and like if that guy saw me writing, he would say something, and then I would turn into Batman.
I know. What if I want to pretend to be a Pirates fan and pretend that I lived in Pittsburgh? I just want a Pittsburgh Pirates hat.
It's if you. It depends on where you like. If you were in Hollywood, somebody would like they would like say someone would say something to you. LA is such a different planet. It's more of a man. I don't know, because I'm a man. I have a different experience.
Possibly.
When I was deciding on a camera, I was debating between the Sony Z10 and the GoPro Hero 10. I have a where's old reliable? I have a Canon.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, I have some weird brand loyalty, and my next camera will be a Canon because that's what my lenses go to.
I love my Canon, and for as much as it gives me gripe, it adjusts for everything.
I know this. It's such a nice picture when it works.
What's about the Steelers and Pittsburgh logo? Does that mean something? Yeah, it means Pyru. And weirdly, because we have an Allegheny Street, we have certain things, and so they attribute it to Pittsburgh. And so that it's mainly the Pyru thing, but every neighborhood has different colors, and this particular neighborhood chose that before I was born. What? Because I've fallen into this weird YouTube channel where this kid talks about this thing because I'm from the suburbs. And all I really know are like people that ride bikes, motorcycle enthusiasts, and like cholo gangs. So it's really interesting to me to watch this. And like the other side of LA is lit. Let's just say that. Are they upset because you're wearing a vest? Do they need to start wearing it in tweet or something? I agree, Waternay. People and see, here's the thing: the older generation didn't care. They would laugh at a wannabe, take a selfie with their Kodak, and move on. Like, my pops used to take selfies with people that were broken down on the side of the road.
Oh, jeez.
Because he'd always laugh at people who didn't know how to take care of their own motorcycle.
They
So
must have
he
owned
was
a Harley.
oh, he was a camera enthusiast, so he would take pictures of people. Like, ah, you dummy. LA sounds like its own country on top of the. It is. That's why whenever I move somewhere, it's weird to me they don't have politics. It's weird to me. Like when I moved to Oregon, Oregon was an open, like Portland was an open city, and it was weird to me. It would be too complicated. LA's changed, and it's in its population. It's all because of the population. Alexa, how many people live in LA County?
According to the 2020 U.S. Census, the population of Los Angeles County is 10 million people, which is a 2.6% increase over the 2010 U.S. Census.
10 million people, and that's just documented people. We always have a guesstimation that there's at least 5 million illegal aliens just in LA County. So that's 15 million people just in LA County. And we didn't even have those numbers when I was a kid. So LA has
You didn't have that many people trying to come up from Mexico either.
but it's not just Mexico, because we have one of the largest populations of people that live in. We have one of the largest Korean populations that live outside of Korea
Yeah.
in LA, just in well, right by Dodger Stadium, Koreatown. And like that neighborhood outnumbers anyone in this neighborhood, and it's all people from Korea. 40 mil. Do you know what's funny, Alexa? How many people live in the state of California?
According to the 2020 U.S. Census, the population of California is 39.5 million people, which is
39.5 million. So we're like right
I
up
had
there.
it right. Basically.
We had more people than Canada. Apparently, Canada has surpassed us. Good for you.
Well, it's just because they need to import people to fluff up their numbers because they're not doing so good on their population rates, and the maids are just maybe cleaning up too
No,
much.
I have my coffee, but I am drinking water because it's hot out here, and if I don't stay hydrated, I will pass out on stream. And I've seen tough guys pass out, and it's not funny, but it is. I have to stay hydrated. Don't wear baseball caps, butterfly.
Basically,
It's the dumbest thing, and the Michigan logo. Like, there's a ton of stuff. It's the dumbest thing. Don't worry, butterfly. He's got 1/4 coffee cup. He's proven his.
can we wear a John Deere tractor hat?
Yeah.
Okay.
You like literally slipped in a loophole on that one. Like, yeah. You found the one hat on earth. I was like, well, yeah.
It took me a second to think. I was like, what is might not be decisive, except the still hat people might be pissing in their pants, but
Lost in the Pond has a video about states that are larger than the UK. Okay, the entire UK. I want anyone who's been around America, all of the UK is the exact same size of Kentucky. And Kentucky is so small you could drive through it and forget. I've been to Kentucky and it's like, oh, we've just been to Kentucky. Oh, we're leaving Kentucky.
that's like towns where they have no stoplights. You're like, oh, I passed through Talent or Riddle.
Exactly.
Did you make people tell you a riddle when you drove past Riddle?
Not the first 10 times.
You missed your opportunity. That was allowed. Yeah.
But that's like every time I stopped in Weed, California, I'd buy a T-shirt because I was young. Oh, I need to go get a new one. I might take a trip up there just to go get a new T-shirt.
All right, I'll see you at Lake Shasta.
Yeah. I need to look that up. Are there any Goodwills in Weed, California?
I'm sure there are. I think there might be a bins one where I am, and I'm like, oh, didn't know about. I think I did when I lived in Seattle, but I was like, oh, this is where you pay by the pound and not by the piece. Let's do that, Goodwill.
You know what, Waternay? You're actually correct. I don't know if your John Deere hat might clear because the colors are green and yellow.
I wasn't sure. I was just asking. Yeah, I don't know.
You guys got me into Lost in the Pond. I love Lost in the Pond.
Okay. I got it of Sleevil Hell, but I haven't cut the neck of this top yet because I
Yikes.
didn't want it to fray. Let's not look at the gussets because they're a hot mess.
Do you know what's really funny? I was gonna put my coffee skull patch on my hat, Kilroy. How about if I get a guy to embroider a guy around here to make me a coffee hat? Does that pass the security clearance? You know what? Yes, a coffee hat would be great. I was actually thinking about that because I used to put like hardcore patches on blank hats. We used to have this really cool store ran by this really angry Argentine lady. She would sell blank everything. So like I'd go in there all the time, and I got elected to go in there because I could speak Spanish and get yelled at by this lady.
Oh yes, I would like a Route 666 shirt, please.
I wear my Route 66 shirt all the time. I would sport a Route 666 shirt.
That would make me laugh.
California's becoming weirdly religious again, so And that's another thing. Like, I have certain patches. Every time I wear a certain vest, it's not a gang member that talks trash to me. It's a Christian yelling Romans at me. Like, people do not mind their business anymore. Because I guarantee you, if I was where Butterfly lived, no one would say a word to me. They'd be like, "Oh, that guy dresses funny." But like when I lived in Oregon, I wore even crazier vests. No one said a word to me. They'd say, "Hi, sir." That's it, you know.
Well, I wonder if, I mean, there's been a huge influx of migrants and the super Catholic migrants, the super
Yes.
Muslim religious people, like, they're not socially liberal. They're very socially conservative.
Yes. A lot of my, especially my Muslim friends, are extremely socially conservative. And all of my, I come from a giant Roman Catholic family on my mom's side. They're like annoyingly conservative.
Like, no.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Every time. You know what? Like me and my brother, we go back and forth. For as much as I like or dislike him, he like half raised me. But like every time he sees me, he's like, "Atheism is a religion," and he'll walk out of the room. Like he's
It's
so
not a
petty.
religion. It's just a belief system.
He's
Like,
petty. He just.
Buddhism's not a religion either. It's a spiritual practice.
I've argued that all the time. Because they'll say you're not an atheist. I'll say, okay, I'm a Buddhist. Auto incorrect, absolutely.
It's funny.
Do you know the crazy thing about LA in general is that everything I'm talking about used to be about a small knit group of people, but between the internet and music videos, it glorified a way of life that isn't cool. People are living in squalor and hurting each other. Like, let's be real. There's literally a guy around here that will embroider anything on anything. He just cares about it if your money's good. I love people like that.
I prefer cash, please.
Do you know what's really funny? There was a store in my town that would not embroider my Fidel Negro hat. I had to go to a different town because he said it was against his beliefs. A Caucasian man, thought that my Fidel Negro hat was racist. He told me to my face, and I sat there. And Isaiah was a little guy, so I was trying to be an example in front of my son. I said, "Okay," and we got in the car and got on the freeway and left.
Right, you weren't going to put up a First Amendment case to the Supreme Court of, you didn't do this, this is against my free speech.
I wasn't ready for the generation of you hurt my feelings. Like back in the day, if someone was doing their job, I don't care if I want to Jack the Ripper put on my hat, they would put it on my hat. You know?
Yeah.
Like I have Sancho Villa. Well, I should show them instead of talk about it.
Right? Come on, loser. I'm sorry.
Like this one, I got this in Portland, Oregon 100 years ago. This hat is older than some people's children, and I'm small. I mean, like this hat, Sancho Villa. I was back in my player days. Like you guys have heard of Pancho Villa. I called myself Sancho Villa. And this came from people who loved me, but I took the name and ran with it. They got me this hat, and I just kept on embroidering it, and I got another hat and another hat. And this hat is the one that I got denied first. So I went to the Valley with the little guy. It's my Fidel Negro hat.
See, I don't think that hardcore Christians, I think it depends. I think the Catholics who came from communist countries just kind of want to be left alone and are sick of the government telling them what should be okay, because they're like, we moved here so we could be free because that's what Americans promised us. So I think it's complicated versus like the American waspy or like the Bible Belt Christian. There's so many layers of nuance. I don't think I could do it justice right now.
I agree, though. I agree. There has to be a line where, like, and that's another thing. I do welding. Like, I do not agree with the Mormon religion, but I make a lot of wrought iron fences for Mormons. Their check's clear.
Right?
I don't care what you believe. You pay me, I'll build you a giant fence to keep me out.
Well, that's what do you think they're doing?
I'm old school like that. I just won't do anything for churches because I've heard so many horror stories for people having taken churches to small claims court to pay their invoices. It depends on the church. Okay, So that's a whole different discussion. You gotta meet the person in charge. And I'm a Californian, so you have to pay me up front. At least half. At least la mitad. Hey skids, how's it going? How's it going? Hop in. Yay! Love for skids. Yay!
I guess I'm gonna have to cut a neck hole eventually. Am I gonna do it tonight? Yeah, I don't know.
I am on 2 weeks of listening to Janet Jackson's All Right. I am like dun 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 dun. I'm rocking out in my head right now. Dun dun dun.
Oh, see, this looking for you, give me a headache, headache.
Oh, let me get my so back to patch placement. Do you think it's right that people are policing other people's patches nowadays more than ever?
Yeah, no, I think people are too pissy on everything and oversensitive. Just get over yourselves. Do what you need to do for you. If it's not breaking the law, just walk away. Change the station. Just stop this nonsense.
And those rules used to only apply to outlaw bikers. And so if they saw a wannabe, you'd laugh at a wannabe. You'd make fun of them, do a couple of circles around them, and leave. You would never touch somebody. Those
Yeah,
rules only applied to someone who was on the same level as you. That's why they wear the diamond 1%er patch in the first place, because they have a whole different way of life. And I'm not even giving away any secrets. That's just the way it is. And so the fact that the internet has ruined that way of life is what I'm trying to say. And so now we have like these weird half patches ripping patches off of people, and they're gonna get someone hurt because now someone's gonna think that's how you do it. You should leave people alone is what you should do.
yeah, just shut up and walk on by. Walk on by.
What did we decide to call ourselves? Do we have a group name? Oh, House of Sewing. We're a dance group. We're not a gang. So when I was watching uh Paris is Burning for the 1000th time, I finally heard they were describing like, oh, because in the ball scene they have houses. It's the house of this, the house of that, and the guy was like, "What is a house?" He's like, "Oh, it's just a gay gang. Not even that complicated. We just hang out with each other and go to balls and dance and wear fancy clothes and sew." Literally is what they did. People want to label others, identify as the other sides, and then vilify them. I agree. It's insane to me. It's just so weird. Like when I saw that, I was like kind of traumatized because where I live, man, people keep their. You don't run up on anybody ever. People are too damn judgmental nowadays because it's too easy to be judgmental when you're only looking at it on a phone screen. I agree. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah yes, I forgot. I'm just joking. We can have working. We can be many names. I have about 15 punk albums. I'm still not over Marjorie Taylor Greene or whatever her name is
Oh, you
saying
actually got it right today.
I did saying that the wildfires in California were started by Jewish lasers. I still think she's just off her rocker for that one.
Oh, she might have been, but she had something good this week. Oh, so because was it AOC or Ilhan Omar who was like, "This was the hottest day in 150,000 years." I'm like, I don't think that computes. Even if you missed 3 zeros, that would still not compute from how long we've been recording temperatures.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My mom said, I hope you don't have to talk on your thing. You're not very articulate today." Well, you should hear what my mom
Mama.
said. Yeah. That's the one thing. You know, I teeter back and forth, but sometimes like I'm high on the hog and I need my mom to tell me that I ain't spit sometimes. She look me dead in my eyes and she's like, "You think you're so tough. You think you are so tough." Years ago here, there was a church who got their pennies all in a bunch because their power got cut off after they didn't pay their bill for over a decade.
Wow, yeah, that's kind of a long time to not be paying your bills.
What did the Jews do?
What did the Jews do?
Hey, Sydney, how's it going? How's it going? I can't remember what I said.
I know. I didn't think we were talking about juice yet.
I am surprised. Hey, Sydney, so are you still in California? Enjoying, are you getting a tan here in California? hey, yet. Yay. Hello, hello. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene said that the solar array outside of we if you go from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, there's a giant solar array, and birds do fly out of the sky and die in it. It does create massive amounts of heat. It's one of the largest solar arrays on the West Coast. Marjorie Taylor Greene said that it was a Jewish conspiracy and that is a super laser. And until the day I die, I will forever remind her of her stupidity. That will be etched on the back of my tombstone. And Godless Sewing thinks that MTG is a complete moron.
Yeah, but so is AOC and Ilhan Omar, unfortunately. And that don't get me started. They're all equally dumb.
You know me. Get rid of all of them. Let's bring back togas and giant.
No, because
vats
the
of
Greeks all
wine.
had like I just saw today. Like, what was there a Caesar without a little boy? I'm like, I don't think
We
we
can
can
get rid
go
of all
there
that.
either.
I just want the conquering and not wearing clothes. We can get rid of all that. I just want giant vats of wine. I don't even drink wine. I just want giant vats of something.
Olive oil.
Gatorade. I'm addicted to Gatorade and Powerade. Just giant vats of blue Powerade. I think global warming's real, but at the same time, a lot of the news stories about it just rage bait for fear porn. I agree. That's what today's world is, though, is they get you with emotion. You should see how like that's why I stay off of Twitter, which is now called X, and I will never stop calling it Twitter.
Yeah, there's well, then also that like I think many of us got sold on like the turn your lights off if you leave a room, make sure that your water faucets, because this whole like global warming porn of fear of global warming. And where was I going? Oh, and now this big push for like electric cars, but if it's too hot, your electric car doesn't work. You need a generator to get your to charge your electric car. Like things they're selling us nonsense.
If you want to look at historic temps, look at the North and South polar ice core samples that and what they indicate over the past almost 500,000 years. The artist formerly known as Twitter. Thank you, Kilroy.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
good.
Gosh, that's good. Oh,
Kilroy for the
sitting over here.
win.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wine would be okay if it could be distilled into something drinkable.
You mean like sherry or port?
I never, it was never my thing. And when I was a little kid, my pops would stock booze. Like my parents were real drinkers, and he would buy 6 packs of Boone's Strawberry Hill. Me and my friends, we thought we were rappers. We'd walk around with those bottles. That I could look at it now and get a headache. I could look at Strawberry Hill right now and get a
Yeah,
headache.
Boone's Farm is ooh, that brings me back.
Real life $2 Chuck. That's real life $2 wine here in America.
Oh, but not as good as my first peach Manischewitz.
That was actually I drank Manischewitz too. I liked all that sweet stuff when I was a kid.
Well, that's how they get you.
Butterfly, I'm addicted to Powerade. And like I went to Walmart the other day and it's been so hot. Like I went at 1 PM, the shelves were wiped and it was all Gatorade. So I had to get some Gatorades. I'm addicted to Powerade. I've been drinking it for over 20 years. I didn't start drinking soda until I was 25. I drank mainly water and milk. And then I became lactose intolerant. At least AOC isn't calling out groups with non-existent Waternay, I'll tell you in real life, The only beef I really have with AOC is that she is a doppelganger to an ex-girlfriend of mine.
No, there's a reporter, independent activist in New York City. What is his name? Jose Vega. Oh my God, his stuff is good. I don't know. Don't get me started. Politics and religion are always bad news. We're gonna have a fight.
It only it always starts fine. It definitely does. Do you have lasers? Who knew? Do you know they should have kicked her out of office when she said that? That was my whole reason, and that was in the
You can't.
beginning.
Well, how
Like,
many? We would have no government officials if we kicked out somebody every time they said something stupid.
but you know me. I think they should kick them all out. We should all start over. Kick them all out and start over.
Okay, it's okay. That I can agree with. If we're going to be
Kick 'em
an equal
all.
playing field, because this like unilateral or the weaponization of the judicial and governmental systems to be like, oh, and it all feels like confession through projection is really starting to wear thin on my nerves.
There was a ship carrying electric cars and they caught fire. I saw that. It's a glimpse of the future of underground car parks. They can't put the fire out and heaps of toxic fumes into the permanent damage. That is my town. I live in the town of like a weird entertainment industry, and they're all out of work right now.
Yeah.
But every other car is a Tesla here. And like my son and I, we were like nervously look at each other like, I hope that thing doesn't burst into flames.
No, because that video is terrifying.
And it's
I love
real.
that Killer Ray's next statement. I do have the cats do love the laser pointer.
So, fun fact, here in LA, those things are so illegal, but they sell them everywhere. People point them at you can crash a helicopter with a laser pointer. And
Yeah, but how would university teachers get kids to pay attention to the giant PowerPoints without their laser pointers?
did you see that drink mixology video? Vodka, grape, Kool-Aid, powder, Sprite, ice garnish with a slice of lemon, 3 blueberries. I wondered why they were wasting citrus and blueberries
Right.
on that trash. Oh. You know, honestly though, like a lot of that is for attention. What is that thing called that people do on TikTok nowadays?
Oh, the NPC bullshit.
Yes. Have a great night, Butterfly. We'll be here for a while. I'll keep the lights on for you, as they say on the commercial.
Exactly right. We haven't put up the velvet ropes of 100 in the chat yet, so you're still good to come back.
Even Saints got backstories. Absolute nobody's perfect. That if I ever got a tattoo, that would mark. The real problem is when that ship sinks and poisons the water. Do you know? I think about that all the time because people dump so much into the ocean here, and I'm like, don't they realize what they're doing?
Well, there might be a little bit less of that with this whole the African continent group getting together, because it was Niger. Now Algiers has gotten on board. What is it? Something that has a B in it that Ellie or Kilroy will catch me on. That they're like, hey France, you need your uranium for your power. We don't do it. Oh, it's Africa. There's some chicanery going on.
What's NPC again?
It is a non-player character. It is a term from video games of like the folks who just stand there and look pretty but aren't the main characters. So they are referring to these folks on TikTok who go through and read their comments of like hearts, ice cream, kitty, wow, like
Insanity.
And why try to monetize on TikTok when they take 50% of your income? At least YouTube only takes 30, and Rumble till the end of the year takes 0, and then they'll go back to 20%.
How much money did they take?
TikTok takes 50%.
Oh, you know, to a greedy capitalist that
You gotta
warn
China
me.
and your 50%. No.
You're not taking 50% of anything from me. Do you know the United States government doesn't even take that much, and they take a lot. They take an arm and a leg. But they leave a
No,
nub at least.
it's not Bali. It's like, oh, Burkina Faso. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh,
Burkina
wow.
Faso, Algiers, Mali, Niger. There's, yeah, there's upheaval in Africa going on right now. Again, still.
Yeah, but like I said yesterday, they're going for the poorest countries. They're not pulling this in Nigeria.
Well,
They're not
no,
pulling this in
it's
Cameroon.
it's
not-
funny because there's this great paradox. These countries are super rich in gold, in
Mhm.
uranium, in precious metals for semiconductors. That the France and other countries have bought all of their resources, so they're they're resource rich but economically poor, which
I
is this
don't
weird paradox.
I don't feel sorry for France, and it wasn't until I went to college and I was in the Black Student Union and I discovered that every other black person from Africa spoke French, and I didn't realize what colonialism was.
Oh,
So I don't feel sorry for France.
Keep it.
I hope they get cut off. Like, if you've ever been there, they're opulent. Like, the word opulence France and opulence should be like the UK is gaudy, okay? Like, they have castles.
But
and
France is,
stuff.
I mean, Louis the 14th, the Sun
Yeah.
King, like, France is always like, hey, we will exploit you for your natural resources. Like, we can
Yeah.
be as in.
Oh, yeah. So I don't feel sorry for
These
the French
brothers.
at all. Even the mob doesn't take 50%. That's what I'm saying, man.
Right.
The mob wouldn't
Yeah,
shake
but
you down.
TikTok, the mob of TikTok does.
The mob wants you to be able to pay your light bill.
Right, because they're the electric company.
Exactly. Oh, I've been to France. Some is quite opulent. And I'm not saying the entire country. I'm not saying, like, of course, there's that Sopranos. Like, I had that moment where you leave the Louvre and you're like, who built all of this? That part of France is amazing, you know? I'm not saying they have poor parts like everywhere else. I'm not saying that they're, but they've capitalized on quietly because people trash England because they're the most obvious.
Yeah, because people forget about the Dutch West India Trading Company. Like, nobody
Exactly.
hates on Denmark anymore.
Well, it's because you can go do drugs in Amsterdam.
Right? They just pivoted. They're like, hey,
Hey, come here and forget about your troubles.
we don't need
And
fur hats
history.
anymore, but we've got marijuana.
They've actually cracked down on that. I know someone that went recently, and he said that they've really cleaned up Amsterdam. It's not your 2000s Amsterdam. The young man that I know may or may not have gone and had the week of his life. When you get off a train and someone offers you mushrooms, that's Amsterdam.
No, we're still good.
I saw a video that France totally steamrolled Africa with their treaties at the end. I think a lot of countries did that. That's why I don't feel sorry for them at all, Waternay. Like,
well, they did, but then the Wagner Group in Russia and China are like, hey, you need somebody to take care of you? We will do that.
if I ever go to France, I want to be a Canarian and go to a complete shithole instead of the typical stuff. Go to Normandy. No,
That
there's
would be
super.
fun. But
I know
it's
someone.
So fun to be on a boat and the Seine. Oh,
I just know Amsterdam from not just bikes. Amsterdam, it used to be that scene in Pinocchio where all the kids were smoking cigars and turning into donkeys. I did it, Gilroy. I did it, and it was so nice. The best is local food, and the very cheap, nice wine too.
the food was good.
And see, that's the thing. Like, I spent a considerable amount of time in Mexico. There's a difference between the touristy parts and the real, like, wow, there's a toucan. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life. Like, there's a Cozumel is in Mexico. It's one of the most beautiful places on
Right,
earth.
but you have to be worried about eating the beef because you might pop positive for a drug test, steroid test if you're an Olympic athlete.
Guatemala is one of the most dangerous places on earth. I've been there. It's so beautiful. Allspace all space, region, cheap and far from all sites.
Alsace, like the Alsace run.
Sorry, you know the Americans can barely speak
I know a
American.
few things about a few things. I just think about remember that for the cheese, which is
All right, let's go to the notes. I already hate X. I'm going to continue to go off about that. Oh, today is National Mutt Day. And on behalf of all mutts across the world, I say thank you. They are talking about dogs, but
I was
I'm
gonna
a
say,
I'm
right, but we're
multiracial, so
around here.
today's Harry Potter's birthday.
Ooh, that might
Today,
get you canceled.
today is I seriously thought about saying it right now too. Today is Hawaii Flag Day, International Lifeguard Appreciation Day. Um Anyone who's ever had their life saved by a lifeguard will totally appreciate their lifeguard. There was actually today wasn't as hardcore days like World Ranger Day, Uncommon Instrument Awareness Day, Jump for Jelly Beans Day, but today is National Avocado Day. Better
Okay.
buy corned beef when you're in Mexico, I guess. They have great food. I've had some of the best food on earth in Mexico, but I'm biased.
No, it's just a joke because all these athletes are like, "Oh, I was in Mexico or whatever and ate a taco, and I failed my drug test when like you're literally like they were probably doing drug
I need
PEDs."
to I need to look at that statistic of what year that was because I watched Kate Smurthwaite in the UK. They tested the water and the water tested positive for cocaine or like the septic system or something.
I know. Did you ever watch Cocaine Bear? I did not watch that movie, but I'd heard the story.
No, I'm for as much as I love B movies, I love the movies that are on the Sci-Fi Channel. So if you're like a rock monster, you know, Legend of the Temple of blah blah blah, I'll watch that movie. But a lot of these, like I haven't seen Cocaine Bear yet. I did lifeguard training back in college. Let me go get my. So I have a million projects. I don't even know where to start.
Just pick one out of the pile. That's why I'm sewing pains. I've decided I'm gonna screw rhinestoning the other rest of the pieces. A, because I don't think I can handle the glue high, and I feel like with all the ornamentation on these fancy Kluderhosen that my eye might need like a little bit of a visual break from crazy.
You know, you inspired me to rhinestone my cape, but I'm gonna take it to my job and rhinestone it when I'm in a giant bay that's meant for a 35-foot bus.
Right, because you see what happens when you rhinestone in your living room. You're like, ooh, ooh.
I saw you like go through the 5 phases, and I was like, "Oh no, thank you." Today in 1971, the Apollo 15 astronauts took the first ride on a moon rover. And today in 2012, Michael Phelps broke the record for the most medals in one of the Olympics while smoking a doobie. I'm kidding. No, like they trashed him for smoking a doobie, and then like a couple years later, pot was legal everywhere.
Yeah, well, you said it's got different standards.
I actually know 2 medal-winning Olympic athletes that were swimmers that were connected with the swim club in my grandma's bougie homeowner association that she lived in.
I can't claim to, but I do know somebody who was at the bicycling Olympic training camp. Not that they were training for the Olympics, but they trained there.
One of them grew up to be a total upstanding citizen, and the other one paints his face like Gene Simmons.
So who's the worst human?
No, he like where I'm from. It's weird because like we're from the suburbs, so people feel they have the need to prove themselves. Like you're not black enough, you're not metal enough, you're not this or that. Like, bro, it's okay to be not from a dangerous area.
Right, it's okay to just be like average.
Yes, like it's okay to have grown up with literal white picket fences.
Right.
Like it's okay. Not everybody like That's something that got me trashed in certain communities because I would tell them like I didn't grow up privileged, but I grew up like lower middle class.
Mm-hmm.
So my parents didn't really get money until everyone moved out, and they were like, "All right,
Right,
go."
and they didn't have to support all the other kids.
I'll never forget when everyone moved out. My parents told me they're like, "Look, we're gonna go to a restaurant at least 3 times a week. Don't ever tell your brothers or sisters ever, or we'll deny it." My parents became cool when everyone moved out. I know an Arco Sport champion. That's
Acro
awesome.
sport.
Acro.
Ooh, that is fun.
And today in 2015, Roddy Piper died. I've been binging wrestling stuff lately, like ad nauseum, because I'm tuned out. I done lifeguard training when I was a kid. I found the certificate, and you can only see the dent in the paper where they wrote my name. It was so long ago, the ink has disappeared. Those are the best, Mark. Those are. I have a few like that. Like my mom was going through all her paperwork, and she's like, "You forgot about this," and it was. We didn't have Dare. We had Sane. It was our sheriff's initiative to get kids off of drugs. And I signed a piece of paper saying I'll never do drugs. I'm going to frame it. I'm going to frame it. Might need to get that. I get CPR training every year. I'm like basically a certified lifeguard. I go through everything except for the swim test.
But that doesn't mean you're a lifeguard because you can do CPR but not be able to tread water for 5 minutes. That's a whole different skill set.
Never, you know, it's really funny. Not since I quit surfing. Ever since I quit surfing, I sit at the ocean. I'm like, oh, the ocean's so beautiful. I sit on the beach and enjoy it. Sane sounds like a bad omen of a pro. I think that paper is in this room somewhere. I think I took it out with the pro picture. But Sane was a sheriff. The Los Angeles sheriffs, you know, they couldn't be outdone because they get these giant grants, and so they have to do something with it. And I'm gonna tell you, Dare was a complete bust. The war on drugs with Nancy Reagan, like, look it up.
Yeah,
He was funneling money, and it was literally to an address in Culver City. So all that Dare, all that stuff. Because I went to the Reagan Library and I forgot about that, and they had this whole Dare exhibit, and I'm like, I'm not going to say this out loud, but like, we know that she's a fraud, even though she passed away. Like, she made millions off of just say no to drugs. She invented that.
Yeah, I don't think it worked very well.
But if you're in California, the Nixon library is awesome, but the Reagan library is a museum, and they literally have his plane in there, and they have his car and all the old motorcycles and cars in there. So you see 1980s cop cars in there, like Terminator.
I just can't wait for my Kennedy assassination trading cards to show up.
Can't sign. See, Waternay is my lawyer. Can't sign a binding contract under 18.
No medical legal. There's no advice. If you learn something, it's purely by accident and not intended.
Dare actually increased teenage drug use because it taught them all the lingo.
Right? How to use drugs.
Okay, so Gilroy, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but like this cop brought a chart of drugs, and I'm telling you, I didn't know what any of it looked like until he showed me. Because no one did drugs around me. Contrary to popular belief, you know, so I didn't know what they look like. That's kind of actually true. You know, the war on drugs was a racist setup too. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's why like the Reagan Library is a trip. It's a trip because now that we know that Ronald Reagan was like the real life, if Satan was real, it was Reagan.
I don't know. Biden's really trying really hard for that position right now.
But it was kind of a slippery slope though, because Reagan deregulated everything. We had mental help for everyone up until Reagan came around.
Well, we didn't have
They
this
invented
mandatory
self-reliance.
three strike prison sentence for drug offenses until Biden pushed it through.
Yeah, but Reagan invented self-reliance. It was a crock because up until then it was ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And then it was, oh, what can you do for yourself? Like Reagan invented that. You know, it's really funny. I need to dig through my pictures, Kilroy. I have a bunch of cool pictures. I'm standing at Reagan's podium. They have a mock-up. The Reagan Library is awesome. It's awesome. I've seen that chunk of the Berlin Wall. It's outside. It's awesome. The Reagan Library is awesome. I'm probably
But
gonna
Human was in Germany when the Berlin Wall came down.
I think Reagan was a complete puppet. His second term, his psychic was basically president. That is, excuse me.
And we're just foreshadowing Biden's second term if he gets it. Oh God.
This is also the man who, Paul Mooney, a comedian, literally got blackballed for saying that Ronald Reagan looked like he had Alzheimer's, and he did.
Yeah.
And he was like kicked out of Hollywood for it. I thought he was dismantled the 3 strikes thing because it was such a bad idea.
No, he encouraged it. All of the no.
Well, we got rid of it here because it created like people were catching baby felonies and getting thrown in life because they were drug addicts. So we got rid of the 3 strikes here. But see, that's the thing. Like the Ronald Reagan Library is an experience. Absolute. Now Gilroy. Now I want to go to the library. Now it's beautiful. It's in the hills. It's kind of like the Getty. Depending on where you're standing, it overlooks certain parts. But let's remember, this is the same man who thought he was Ronald Reagan thought he was abducted by aliens in Bakersfield, California. Never forget that. Like, let's be 100% real. This is the same man who said he was abducted in Bakersfield, California. Who would like to see as President Phoenix?
I am gonna stick to I am on Team Afro Man because I hate them all. So I'm gonna go with who I hate the less. And their platform, I disagree with a couple of points.
Zombie PB Herman for president.
Oh,
that's so weird. YouTube and StreamYard's like inverted your comments. My mom's parents loved Kennedy and Johnson. Republicans tell me my mom's parents were exactly like the people who tried to slaughter them in old country for being Republican. And you know, politics are so funny that way. But back in the day, saying that you were Republican meant that you were
not
fiscally,
a racist.
well, no, it meant that you were fiscally responsible. So that just meant like you were rich. Like saying, "Oh, I'm a Republican," that means you got tax breaks. Back in the day,
but the old Democrats, the big South Democrats, were all
they were super.
Pissed.
Remember what I said yesterday about Strom Thurmond? The man served from the racist KKK Democrats all the way until they switched to the Republicans, to where he was the oldest person in the House when they impeached Clinton.
To show up.
He hovered in like the evil emperor, like, I'm still here. Ha ha ha.
Yeah,
I've been here since the 1940s. If Reagan had been president 10 years earlier than he did, I would have been dead. I would have been dead. Things that Bill Clinton did actually preserved my life. Evangelicals wanted me dead. Like I said, Reagan invented self-reliance. It was that Bill O'Reilly, what's that one guy's name? Rush Limbaugh lie. Because basically they were pushing their side. They were pushing their view and what it was for them, not realizing it was going to literally cripple the entire country if you weren't a part of a corporation. Oh, learning something here on the House of Sewing today. Yikes.
It feels like we're still there, though. If you're not a part of a corporation, you're still dead.
But see, that's his legacy, and that's why it all needs to be burnt down, and we need to replace it with a giant kilt. Or a big quilt. A big quilt. I was going to say quilt, but I said kilt, so I stuck by it. A giant quilt. Instead of committees, everybody has to learn how to sew while arguing.
Oh, yes, exactly. Just if you can't show up to a stream, then you're out.
Show me a chain stitch, kid, right now. Show me a chain stitch right now.
By hand drawn, I don't have a Wilcox and Gibbs chain stitch
I'm
machine.
kidding. No. I'm saying like you know.
I could do it by hand.
Oh, at least the presidents are being shown to be criminal types. You need to legally vote for me, an illegal immigrant president from the north. A Canadian, I'd vote for you.
But well, that's how they're trying to say that Ramaswamy shouldn't be able to run for president, but he was born in this country, so like just because his parents were born in India does not exclude him because he's a natural born American. If I was going to pick, he's the least crazy of the Republicans. Biden needs to go. RFK, I don't know. The Dems are going to run Biden again, and I think they need to get rid of the Crypt Keeper, but
Speaking of Crypt Keeper, I finally heard what was it Dianne Feinstein, what happened with her.
Oh yeah, the last one, and they were like, just say a yay, like just let the poor lady like enjoy her retirement. She's got like 5 days left before she dies.
I couldn't sleep last night. My computer was giving me drama, and I watched that video. I'm like, why? I felt so sorry for her. We need to find some tiny countries that I just can't say the word, omnipotently peaceful and convenience for their president to become our president. I agree. America needs a non-racist nationalist, someone who's going to unite everybody. But that'll never happen, so I'm just going to sew. I think we're all just getting extremely old puppets for candidates now. I agree. But the problem is, where are we going? And who's taking us there? And why?
Yeah, those are all really great questions because I feel like we're just going to hell in a handbasket.
I just read an article that said Ramaswamy said that he will pardon Trump if
elected. But, you know, okay, the Democrats, what they're doing to Trump, I don't like either of them. But it feels like confession through projection because all the stuff that's coming out with Hunter Biden and all the stuff that's actually true, like they're persecuting Trump because they don't like him because he's a businessman and an outsider. I don't care for him. Yeah, he's kind of an ass. But Biden is also an asshole.
Have you ever heard of the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage?
I don't know about that one, but he also had a huge legal win this week about not being charged guilty of assault against gay men in England last week.
I feel Americans, keep your hands to yourself when you go to the UK. Don't get all Kevin Spacey. Don't get all Kevin Spacey on people. I can't believe I'm saying this. I've met this man, and he is handsy. He grabbed my butt, and I welcomed it. John Barrowman, he went to the UK. He got fired from Doctor Who. For being handsy. And I met him, and he's an awesome guy, but he is handsy. If he likes you, he will tell you.
Right. So then we just get into the issue of like some people are touchy, and I'm like, please no touchy.
See, like when I met him, this was a long time ago, and we were in a setting where everybody was dancing.
Okay, so you would expect people to kind of, I don't know, depending on what club you're at. If I'm at a club, sometimes folks are handsy, and I have to be like, no, bruh.
You mean I should grab everyone's ass on the chair?
Yes, Killer. Never. I'm gonna stop what I'm gonna say, but it was gonna be funny.
No, be careful. Be careful. You won't catch that one person who's gonna give you a roundhouse kick to the face. Well, you're tall. I'm maybe that one person who's gonna give me.
The actor might be intimidating.
Yeah, it's the worst, the absolute the worst. Let's see what else I have. Okay, so where is that line of protecting your art form, thinking you're famous, and putting your product behind a paywall? Let's talk about it. Let's
Oh, well,
talk
I
about
mean, I've got a locals. I don't have stuff against my paywall because I don't upload stuff that I feel I don't pay enough attention to, but sure, I don't care.
it's a
Oh,
bunch of Republican judges bringing in charges. Trump should be held to account through legal process, as should anyone else who goes criming. So basically, a podcast that I really respect. They have semi-famous people on their podcast. I constantly talking about sloppy seconds. They got screwed on one of their deals and they put everything behind a paywall. Is that wrong to complain? Like tomorrow, if you woke up, went on the Godless Sewing channel and everything was behind a paywall, wouldn't you be like, "Oh, go stuff yourself, you pretentious cow"?
not as I don't know. I mean, I might feel a little bit like, oh, you didn't give me a free 30-day access code so I can see if I like it. But
It's one of those. It's like I woke up one day and something I watch every day is behind a paywall now.
I think as creators, we need to monetize our ways in all ways. In some ways, feel uncomfortable and not awesome to others. And if with all the shenanigans with YouTube and the kites and all this stuff, like people have their Patreons and people pay. I've got my locals that I don't tend to enough, so I don't promote it, so I don't have like the exclusive content, but why not?
I'm leaving this. I'm leaving this up because you know what? I'm not defending him, and I knew that you would know, Waternay. I knew you would know. I met John Barrowman. He was really excited to meet me. Let's just put it that way. Barrowman was flashing his junk at people too, kind of joking, but also making people uncomfortable. That's what he got fired for on the Doctor Who set. And because he was like the super gay man, he ruled England. He's from America. I actually no, he's not from America. He's actually from the UK, but he speaks with an American accent. Because I got called out for saying that one time by people from the UK. They're like, "Bro, he's from
No,
the UK."
here's we don't own it. We don't claim him as ours.
But he lives in Palm Springs. He's married to an American, and his American accent is better than mine. Like, so I forgot about. He is the real life guy as Baltar. I forgot about that. If it works for them, why not? That is true. That is true. I just was like, But see, here's the thing: these people are competing with Mom. Plus, those are the people. No, I'm sorry, with Wow. Plus, those are the people who put on the RuPaul thing. They have.
Go for it. Then they deserve every inch of their money to fight against that giant.
They have billions.
Corporation.
Wow has billions. That's why they call themselves Mom. But Wow has billions, and so you can't go up against them because they sponsor. Because RuPaul has paid for that website basically, and RuPaul puts all of his favorite drag queens on there, and they get hundreds of thousands of views on every video.
Yeah, I'm gonna BRB.
Okay, yeah, if you want a free trial. I used to know someone who flashed his neighborhood while they were going out to their mail. Okay, so where you live, is that legal or illegal? Because they're on their own property, you know? Where I live, that's a weird gray area. You could weirdly flash your junk. Well, no. Yeah, you can. You can here. I know that for a fact because there's people that just niterate on all upon the street. The thing is, instead of firing people or canceling people, we need to have a conversation with them and address the issues as first steps. I agree with you. But how many people will never be able to come to the table? They do not have the communication skills and they're not ready to admit their own faults because the part of negotiating that no one likes is having to compromise. And I think it's Phoenix who said it. Someone who says it. The sign of a good compromise is that no one's happy. It's extremely illegal. He went to jail and he got put on the sex offender list and everything. The only reason I think it's not illegal here is because people pee on the street all the time. And the first time it happened to me was kind of traumatizing. I was driving, I looked over and I was like, does this dude know that I see him? But I live in a place where there's people everywhere, like an uncontrollable amount of people. Eh, Okay, so that's good to know. Do you know what's really funny? I have to check that list often because of where I live, and it's sad. A sad amount of people from a certain generation. So today is also World Ranger Day. So shout out to all Rangers except for Texas. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I really want to know what Jump for Jelly Bean Day means in the first place. So what pattern should I what's the next pattern I should make? I have a ton of patterns as I kick my Stanley Cup. I haven't even grabbed my Western pattern yet because I'm probably going to end up making that. But I think every Wednesday I'm going to do a come sew with me. So what should I make this next Wednesday? Because it was a success, and I'm not one to beat a dead horse, but I'll drag it a little bit. And then there's the complexity of a power dynamic. Sometimes people feel that they are within recourse. Again, the person with the power who feels entitled to act a fool. I agree. What do you do in certain situations, though? Because they have you. I was stuck in my car. It's also National Raspberry Cream Pie Day. So if you like cream pies,
I could do me a raspberry cream pie.
oh, you like cream pies?
I prefer the creamy ones rather. Like if we're gonna have like Bavarian cream, I like me a pudding filled thing rather than a whipped cream filled one. Why are you laughing?
Do you know what cream pie means?
Well, it depends. I know a couple of
I'm
different
I'm
terms
like
of what
5.
this is, and some of it's XXX, and some of it's like food that's yummy.
Here at the Godless Sewing Channel, we are nothing but bad innuendos and patterns. So I've actually made this shirt like 6 or 7 times. I wear them all the time. But these are kind of success.
Yeah,
These are like this is a practical pattern.
yeah, it looks simple, straightforward. That styling makes them look kind of super metro, but whatevs.
Well, that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, right.
I have not successfully made this outfit yet. Should I
Do
try it
you
again?
want to, though?
Yes. I'm all
Okay.
about coming to America. I'm talking about the guy's outfit. Their kufi was just awful. As someone who makes their own kufis, it was just an abomination to kufis
It takes
across the
5
world.
yards of fabric. That must be for the long dress. What?
The shirt is huge, and they have these. I want to make D on the back. It's like a weird long preacher shirt.
Oh, with the pockets and the smock. Yeah, but you should just like print off a Scrubs pattern. You'd get the same look.
This is one of the most complicated. I love you, Mimi G. I love you. Which man, these are expensive too. These patterns are not cheap. This is one of the most complicated patterns I've ever come across in my life.
Oh, wow. That like belt with the package enhancement piece looks really weird. They're like, oh.
I was going for that, but I know we're going for that. I just don't like that look.
Yeah,
You
the
see that?
weird shorts and the above the ankles with the white shoes.
Because the pattern is for the old school patterns, and what he does is
This is like a vintage, right? If you're gonna go the full, do they even have the pockets on there?
This has 4 different patterns in it. It has the old school and the new school.
Why do they have the old school with the white guys and the new school with the brown guys?
Oh, the brown guy, I forgot his name, but him and Mimi G. They have their own patterns.
Okay,
So they're famous. Like they have their own lines. and so
Okay.
they use themselves as models. I subscribed to him and I don't even know his own name. I found him on the back of my pad. I'm like, I wonder if he have a YouTube channel. Of course he has. This young man has a YouTube channel. He's rich.
Oh, Kira, you make me happy.
That dude needs a concealed carry permit.
All I could look at was like, oh my god. Oh, I just.
He's on. He has a
You
chance.
might
We have
need
to find his
tuck
name
that
now.
kid.
We have to find his name now to respect his. We need to promote him now. This I bought for my flamenco print and I still haven't done it. And I actually have that print,
Flamenco.
that exact print.
Yes, with those pink seersucker striped shorts. Yes, please. What
It's
boat am I getting
it.
tonight?
How do you say it? I say it. Say a sucker.
It's seersucker, I think. But if we get it wrong, Ellie or Kilroy will correct us.
Very few. Very few have that body type that looks like. Thank you. I'm not that. I have big hips and ankles because I skate. I have a hockey body. So there's no way that I can wear those skinny jeans like that. I have full hockey body.
Yeah, I don't mind the slightly above the ankle because I don't like pants that drag. Where was I going with my thoughts?
But I'm gonna make that Miami Vice jacket. I just need to cut. Do you know the only reason I ever need an assistant is to cut out patterns? They lose my patience. I'm in my living room like, why did I start this project?
Oh, yeah. See, my human used to cut fabric, so when they see me like doing something funny, I get yelled at, which is the same way with dishes. It's like, get away from the fabric and hand me the scissors. I'm like, all right.
I wish.
Yeah, that doublet, and you're making the pants that I created of my own pattern, but you bought a pattern. Why are you buying patterns?
I've had this for years and years and years and years. I bought this in a giant box of patterns, like for years and years and years. And I only made this one. I am so left for right. I made this one. I do not know
the top or the pants.
The top. It's my Misfits. My Misfits with the chainmail.
Oh, okay.
The one where I'm wearing, which I put in my video. This one I will be making, and yes, you cannot see unsee that man's arm.
Yeah, the proportions are way off. One is like super long and the other's super short, but at least it doesn't look like he's packing a Glock in his waistband.
That man has gray sweatpants confidence. Let's just put it that way. So, should I make the hippie, the wizard, or death? This is an old costume. They're all hand drawn.
Cat lady, what are you talking about?
But it's for kids. The bottom ones are only for kids.
Oh, well, that's
they don't have the larger sizes.
Outfits with lady kids. That's weird. That's kind of creepy. I'm gonna have to call that out.
I bought this in a box. I bought this. Let's see what year this is from.
But why is it adult men's and little girls?
Let's see what year this is. I guarantee this is from the 70s when everybody hung out together. I guarantee you that's from the 70s. Because I can tell because
doesn't feel right to me anymore with that.
Because you can tell, like, this is total 70s, and this is from the 90s. Oops, because it has pictures.
I will be a space alien, please. Or oh god, just throw that one out. That's crap.
I buy giant boxes. Oh, you're gonna hate my Peter Pan then one, Michael Jackson. You're gonna hate this one. I buy giant boxes of patterns.
Oh, those
and keep in mind,
that Peter Pan's cute. The
and
kids,
keep in mind,
it's just kids. It's not creepy adult men and little girls. It's just little kids that I can deal with.
And people do ask me to make costumes all the time and pay me.
Costume season. If you want to get them selling now.
A shirt for the Olympic javelin throwers. I agree. Do the cat girl.
Exactly.
Do you know what's really funny? I almost bought some cat headphones, and Isaiah was like, "You are too old. Get out of here!" He like literally took the box out of my hand. He was willing to fight me.
Oh, I guess I'm banned from sewing right now, lest I get a cattail caught in my under the thread bar.
Enlarge the cat lady outfit. So everyone's voting for the cat lady, huh?
I called it.
Mr.
Allie
Death.
wants Mr. Death, but that's such an easy costume. I think the cat lady one. You can
If anyone
cosplay
knows.
Odin for Halloween because you don't have your 6-pack for your Power Rangers.
If anyone needs a Hillary Clinton power suit, call me. Call me. I got your
Oh, but
power
the
suit for
laces
you right
make it
here.
cute. That's
Dr. Hook. Pick a color. Now you have to buy the cat headphone. Thank you. He wanted to fight. Like he was like, he's like, I'll fight you.
you're like, I pay the bills, kid. Shut up.
I wanted to see where you're taking. I said, okay, let's do it. Okay. I said a couple months ago that I was gonna make this. I got started. It was so much more complicated than I ever knew. This is godless confession right now. This one is so complicated. My lighting is messing it up, but it's spectacular. Can you see it?
No, because Loki just literally tried to X me out of the stream.
Here we go. This is the coat. Can you see it?
Oh, yes. Oh, so just you don't need to be that complicated. That's like my house coat of craziness. It's just a quilt. Just don't feel
That's what I
constrained to
thought.
their stupid pattern.
That's what I thought. I've like quit 3 different times from making this thing.
You've got
I
enough
was like,
scraps. Just cut your scraps the way you want them and use the base and just not
She
worry
calls
about
it the crazy fun jacket.
It
Also,
is crazy and fun.
I'm probably gonna make number 5 instead of being a Power Ranger. I'm gonna be the one in the middle with the pink and be really popular for Halloween this year.
Oh, you're going to be I Dream of Jeannie. That's cute.
That jacket is way better than that jacket is way better than what Hillary wore. We used to call that the power suit. Crazy quilt.
That is my power suit, the I Dream of Jeannie.
The vampire is sick too, but I have so many capes. The black and the red. Like, let's be real.
Right. But I just defluffed my machine, Loki. You're covering it with cat hair, and now my thread's all wonky. Okay, do you want snackies? Come on.
Is that pattern patchwork? Yes. It is. Yes.
That's funny.
And the funny thing is, if you read her instructions, she's like, oh, this is easy. It's like maybe to you because you've been sewing for 45 years, like every day because you have nothing else better to do.
But it doesn't need to be that complicated. You just take your scraps and sew them together and pretend like, why fussy cut all those pieces, I say.
I bought this for this shirt, and I still haven't made this shirt.
Dude, that's a cute raglan top.
I still have not. And
Because you don't sew with knits. You don't sew with stretch. You sew with wovens. This is a challenge for you.
I sew with patio furniture. I do. I should just hang it all up and start making patio furniture. A Jimmy Genie outfit looks like a comfy outfit. I wanted to make the baseball top because I love that contrast look.
I was gonna say I am here. I'm not really black over here. It was just Loki's big butt in the way.
And then, of course, last but not least, everybody's favorite. And yes, this man does have a license to carry. What is his name?
I once
These guys are famous. Like in the sewing world, this is what you want to do. You want to be like these people because they've made it. They have their own patterns.
Oh, that's so. It's just. But why?
This is the same guy.
If that's the same basic raglan sleeve top with color blocking, you didn't need 2 of those. That's the exact same as the other one.
You know, I'm crazy. I'm a bit overspendy. Patterns are so expensive. Like and in the end, I bet if I lived anywhere else except for here, this was probably $25 or $30.
Oh, what the?
Yeah. And no, I know for a fact. I know for a fact that this was $35 because I bought fabric that day that was $40 because I only bought like 8 yards instead of my usual like 12. And then I bought this and the total was 75 something.
You got ripped. Oh God, what? You are a
I bought this at
freaking
Walmart.
moron.
More at Walmart. Patterns are expensive. Look up patterns. Let's
I
look up the
don't
price.
because I have to do so much alteration. I print crappy free to print and tape together, or I draft shit because I have to do so much alterations. The thought of paying money on patterns just makes me vomit
That's
in
why
my
I
mouth.
buy like the boxes of the really cheap ones at the thrift store. 'Cause I'm like, I hope there's a winner in there somewhere. Because
Yeah,
they're so expensive now. Because when I was a kid, I remember patterns were 75 cents a buck. I'd
right.
pick them out.
Yeah,
Because my dad sewed, so he was like, "Hey, what do you want? Pick out something." They were cheap, a quarter. You know, but yeah, I paid
too
thirty
much.
bucks, almost 35 for that Mimi G one.
Yeah, that's a racket. I would have to do so much alteration because I'm so short and big in the front and narrow in the back. Like, no, no thanks. If I have to alter more than 3 steps, I will not. No, I just don't pay for patterns. What am I talking about? Oh, let's see here. Oh, Kilroy. Waternays uppity. My idea of snack is a big bowl of nacho cheese and a bag of Santinos. Oh God! Ali says you better have got this in the same lot. You didn't
What?
wait for the pattern sale day. You're being shamed. And where's your glasses? I'm shaming you for.
I only paid a lot of money for that one, and I felt ripped off that day, and I never paid that much for a pattern ever again. And at Walmart, they have a 5.99 rack, like that PJ one that was only like $4 or $5. I've learned. That day I like walked out. I was like, I was like, what did I pay for? And I'm looking at my receipt, like, what the heck did I pay for? This was expensive too. But Mimi G, you pay more money for her name.
It's true. And I think that kind of goes into Allie's next comment that Angela Clayton makes so many patterns, she must get an okay amount for that now. Because she has some patterns that one of the big four, I'm going to forget which one, has made some of her, or there's commercially available versions of some of her
Oh,
patterns. But she's hardly selling right. Like she worked so hard and now she's not a Calvin Klein bow tie.
I wasn't playing last week when I said I actually have a real fancy NOI Nation of Islam real Calvin Klein bow tie. And because I'm a baby, I have a clip on behind it.
I
Because
don't
this
know
is a
that type
real
of bow tie.
this thing this I tied it in place, but this comes completely undone. This is a real one. Because when you get it, it's like they're like, okay, here's a bow tie, and they hand you a string, and you're like, what am I supposed to do with this? But yeah, this is my fakie though. I wear my fakie all the time. Well, the fancy rice is dinner, not much as a snack. I'm not above corn chips. Okay. So full disclosure, I'm addicted to Tostitos cheese dip and their chips. I take time off because I feel like it's doing something bad to my insides. Let's be real. Let's be 100%. What the hell? My dad's old army clothes. I grew up wearing a $40 pattern.
Yes, yes, a jumpsuit for airline air mechanic for pilot mechanics is way too expensive.
Yeah, that was damn near $40. Oh
No,
yeah.
can't do it. Won't will not can't. I could. I just refuse on a matter of principle.
Keep in mind also though, where I live in Southern California, and you pay Disneyland prices for everything. Like we
Yep,
pay
no, can't do
Disneyland
that.
prices
She
for.
does talk about her mental health and delaying her sewing in videos. And she seems to have another side hustle with sewing vintage patterns. So it's not like YouTube and content creating is her only source of income. And Does she still live with her parents? She might be. We talked about this yesterday. She might be an adult who may or may not still live at home. Don't quote me on that. I enjoy her content. Hence, she kind of is why my puffy pants keep getting more and more elaborate. I blame it all on her.
Angela talks about her mental health with her sewing and videos. I might start doing that with my lives every day. I love the restaurant Tostitos and the paste thick and chunky salsa sauce. I grew up on that. What is that commercial? New
Pace is
York
made in
City.
Texas. It's not New York City.
Get the rope. Back when you could actually say get the rope in a commercial. I say, my son asks me all the time, can you say that nowadays? Can you say that nowadays? And I'm like, no,
No.
son. I came from an era where people weren't such wankers.
Yeah, maybe we should bring back horrible jokes again because people are too touchy.
Same Kilroy. I buy the same jar. And you know what's funny? That price has gone up too. I was ready to riot in the streets when I saw it went from $1.50 to $2, and now it's like almost $5 for the big jar. I gotta put my bow tie back in my fancy Calvin Klein box. People talk trash. I always jokingly say I'm a former NOI. I really was. I've had this bow tie and my backup for 26 years. No, 27 years.
Yeah, she is a good bad influence for embellishing things. Because why did I decide to get high on glue on stream to do this shit? And
You
the other
really
side,
did.
I'm like, I'm over it. I don't need to get that high on glue to finish a project. I'm done.
I'll tell you, like I was looking you in the eye and you had that 1,000-yard stare.
It was big.
Like the stream was over and you like looked like this. And I was like, ooh, she is so high. Where's the rope? Tie it to her foot.
Right, yeah.
Ooh, she is glue is bad, kids.
Yeah, that A6000 is very strong. It adheres well.
Now you're gonna dress like Louis Farrakhan. I started making headbands because they have this weird branch that's branched off, and they dress like ninjas. There is this channel I watch. It's called Earn Your Leisure. The Nation of Islam is basically like Jordan Peterson thought he was original by telling people to make their bed. Like the NOI has been saying that since the 40s. Get up, make your bed, respect yourself, wear respectable clothes. That's basically really what it's all about. The religion and all that hoo-ha comes after. And but I made a headband because they dress like ninjas. I love how they dress.
Oh,
So I made
yeah, I know. Now I want corn chips and I would like the Fritos jalapeno dip, please. I should call me human.
oh. So now I'm dressing like a Ninja Turtle because those weird Earn Your Leisure guys dress like freaking Ninja Turtles. And yes, Kilroy glue is extremely. We gotta wear a respirator and work. I would pass out. I have bad lungs, says the smoker. I would pass out.
I thought I was. I had the window open, the house was opened, the fans were all blowing. I was not. Welcome. What is it? Cobra Kai.
This is going to be the moment. This is going to be the moment that person who never watches my channel tunes in and they're like, oh God, the sewing is crazy. Unsubscribe.
I don't mind headbands, but the ones that pinch too hard on the back of your ears, like, or the ones that used to have clips, like girl headbands, those hurt.
But that's why I did a soft tie on the back over my ears. Like I'm a professional, man. I'm a professional headband wearer. But
no, that's paste that tastes great, and I thought it was bland flavored from the kids that told me in kindergarten who used to eat paste. But that E6000, at some points I remember it being so close to my mouth and like tasting it, and I was like, I can't smell it, but I can taste the glue. Something is going bad.
Why not Waterne? Is it like a particular thing? I didn't even know people still dress like this. And on the East Coast, there is a large amount of young African American men. They do push ups too. You can't just run up on them, they're tough. But like they dress like Ninja Turtles. And because they're buff, you know you can't say it to their face that they dress like Ninja Turtles. But I watch certain things looking for people's style, and I was like, oh, I'm so stealing your style. I am stealing your headband because my mom buys me all these weird like patches.
You did warn me. I thought I was ventilated enough, and I obviously wasn't because the next day I did like four. No, I waited till Thursday and I did a couple more, and I'm like, no, can't do it. that that E6000 is no shit.
Sitting in a room with chemicals in a non well ventilated room is just a bad idea.
Yeah, I thought I was, and I was not enough. Yeah. Oh, oh, I hate those hit. Oh, should we do my funness of dermatographia when you like can scratch your arm and then it's gonna get red and itchy for like 5 minutes and it's gonna blow. Of course, now it's not gonna. Oh, there's my rash. It itches, it burns. I'm not uncomfortable. Dermatographia is real and it fucking blows.
Yeah, when it comes to that kind of glue, you need a fan in the window and another fan blowing across your workbench.
I know. I had the ceiling fan on, the window open, the back door open. Like there was fans. But yeah, that's shit's hardcore.
That one that you have on is all right. It's the higher middle of the forehead ones that I don't like. I
Yep.
measured that to be the exact size as covering my eyebrows to like the almost crown of my head. So I like sat around and thought about it, but I know what you're talking about. And also, a few of these people that wear the headbands, they have high tops. I have no hair. I can't hide a headband with a high headband, so I have to have a precise headband. Like that's why I love the ski headbands because they're made to go around your ears.
Why did I do that to myself? I hate it every time. It burns and it itches and I hate my skin.
I don't know. I'm in this weird phase. So my Jinkos were a semi-success. I'm gonna put them on in a minute. I'm gonna put them on in a minute. I'm gonna
I'm
show
gonna
you.
just continue to turn my sausage roll of fabric.
And freaking you know what? Where's my stop cam? Oh, I missed Godzilla. The But what happened is that I didn't precisely measure, and I was doing what I call emotional sewing, where I was emotional and I was just sewing. And I didn't I have bunching at the knees because I didn't measure properly and I didn't cut properly, really is what it was. But they look really cool from far away, but I have this really weird bunching.
Oh right, because you were gonna put a patch. Could you just put some like quick little pin tucks in there and just call it done and be like, this is my like motocross extra fabric at the knee feature.
Yeah, but that's total shades of my failure of pleather pants. Every time I look at those pants, I shame myself. I'm like, William, you know how to sew. Even leather, that was my thing. I destroyed the last pieces of pleather I had. But they look like really cool motocross pants.
No, I'm not making stuff to sew a jumpsuit. I needed a few more panels of the painting for my poofy pants, so I sewed another one that I'm not going to bedazzle because I don't enjoy being high on E6000. And I think with the sequins on the other leg, if everything is bedazzled or sequined, that I might get overwhelmed and my
Man,
numb
what was I
arm can't
thinking?
handle that much fanciness right now.
I want to say for the permanent record, here in the House of Sewing, I am willing to show my mistakes because I want people to know that Po Buddy's nerfed and that
Exactly.
it's okay to make mistakes while
I made
sewing.
piping and my stitches are showing through. Do I care? No. It's okay. I'm okay with this.
Actually, I got to make sure XYZ. Okay, good.
What are we not showing?
Okay.
Exactly. If everything glitters, you don't notice it. I know. Yeah, the eye needs a little bit of a visual break because the pattern, everything is so OTT on this outfit, and I just don't. I just don't want to do it, and it's mine, so I don't have to.
Oh, because they're black, you can't see the mistakes. That's so funny. There's massive bunching at the knees. You'll see in my video. Oh, that's so funny. But
A
because
little
they're
bit from the front, but yeah, they're so oversized. Like it doesn't. It's not as horrible as you think it is
if
right
you saw
now.
no, if you saw them face to face, you'd be like, bro, here's a seam ripper. Hey, I have I don't know if you can see it on the sides. It's just I have massive tenting, is what it is. And you're supposed to sew them into each other, and I kind of like flapped them, and it's denim, so it's a lot more stiff than it should be.
Mm.
These are oddly comfortable.
You should be comfortable.
No, it's because I took these Wrangler did the same thing that Levi did, and they made that weird paternity jean with that stretchy material.
Oh, right, because yeah.
And I don't like them, so I am willing to cut those because A, they don't last. Like if you fall in the tractor, you're gonna rip. I had a pair of Walmart jeans that like saved my leg, and the Wranglers are 10 times more expensive. But my other Jankos are 10 times. I don't know why I hit a home run on my first Jankos.
Luck. Beginner's luck.
So I should do more tucks and make it see-through.
Yes, just make them like motocross knees. You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. So this Wednesday, what should I sew? I might keep these on. Gosh,
Well,
there's massive
There's
bunch.
like only 95 days to Halloween, so if you need a costume, you better start now. Or it's going to be 3 hours of push-ups so you can fit your costume of your dreams.
I'm of that age where I have to plan because what happens when I do 3 hours of push-ups, I can't move my arms the next day. So when I do that, I'm done. When I do that, I am like done for completely. All right, let me see if I can get that angle because they did look great from far away, but I'm all about truth here in the house of sewing. Let me see if I can show the bunching. Prepare yourself. This is brutal. Oh, they're black, so you can't tell. Oh, you can see now. Watch.
Oh, yeah. What did you do with the...
I don't know what I did. Look at my knees.
What
Look at my
happened
knees.
there?
See, I
Actually,
told you they look terrible.
yeah.
I did something, and they bunched. They bunched.
Okay, just hold
heavy.
still and let me think.
See, man, life is nothing but lights, glitz, and camera tricks because from far away, these look perfect. But
Yeah,
when
this
from here,
no,
you
yeah,
finally.
this looks like a hot mess, and I'm not going to buy you dinner for seeing that your stitches look wrong. Did you catch? Okay, as I'm like pointing to my. Oh no, you can see my finger. It kind of looks like you caught the fabric at the top. Like, did you catch too much of the right there where your hand is? Did you sew stuff that you shouldn't have?
I think I did.
Or did you? Are they flat and you sewed a U in them to make the more wide, like instead of just like tapering them big? Like, what did you do? So that pattern's
I told you
fucked
I
up.
messed these ones up.
You did. I would use that as a lining, and I would just make those again because those are not salvageable.
I told you this is gonna be part of my my next. Okay, and so I'll try on my other ones. So for my next, these are gonna be part of my my parachute.
as for the next disaster.
I see, and this is what happens when you sew jackets every week.
Okay,
You
let's
forget how
see
to make
here.
jinkos.
Allie says big bunching with this angle. Waternay, open the seams and try again. Yeah, I think he needs more than that. Allie, you fell off the line at the knee. They went bell bottomish without really knowing it. True, but there's something
Exactly.
else that feels wrong there. Kilroy, you just need to make a ragged top and then say you're a 90s Charlie Chaplin. Yeah, the taper is off. There's some.
And then there's these are gangster. Hold on, let me get my. I love these pants. These are my
We
perfect.
can't. All we see is your belly.
I earned that, dad bod. I earned that every Dorito and burrito. I don't turn down Doritos or burritos. These. Hold on, let me move all of this stuff. It's cluttery here in the house of sewing. What do I use music stands for? Sewing.
Yeah, how did you go from this to that next disaster? Like, what did you do wrong?
I don't know. You know why?
I
It's
would
because I came in
reflect my
arrogant.
steps.
These are
because-
perfect. These are my first attempt at Jankos. These are perfect.
Right, other than the hem being not right, like
Well, I did that on purpose because
okay,
they were
okay, fair.
chunkier. They were like they're
Allie,
flat-footed.
they need no hem on the bottom. We thought the same thing. Like your pants are too long.
Well, it's because and also it's because I'm not wearing my shoes.
Those need more than cowboy boots. Those need
When
like
I
a
make-
6-inch lift in the heel to make those not drag on the floor.
When I make pants, though, I make them with my shoes in consideration because I'm that short. I
Shut
lie
up!
about my height.
I will not hear complaints about you being short. You're
I live in a land of giants, Phoenix.
Yeah, that's
Everyone
fine,
around here
because
is like six
could have been
six and
cast
up.
as a dwarf from the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs that had no dwarfs in it, and they're complaining that they didn't get represented.
I don't know what I did to my so my black pants are a disaster. I'm gonna have to seam rip them and start over.
Yeah,
Because I wanted them to look like this.
you you caught something wrong when you were
Take a
sewing
look at
it.
the
Like,
chat. Did you sew from the knee down? You know what? I think I sewed in all directions as part of the problem, Waternay. I came from every direction that I possibly could.
yeah,
'Cause
I've learned one of the few things, like, there is a direction that you're supposed to sew shit in, and you fucked that up hardcore. Oh, I apologize for, I've got all the cursey pirate words tonight.
We get it. You can fix a Tic Tac container.
Yes, I can. I know all you folks
Oh, you can
who like.
fit in a Tic
I
Tac.
will fit in your luggage, and you can put me in steerage, and you can pay for your tickets, and I'll just ride along like a flea.
Almost every human around me is 6 feet and up where I live.
Shut
Almost
up.
every human. Almost every. It's
Like an
selective.
entire foot, 12 inches taller than I am. How's the air up there, humans?
That's why I always say I live in the land of giants, because when I go into LA, that's Truth City because everyone's around my height. But around here, every other male is around, and the kids too. Like I told you, I took Isaiah to do his physical evaluation. There was a 12-year-old who was 6'5".
Holy shitballs.
That's what I said. He walked up. All the parents were standing there. We thought he was going to come hang out with us because we thought he was an adult.
No. I know, Waternay. I'm glad I can make you feel tall at 5'3 3/4. We will round that up to 5'4", and yes, you are taller than I am.
I thought you were taller for some reason.
Me, no. You meant Waternay.
That's so funny though. Back in the day, I say this all the time. I used to stream with somebody, and we were all talking about our height one day, and I'm griping my usual 5'9" gripe, and he looks at the screen and he's like, "God, the song, shut up. I'm 5'2".
That's still taller than I am.
I did though, yeah, but for a grown man, my kid's my height. He's 5'9", and he's gonna be taller than I am. He's definitely not done growing at all.
Soon, but not quite.
So what should I work on? Like I have all these really cool shirts. Um I collect work shirts because I don't like doing laundry. So I have hundreds of work shirts and I sew crazy stuff on them. But there's certain colors I have to avoid because I don't want to look like a cop.
Or to wear the same color as you. Sorry.
5'9" Gripe is your new punk band. It is true though. It is true. Like I do gripe about being 5'9" because I live in the land of giants. Gosh, these
People have
pants are
tiny
perfect.
boobers. Come on. Come
But
on.
like this I got at a Goodwill. This is from a New Orleans pleasure club.
You had so many snackies.
Oh, kitty. They will.
Oh, there's 2 kitties.
People care more about the cats.
I know. They like steal the show all the time.
My wife is 5 foot nothing. Do you know I watched my grandma go from 5'2" to 4'11 because she lived to be 99 years old, and I watched her shrink in front of my eyes in like real time. Oh man!
Let everybody look at your beautiful eyes. Even the vet says Loki has the most beautiful eyes. Look at your eyes.
Aww.
Beautiful they are.
Aww.
They're like green and blue color changing. Loki's just beautiful. What are you guys breaking over there?
That's it. Gotta do some yoga. Oh, excuse me. There is this person that keeps on showing up on my YouTube because I fall for thirst traps. And she claims that she's a yoga instructor, but really she's just like showing off her assets.
Yeah, can we talk about the ladies who complain about folks looking at them at the gyms when they wear skimpy gym clothes? Like, if you are gonna wear something revealing and go to the gym, you should expect to be looked at. Like, you got to know what's going on. They are soft floofs.
I'm spoiled because I go to my own private gym where there's no one in
Me
there.
too.
Where I could like skate on the floor. If I did that in a like a membership gym, they would literally call the cops on me. You know it's funny, I really don't know gym etiquette because I'm skating in my gym. I can like walk around stark naked because I have the keys and I can like
And
lock
you
the
know when
door.
people are gonna show up.
Oh yeah, I know the hours in which I. So I really don't know gym etiquette. Is it wrong? Like, is it wrong for people to tape themselves at the gym? Because I won a privacy case. Let's be fully disclosed. I won a case in court about where's that line of.
Yeah, but that was at your own property. I think the gym stuff is different because it's like you're at a public place. Everybody pays equally to be there. And if you're filming at the gym, it just kind of feels like a disrespect for the other gym folks. Like, I just film myself at my house, but I have filmed when I was going more to the circus studio, but there's not that many people there.
I'll tell you, like, if you shrink wrap your ass, don't be surprised if you get a couple of stares.
Right, exactly. Like, if your cooter's showing, your cheeks are hanging out, and you're at the gym and you're filming yourself, like, you were saying, please look at me.
There's looking, there's staring and leering. Let's remember the difference. I agree.
True, but what about that girl who called out the gentleman who was like literally blind for staring at them at the gym, and they like that like that was a hard one.
there's filming etiquette. Don't hog the machine to film. See, I don't know any of this stuff because I would never film in public like that. I believe people deserve to have your own personal autonomy. I I don't know. And also like I call it drag queen etiquette. Like you don't pull your phone out in the dressing room. You don't pull your phone out. Like there's just certain things that you don't do. And so it's weird to me. And again, I'm not trying to be an ageist, but it seems like a certain group of people are doing this, an age group.
Yeah, don't trip people with your camera. Yes, and you shouldn't film other people. Right, that's when you need a disclosure act.
But I constantly because I am the devil's advocate. Where's that line? It just seems weird to me because I'm a YouTube aficionado and I watch all kinds of videos, but like some people are like, stop coming to my gym and filming. You're a distraction. Like you don't come here to work out. You come here to show your nalgas and distract everybody.
Well, and that's different too. Like, you go to the gym to work out. You don't go to the gym to try to be a thirst trap. Or, I mean, you shouldn't, but I don't know.
Okay, but what happens if I'm gonna make one of those old school wrestlers circus style suits, like a real one with the straps and everything, okay?
That's see, now you have your next project. Stop wondering now you've got to draft it because
But
you
if
don't
I
own
wore
that
that,
pattern.
oh no, I don't. I could make but things like that, I make them better in my head. Okay, oh, that reminds me. I'm so glad we brought this up. I found my anyways, if I wore that to the gym, people would stare at me. They'd be like, "Dude, did this fool just time travel?
And that would
Where
be
did this?"
funny, and you would do it because you knew it was going to get looks. Like I think there's a.
I know when I wear my patches in public, people are gonna stare at me, especially certain jackets. When I wear certain things, I know I'm gonna like. I know someone's gonna most 99.999% of the time I get, hey, that's a really awesome vest. Or people awkwardly stare at me.
Which is fine too, right? It's like Nietzsche, like love me, hate me, just don't feel indifferent. Like I want to
Yeah.
react it. I'm a
I
bitch.
my mom tells me all the time because she'll walk behind me and she's like, man, that guy gave you the up and down. Because they're like looking at my coat or they wait for
Right?
me to walk by and they want to see what's on the back. But you can sometimes understand some who have a bit of chip on their shoulder. When you get harassed all the time, you start feeling like everyone is harassing you. I agree. I am defensive because of that very thing. But I am an agoraphobe who hides in my house because of those very issues. So I don't deal with this on it. I don't know the etiquette.
Yeah, I haven't had that experience. Mine's mostly been self-imposed of like I don't fit into this mold and I don't feel good enough, so I hide.
Where's my pen? I need to write
Let's see
this
here.
down.
I recently think see I have seen recently, I think prior Attire's last video, she had a swimsuits from 3 eras. Ooh.
I love
And
those.
oh, she did some linen suit or three-piece suit for her gent, which was super cute. Unless you're filming pumping iron 2, don't take videos of people at the gym. It's fair, right? And if you're gonna do like hip thrusts with a barbell, like there's some movements that just get people's attention. And then there was that one chick, the guy just thought she was gonna hurt herself and was trying to be nice and assist her. And then she was like, "Why are you looking at me?" Like, if your cheeks are hanging out and your belly's showing, people are gonna look like, ick.
Hey Joe, do you know I have some wool laying around? It's just I'm definitely allergic to itching.
Do I want to? Oh,
I
let's.
also some people are filming their workouts for reasons. Also, okay, and I'm addicted to watching those weight loss videos where someone goes from like 300 to like 110. I'm addicted to watching those. So I'm not sure I've ever seen someone filming anything. How's it going, Joe? Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, you
Ooh,
missed it. I tried on both of my Janko style pants. My first one they were a failure from up close.
okay, I'm gonna have to look at that. I wonder if she used a lightweight like wool suiting because, or there are some lightweight wools that I think would actually be nice for a bathing costume. That I, yeah.
I want to embrace my dad bod for as long as I have it because I've been working to get rid of it and I've already lost some weight.
Well,
So
you
I
should
want to
just
make
don't embrace it and just get rid of the rest of it and just like move on from this phase. Like, you don't need this. No.
I have you ever watched the show Absolutely Fabulous?
Yes.
I had an Edwina Monsoon moment where I tried on my pants and they had shrunk.
Yeah, I hate those moments, and it's usually me of too much stuff in your mouth and not moving enough.
And then my son's like, "Well, maybe you should stop eating so many potatoes." And I'm like, "Maybe you shouldn't judge people, bro." I love
100%.
potatoes, and I grow my own too. I grow my own potatoes and I eat them obsessively because they're bomb.
Yeah, because homegrown stuff is always better. I'm gonna have to look at this 100 weight wool. Yeah, something like because they're but wool really is like that. It wicks nicely. Like when it's winter time, I love sleeping with one of my weird falling apart wool sweaters because it just holds all the moisture. I just had a spare tire for the rough road in life.
Damn right.
Oh,
Damn,
you
let
just
that up
had
for a moment.
because Kilroy does not have any spare tires, I don't think. I
Need
need
Victorian wool pants.
Victorian wool pant stretchers. Ah, so this is how you like old fashioned shoe
I think wool's
stretchers
not.
when your wool doesn't fit right anymore. You just like stretch it to like, I'm not this size anymore. I'm this size.
Oh, I
I
like
will
that.
stretch my clothes. My hands are not doing well. I think that's making. Mm.
I like that. I'll stretch. I have a bunch of wool jackets. Can I stretch them to fit again?
Sure, why not?
I think wool is naturally buoyant and retains heat, so a wool swimsuit would be warm. That is true, but I do live next to one of the coldest oceans I've ever been in.
Right. Will's this magical thing like it's warm but cool, but holds a lot of moisture because it can hold.
That's a good point, though, Joe. That is, it is. But I'm strangely warm blooded. And this is why people make fun of me where I get cold under 79 degrees, but I have an elevated body temperature. And so I'm like a lizard. I need like a hot rock.
I do too.
If I
I'm
move
cold
somewhere.
blooded. My heart. I'm a cold blooded witch. I can't help it. I can't help what I am.
Oh, you have no idea. You don't even want to know. They call my mom Queen of Hearts at the job because she's always like off with their heads. And they
That's another cost. I've been looking at this ridiculous, like Victorian carousel costume that's got a circle, like a hoop skirt with a platform with carousel animals on attached to the skirt, and I have some extra hula hoop tubing. I want. I'm gonna make that costume probably next year because I can't do the skirt and make all the animals before October this year.
I'm saying this in all seriousness. Can you really stretch wool? Are they stretching or
Yeah,
are they just reshaping after laundering? Because I have a jacket. I can't. I call it my jet. My. I had an obsession with John Barrowman until I danced with him and he grabbed my butt. But I call it my Captain Jack Harkness jacket. It's my Doctor Who jacket, and
you can put
um,
there. There are shoe stretchers for leather shoes. You can stretch leather, and you can dry it to a new size.
can you
Yes.
really stretch? I didn't know that, but I have a bunch of wool coats that I've outgrown because I'm not 170 pounds anymore.
Well, maybe I would first, before you stretch your jackets out, you should get rid of that 20 pounds that you don't need and then reassess as I'm
I've
talking with my.
lost. I gained 50 and I've lost 29 of it.
Okay, so good work. So, in another 20, their jackets will fit. So, shut up about,
Yeah,
why
but
next.
it took me 3 years to gain the weight and it took me 8 months to lose the weight.
Yeah, by January next year, your jackets will fit. So as I whack at you with my tube
See, but
of
the thing is,
fabric,
I have a ethnic mother, and so the like the from November
right?
on she's
The body
cooking.
shaming is real.
Yeah.
You're too fat. You're too skinny. Eat
Yep.
more. You're too fat. No, I get it. But
I thought a
yeah.
wool suit ticket would be an advantage. Do you know what's really funny? There's this place in Hollywood. I'm gonna take it up one day. They sell you 3 wool suits for $100. I'm gonna go
What?
in there one day and I'm gonna get those suits. And they've had that same size in Hollywood since I was a grommet. I was like 19 years old, a kid. I'd walk past it. That same sign is up. I'm so curious, and I know they're wool suits. Because I asked one day, and he's like, "They're all wool." I was like, "That's not a deal breaker." That is very interesting. Both after laundering, rain damage, shrinkage, and getting a larger size, not much though. I have what I call like a navy pea coat. I've got that thing drenched and it didn't shrink. It got that weird petroleum smell, but like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like when you get a brand new pea coat, it has a weird smell to it. Yay, Commander's headed home. The only way I can describe it is like crude oil.
I There must be something wrong with your wool. I've not, and it's been a hot minute since I've had a proper pea coat.
I have a real one. It's like my I've had it. It still fits. I try it on every 6 months. Like, okay, good, you still fit. It's a real navy peak. I love that thing. It looks dramatic with my cowboy hat. I'm totally like a Jewish or Italian grandmother. You got to eat more. That's
Oh
my
yeah, when
mom.
you're skin and bones and like a giant, you've got real estate to fill out. But when you're a short hourglass like me, there's
Recently my son like is getting skinny, and instead of saying anything to him, I just told my mom, I'm like, your grandson's getting kind of skinny. Man, she made chicken and rice. She made like
you
grandma
let
cooking it
somebody
up.
else fat skinny shame him so you didn't have to.
Well, where I'm from, my grandmother was the original fat shamer, and she would call you out in a crowd, and she was like 5'2", speaking to like grown men. She was not scared of a soul.
Yeah, no, those
She-
ethnic grannies, they're
my
you
grandma
can't
wasn't
beat
born.
them.
Yeah,
It
she
doesn't
wasn't
even
born.
matter. My own Jewish grandma, my Polish relatives, my friend who's from India, who's not an Indian grandma because he's younger than I am, but it's all the same. Yes, lanolin does have a very interesting scent. That's probably the petroleum smell.
I think that's what it is. Like there's certain things that I buy, certain canvas covers, they all have that same smell as my Pico. Especially we have canvas covers for a lot of tools, a lot of things that we keep outside. Like it has a really weird smell, and it's the same smell as my Pico. Wool
But let
blankets have that smell also.
Yeah, right. The
Exactly.
lanolin. It's so funny because where was I? I was telling my human, like, when I have real silk, because I would like this green, the more it pretends to be silk, but it's not. But when I go to my real silk and I smell it, it's got
Yep.
real silk has a smell that is not like other smells.
It's the weirdest thing. It's the strangest thing. It's just weird to me that certain things have the exact same smell, and it's because they literally are used with certain chemicals, though.
Right, or right, lanolin's got a not even chemicals. The lanolin's got a smell. Well, silk has a smell. This doesn't smell. As I'm like smelling my fabric.
Okay, so we said this yesterday, but I need you to remember that here at the Godless Sewing Channel, I don't always retain things because I'm smoking while streaming. What is Sucker?
Seersucker. It's that white and blue or pink and blue striped. It's like a gauzy East Coast pretentious fabric from like, oh, I'm gonna forget, from the East Coast. It's a pretentious East Coast fabric with
They talk
stripes.
they talk about it in Are You Being Served? Captain Peacock will like say all the different materials, and he's like, "Oh, this suit's made out of seersucker," and I'm like, "Never knew."
Seersucker.
Sayer, tomato,
I
tomato,
thought it's
potato, potato.
SEER, but somebody will correct me because
Does anyone remember Peter Piper?
Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers with his perfect pecker.
Okay, good, because I do that as an exercise during my bloopers, and I can't get very far. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers.
Pickled
Peter
peppers.
Piper packed a
Pick-
pick of pick. Peter Piper
Peter
picked a
Piper
see.
picked a pack of pickled peppers.
Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers.
Pinstripe. It is pinstripe. Yes. Let's see. I know. I agree, Waternay. I do prefer real wool and real silk because it's much nicer than these synthetics. Seersucker is what summer suits were made of. It's the fancy bougie
It
fabric.
really seriously. Seersucker is a tiny waffle weave fabric used in summer clothes. So do I have
Yeah,
that in some of my board shorts?
probably not because West Coast would you no, probably not.
Because I have like swimming board shorts and actual like surfing. You're surfing with these. These are not going to fall off real
No,
board
that's not.
shorts.
No, they would not have denigrated seersucker by making such mundane costumes.
Well, they're just double reinforced so they don't fly off when a wave hits you and your shorts don't go with it.
Yeah, no, those are probably synthetics. No, seersucker's fancier than that. Unless your shorts were made in 1899.
It's so funny because I work with such rough material. I really don't know the difference of a lot of stuff. You said it earlier, and it is true. I work with the more coarse material because I like how stiff it is, and you can quote me on that. I do like a good stiff
There's
material,
nothing wrong with a firm fabric, but
and and I'll show you right now what I'm like. I'm thinking about making a turtleneck out of this because I can't think of anything else to make out of this material because it's like so out of my realm. Well, it's not out of my realm.
okay, let's see here. If Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Good question. How many did he pick? Let's see. Seersucker really isn't durable enough for outdoor clothing like that. No, it is not. It is fancy bougie fabric.
This
Joe said,
is this I got from my last Hobby Lobby pirate haul. This is more of a way more soft semi. This is what I always say. This is what every dress on earth is made out of.
"Oh yeah, a two-way double knit stretch." Yes.
And so I'm thinking about making a turtleneck out of it
Yeah, that would work. Uh,
because I have the pattern for the shirt and I know it'll fit me perfectly and I know I have my own blocks. The funny thing is behind there I have a bunch of blocks for vests for all kinds of my old leather stuff.
yeah, don't spend money on if you. Oh, gee, yes, seersucker is fancy Massachusetts waspy snob fabric.
That's why the West Coaster is like, huh? What is this? What is this
Right?
foreign subject? What is this foreign
Exactly.
subject
What
that
is
you
this
speak of?
seersucker you speak of?
It's true though, because and that's another thing. I wear more durable clothes because I work outside. I drive a tractor. Like, I do hardcore stuff. I go hiking. I'm obsessed with the ocean. Like,
Yeah, seersucker is like bougie fabric.
is East Coast Massachusetts snob. It's so funny. I've been watching a lot of stuff about wrestling. I forgot how snobby people in Connecticut were, and I've been there. I forgot about how like exclusive Connecticut is. It's like you can't live
It's those
here.
old-fashioned wasps.
What's that?
It's waspy fabric.
The Hampton. Excuse me. I just forgot about all these places. I've been to Massachusetts and like that was way more exclusionary than I thought Pennsylvania was.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, 100%. I know. I was going to say, isn't there a P in the Hamptons?
seersucker is what you wear if you're seeing Hamilton in the afternoon and going to get a cocktail party in the Hamptons in the evening. Do you know what's so
Yes.
funny? When the Book of Mormon was here, that was like the bougie thing where everyone was like, "I'm gonna go get an overpriced pizza and go see the Book of Mormon." That was like the bougie California thing. And no, I still haven't seen the Book of Mormon because all the yuppies,
Not either.
I haven't seen all the yuppies were obsessed with it. And my neighbor, he's a good guy, but he went at least 6 or 7 times.
Sorry, will like be my favorite to submission.
I'm like, I am such a clean freak in this room. I'm like putting everything away.
Oh,
I
that's
forgot
good.
about my Calvin Klein bow tie.
I just want this last like 2 inches to turn out. Just get out of your hole, man.
Quote of the evening.
Yeah. Just push your head out of the hole.
Do you know what's really funny? Like here in Southern California, like being bougie is going to the tea room. And I didn't realize how bougie the tea room was until my mom one time, and my mom has a picture with Michelle Obama.
What? Okay.
And
So
then I'm like, okay, the tea room is bougie, bro. Like she took my ex-wife there. Like I didn't know how bougie it was because I don't do those things because I'm not like, I'll drink tea, but I'm not like, I like some down home tea like in Bristol when you're drinking
yeah,
it
you.
next to the
Wait, so
the metal
speaking
yard,
of Michelle Obama, what is this? What do you think about this whole notion? Because there's no pictures of them being pregnant with the girls, and this whole rumor that's going around that they are actually XY and not XX.
because it got started on Twitter. I kind of don't believe it. I don't know. And you know, unfortunately with something like that, you can't not necessarily ask them, you know. I think, but they've
Karen,
been,
you might be like dead like the chef.
oh, you don't mess, man. She is literally switching candy with George W. Bush. You don't mess with her.
Yeah.
She's part of that cabal. Left, right, up, down, there, you know.
Oh yeah, they are.
I think when you don't like somebody, you'll like. I'm biased because I'm a Obama shill. So like, I think when you don't like somebody, you're gonna say, "Oh, they're this or they're that." There's a huge row right now on Black Twitter between T.S. Madison and Jess Hilarious because Jess Hilarious said all the turf talking points, and T.S. Madison went off. And you know what? Honestly, after all of these years, people have not learned that they are saying the same thing over and over. No one's ever going to agree. We all need to go live our lives in peace. I don't agree with Jess Hilarious, but you know what? Like, we live in America. She has a right to say what she has to say. I didn't even really like T.S. Madison, and recently T.S. Madison went off and said some truth, and I'm like, you get it. You get it, you know? I think if you don't like somebody, it's easy to dehumanize them. And like, that's why I try to stay off of Twitter and stuff like that. Because I did fall down that Michelle Obama rabbit hole. I did. And they've been going for months. And there's a guy that now pops up on my Twitter every day. He posts a different picture, but it's photoshopped of her hair off, and we all look alike in a weird way. If you were to shave your like if you were to shave my sister's head, she would look like me in a weird way, and my brother. You know.
Yeah.
We like that tea that you don't drink while you're liberating for. We're like, I live in Branson, more or less. We go see the Dollywood Theater. Too bougie. I've been to Dollywood.
I drove past it, but I did not stop.
It's a tourist trap and a
It
half.
is. But the Pigeon Forge Airport is the cutest, most adorable tiny airport I've ever seen.
There's a saying, even a broken clock is twice right a
That is
day.
true.
I am biased towards Barack Obama. Like I'm a total like Um, I'm a total apologist. So when I see that, like people are crazy, because there's people that don't like me and they completely and utterly trash me and say all kinds of things that aren't true. Until there's actual proof, you're just like, I'd rather go to Iraq. Don't say that too many times. Don't say that too many times. I'll send you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. I love tourist traps. I won't even lie. Like, I love tourist traps. Florida is the worst for that because they have more land than California. So, like, you'll get Disney World, you'll get Universal Planet. Like, Universal is on acres. Because our Universal Studios, you could walk the whole park in a day. It's tiny. It's on a hill, too. The thing is, if you don't like someone's politics or whatever you have, that's what you should address. You're you're ugly and your mama dresses you funny is some playground nonsense. I think that's the one thing that shocked me the most when we got online, like in the debate me bro crowd. Like, if you want to have discourse, if you want to talk, we can talk. But the second it becomes the insults, like, I'm gonna hurt your feelings because I was raised in the yo mama era.
Oh, those are the best jokes.
I don't play, and I got ones that I've been saving for years. I got ones that I practice them in the mirror. We are very sophisticated here in Missouri. You know what though? I'll tell you, Joe. Like, I think you are. Like, I live in Southern California, and we think we are so much better than everybody else. I've been to Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City looks like LA. It's fancy. It has nice museums. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't dog yourself too hard. I've been to Missouri. You know what? I judge a place like I said this last week. Utah is the only place I've ever been that was completely stereotypical. That's it. Utah is the only place. I've been to every other state except for Hawaii in the Union, including Alaska, and people were pretty chill with me. I got a lot of looks on the East Coast, though. Everybody thought I was a Cuban.
Well, that's like there's not that many folks from Puerto Rico on the West Coast. You just assume everybody's Mexican, but on the East Coast, you don't think you're Mexican. Your first default is you're from Puerto Rico.
I was raised with all the insult comedians. Exactly. If you want to come at me, I'm going to read you. I'm going to read you like a book. I'm just going to tell you my real opinion. I've traveled the world. Missouri is simple. Do you know what's really funny? I think that of Los Angeles. Because I'm from here, I'm like, this place is just so podunk, like wannabe, like, but it's because I'm from here and I've watched it change. I don't like. I know what you're saying. Do you think we're biased towards our hometown, whether it be
Oh,
good or
of
bad?
course, for better or worse.
Mm-hmm. Because I keep on moving back here. Like, I'll like move somewhere and then I'm like, oh, that sucks, and then I move back to this exact spot.
Yeah, see, my only thing that stops me is snow is a dirty four-letter word and lake effect is two dirty four-letter words.
No one place gets dibs on all the culture or home cooking or the. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I flew through Puerto Rico. The airport staff all spoke Spanish with me. You know what though? It's funny you'd say that, Waternay. When I lived in my hometown, everybody would say that I'm African American because they'd see me walking around with my father. When I moved to Los Angeles, I didn't speak English until I moved back to. I didn't speak English until I moved to Portland because people spoke English in Portland. But
Hmm.
like, people quit speaking English to me completely. They just assumed that I was Hispanic in some direction. This leather is so old. Do you hear that?
Ooh, you're squeaking.
It still has that stiffness, and this jacket is older than me.
You need to. When's the last time you conditioned it and rubbed it down with some settle soap? Your leather. Some love.
Actually, within the past like month or two, I actually have it under my foot. I have a whole leather conditioning kit because I keep my leather beautiful and pristine. But this one,
Supple.
I like how it's fading though. I love seeing the people from Boston and New York get all high and mighty about how cold it is during the winter. Then they experience lake effect and get put in their place.
Because lake effect is like dirty. Those that is a lake effect. Snow is dirty four-letter words. I know effect is more than four letters, but
I was at a restaurant. The waiter kept speaking Spanish to me. The hilarious thing is that he would turn and speak English to the Mexican guy I was with. Okay, I have two views on that. Like, that is funny, but I dated a young woman who was from El Salvador, and my being my she would always tell me I'm Americanized, and she would always correct my Spanish. So it drove me mentally insane. She'd say, she's like, you speak Spanish like a white person. I'd be like, I'm from the valley. Leave me alone. Leave me
well,
alone.
I've learned that like Barcelona Spanish, like school Spanish, is not Spanish from South America. It's a completely different language.
And there's different dialects. Like, I do not speak Castilian. I do not speak Portuguese.
Yeah,
I speak
yeah,
Mexican,
Portuguese is not Spanish.
but people think that it is. But Castilian is unfortunately a mix of all of them. And that's the Spanish. And like I speak
More from like Barcelona.
Yeah, but people in Central and South America speak Castilian. Argentinians speak Castilian,
Hmm.
and so it's a language that is widely spoken. But I speak Mexican Spanish.
Yeah.
Hey, Commander, how's it going?
Oh, muted.
All right.
It takes a minute to get the signal up to the central command up there.
More like I had to make sure that I wasn't getting the feedback through the desktop audio because I forgot to activate the headphones.
Oh, okay. How are you doing today?
Well, outside of that little thing I discussed in the back chat, pretty good. I wanted to just makes you that thing that I wrote about my grandparents, you misread something. No, they weren't Republicans, at least not by today's standards. My grandfather was a Republican up until Nixon opened relations with China, but that was only because the unions were stealing stuff off his trucks.
My father was a Republican because he felt that if you were part of a certain tax bracket, that you had to be a Republican. My mom has never deviated. She calls herself a Kennedy Democrat. But I completely
I
understand.
kind of liked everything. I kind of liked everything that FDR, Kennedy, and Johnson did. And, there's this little part of me that doesn't like it when people drag their backside over the graves of not only some of America's greatest leaders by declaring everything that they ever did to be communism and socialism and Marxism, but also they're dragging their backsides over the graves of the countless millions of people who were murdered by those folks.
Absolutely.
Oh, food stamps is Marxism. No, it isn't.
I
I'm
was married
sorry, I
to.
just had to
Oh no no
clear that
no!
up.
Please continue that, Commander. We are here for you. I was married to a Bulgarian. She would correct my English. What pissed me off was that she was usually correct. She was very smart and had studied English thoroughly. It
That
drove
is awesome.
Oh, Joe, it drove me crazy. And you know what? She was correct most of the time because her she Spanish was her first language and Spanish was my second. So I've learned to say that I speak Spanish like Peggy Hill. There's nothing I think is as long as political parties have been weaponized in this country. So to say that I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat now, it comes with so much more than it used to back in the day. Because, like I said, I grew up in a house with two people who were deeply in love, and one was a Republican, one was a Democrat. And the only Democrat my father
Well,
ever voted for was Barack Obama. That was it, I think.
when people who say they're Republicans think of Democrats, they think of all kinds of like what I just went over. Oh,
Hmm.
everything Kennedy and Johnson did, and then associate that with the Third Reich and the Soviet Empire. I literally left a church singing "Call Believer Anima" because the preacher called me a Nazi for voting for Obama. So I marched out the door singing the Israeli national anthem in Hebrew. And he never apologized. And when I showed him that I became a member of his synagogue and reclaimed my Jewish family history a year later, and then I said, I'll come back to church if you just apologize for calling me a Nazi. And he just doubled down. And he had a apology call a few months after he kicked me out where no, it wasn't an apology call, it was an excuse call because I asked him if it was an apology call, and no, he was making excuses. He didn't want to pay. He didn't like the fact that he was basically self-employed in the Methodist Church, so he had to pay twice the amount of Social Security.
Do you know anyone who doesn't pay taxes does not get sympathy from me because I get hosed on my taxes. I get absolutely hosed. So people who don't pay
I
taxes,
got hosed last year.
I Notorious Big was not playing. More money, more problems. The tax on tax of tax. Do you know what the tax for $1 million is? It's $1.5 million.
That's from National Secrets. It's not quite that bad.
I know. I love saying that though. I love like there was somebody a very there in on Facebook. There is someone I know who is one of the most successful realtors in my town. She went from literally a cheerleader to a millionaire. Literally. And one day she had a meltdown and it was right around tax season and she lost it and told she makes an unreal amount of money. She lives in a mansion. She's earned it. I'm not talking anything, but she like told on herself and she was like, I had to pay more money in taxes than people make in a year. But she was being honest. Like she like
Curse me.
oh.
Curse me with those problems.
Yeah. I don't trust me. I don't feel sorry for her. I've known her my
That's
entire
from
life.
Fiddler on the Roof.
I've known her
That's
my
from Fiddler on the Roof. Curse me with those problems. Smite me with those problems.
I've known her my entire life, and I've watched her go from this neighborhood to like just unreal amount. But some people, what they pay in taxes is unreal. One YouTuber I watched said she couldn't support a movement because they they had studied Marxism. I was thinking you've studied it too. If you know about it, studying is not it's not acting upon it. I have a ton of Lenin books. That doesn't mean that like I'm gonna have a
Oh,
rally
there's something
tomorrow.
interesting about Lenin, and I'll give you an example of the overlap between communism, Judaism, and Christianity. There is some. Like, Lenin said that Harriet Beecher Stowe's book, Uncle Tom Cabin, inspired him to want to take up the cause of the serfs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that mean that Harriet Beecher Stowe was a communist? Absolutely not. No, like the radical Republicans back when that was really cool, and back when my great great granddaddy on my dad's side was helping Abraham Lincoln found a nation. The radical Republicans wanted to take the property of the people who were enslaving other people and use that land to compensate people for hundreds of years of unpaid labor. So, oh, there's a redistribution of wealth. Okay, 40 acres and a mule. Karl Marx would be down with that. Then Karl Marx would go one step further and then say, why are you letting these people control the property? They're just going to one day become rich and exploit other people. Why don't you just have the state control the property and make everyone work for free? And at that point, we tell Karl Marx to sit down and shut the fuck up.
I'm a redneck from Missouri. I've structured my income so that it's tax free as anyone can, and I don't feel bad about it. That's different, Joe, than like I paid 9 times, 20 times, 30 times in taxes compared to the orange person that shall remain nameless because I know Commander Wolf. No, what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
oh
so,
yeah, oh yeah.
so I
And
paid.
then my finish what you're gonna say, and then I
Long
will
story
tell
short,
him who paid
it's a,
more than Trump.
what I say is just a born frustration of I was broke throughout my 20s, man. Like just I pay a lot in taxes. Is all is what I'm trying to stammer out. I get hosed. And so when I find somebody who has 9 times more than me that didn't pay their taxes, I'm like, how did they do that?
Well, to give you an idea, right? My brother is on Social Security disability and he was working at Big Lots in 2018. And my brother actually paid more and had to pay the federal government more in taxes in 2018 than Donald Trump did.
And it's not just Trump because I know people feel like we dump on Trump, but if you take anybody from that category that finds ways to not pay their way, it's not just him. It's there's a whole group of people who don't pay their way, and then Joe Schmo, the average citizen, gets taxed through the nose.
Oh
Literally, there's
yeah, I last year altogether I paid about $12,000 in federal income tax, not counting what I gave the state of Virginia. And then I find out that oh, the federal government wants 4,000 more dollars. And I can guarantee you I paid more in taxes this year than Trump did probably.
it's the old argument like, oh, if you feel free, don't pay your taxes and see what happens. We do have,
Well,
or if
you
you feel
know that
free. Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say that galley and carpenter that they want to shove in schools said pay your fucking taxes. Though they're not that way.
I used to get in fights when I used to stream with other people because they thought I was like being a full socialist. I'm not anti-taxes. Like I live in a town where tax money is actually put to proper use, where the funds are allocated. Our streets are beautiful. Our neighborhoods are kept, but we go over the hill. I go over the hill in a town that has more money and it's utterly and completely destroyed. So it's up to the people who allocate the money to actually do something about it.
All right, kids, I'm throwing in the towel.
Hey, have a great night, Phoenix. Thank you.
Good
As
night.
always. Do you have anything you want to show before you take off?
I'll be back on Saturday. If my human goes fishing to the lake, we might have an extra stream on Thursday, but we'll see. I'm on the socials. I'll be around. You're all great. I'll see you tomorrow or when I see you next. Bye.
Bye.
And when people tell me that I'm a socialist, they don't realize I want a vibrant private sector in which most people who can physically work and who have the mental capacity to work do work. I want the people who need help to get help, and especially growing up the child of a disabled single mom, the concern for the least amongst us kind of is an obsession of mine.
I'm in the same boat. I'm a single parent of a disabled child, figuratively, and so I completely understand that. Yay, take care, Phoenix.
My mom got run over by a motorboat when I was 10 months old.
Yikes. Extra comments on my typing. I have to give back my degree. When I was, my mom was always a larger person back in the what we used to call the Big Mama era. And there's a famous story in my family. My sister is like 4 or 5 years older than me. My mom broke her ankle. She broke her leg completely. I kind of remember that. But long story short, my sister was walking up to people. They'd like, "Oh, your little brother's so cute." She's like, "Oh, you like him? You could have him."
That's not nice.
Oh, we still hate each other to this very day. It's a funny story though. She didn't like. I was the bad omen. She did. I took all the attention away. There's too many programs for too many with every little oversight. America is in debt, and we need to pay that down by cutting programs across the board.
You know what we could do, right? Back when Reagan was president, do you know what the taxes on $1 million was?
What's
We
that?
could, it was 75%,
Huh?
but there was a lot more write-offs. They did some kind of compromise with Tip O'Neill. And if you really want to know where your taxes go as far as subsidies with very little oversight, do you know why we have farmers in the age of third world agriculture rather than first world agriculture? I was taking a political science class in fall of 2015. And this guy who used to work for George Allen basically said $3,000 between $2,500 and $3,000 on average comes out of your average family's taxes just for farm subsidies. Although we do need them to keep the farmers alive. But there's an example of if farmers actually had to, they have a hard enough time making ends meet right now. Can you imagine if they didn't have the subsidies? But that's where most of your non-military money goes. Your food stamps out of your taxes per person, he was going like, might have been like $100 a year.
Oh, keep going. I'm just I'm looking for my pants because I have my Jankos on.
And
Oh.
I never understood, right? Take like the state of Texas, for example. They got 10 grand a pop to prevent an abortion. It's been almost a decade since they upped the amount of money foster parents get to take care of kids who've been taken away from their parents.
Oh,
And then we have the corporate welfare. And no one's going after that. Yeah, Reagan did reduce them. Do you know what taxes were under Eisenhower on $1 million? 90%. In the 1950s post-war boom. Although you could drastically reduce those taxes by reinvesting your income into your businesses and grow your capital that way. My grandfather came to the United States from, well, Hitler tried to murder him. he met his wife, who came from another country that I've been compared to the dictator of. Because remember, you're a socialist, you're a national socialist, you're a liberal Nazi, and I can sing songs in Hebrew. So,
Oh man.
they came to America. He started a tailor shop, turned into a factory, and by the late 1950s, he had to give the federal government about $30,000.
The rich also get massive tax breaks though because of the amount of money they make. So someone who's a billionaire will pay the same amount of taxes as someone who's an almost millionaire. And that's why it's unfair. Because there's lots of almost millionaires, you know.
And also, too, right? Capital gains. Yeah, they cut the capital gains in half. But that basically means I fork over about 30% of my income to the government. And at the highest level of taxing, someone who makes a lot of money, millions of dollars, if they make most of their money through capital gains, pays half the rate that I do. And I don't think that's in keeping.
Where I live, that's part of the enticement for companies to move here is the tax breaks they get because they'll be paying taxes at the rate of somebody that they're making money 9 times more than that person, but they're paying the same amount of taxes. That's
Yep,
why people.
that's exactly my grandfather found the American dream. And you know what my mom said? When he had to cut the biggest check that he ever did to the federal government, she did not see him complain. In fact, he did the whole I am truly blessed. Thank God that I have had the opportunity because he came from a place where there are people who wanted to murder him. And he was paying, I think, about $4 an hour to people back in the 1970s. Then Tricky Dick opened relations with China. And since my grandfather was paying people that kind of money, he used to sell stuff to Macy's and Gimbals and basically a lot of stores in New York bought blouses and clothing from him.
Who knew that taxes were going to be so controversial? I'm going to go back to talking about patch placement in a minute. I'm still
I would love an embroidered patch of Godzilla Jesus.
Do you know I'm really close to spending the $10,000 and getting like a professional embroidery machine, but at that point I would literally have to start to open my own store. I made $35,000 a year. I found a way to make tax-free money. That's how you become wealthy. That's awesome. I live in the state of California.
If you can do it legally, it's all right. Like when I lived in Virginia, I'm not saying that I took every legal avenue, right, that I could. Now, last year I made about 60 grand. This year, if I keep my job, I'm probably going to make close to 80,000.
Oh, wow. I'll tell you, Alibaba and everyone else, one of the reasons I don't open up the shop as well is I know someone who is semi-successful. He actually makes clothes for rappers. I won't out the person because they're extremely controversial human being who this rapper is. He hates his life. I go to the shop all the time. I've known him my entire life. He's actually like I would never say it to his face, but I gauge him because he's in the industry. He's in the fashion industry. He's had multiple lines fail, succeed. He's miserable. He is utterly miserable. That's what stops me from buying half these machines.
Oh, my grandfather had a heart attack in his late 40s. He actually had to take a 5-year hiatus from running his business, and his wife ran it from like 65 all the way to 70, and then he started back up and ran it for the last 5 years before it got shut down, or
That's what I'm
5 or
saying.
6 years.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's extremely stressful. And this guy has made it like what I would consider making it because he owns his own house, all off of making clothes and embroidery. Like he does everything, but he's miserable. And he's constantly trying to move to a smaller shop because the rent keeps on going up and up, you know.
If I wind up having a business, I actually want it to be something that I enjoy doing.
This is so true, Kilroy. Stress will kill you faster than most drugs. My predecessor, I don't know how he did it. He was the most calm human I've ever known. I am not like him. I'm gonna die young because I stress out. Stress is a killer, absolute killer.
And when you were talking about, well, make it so that your money is tax free. One thing you need to understand as someone who started working in the early 2000s and was going to be looking at being able to afford a house in a few years. Then they deregulated the lending institutions, allowing people to borrow 3, 4, or 5 times the amount of money for the same monthly payment, reverse amortization interest only, called the Ownership Society. And if you wanted the lending laws we had on the books in America during the Cold War, then you were labeled a communist.
Hmm.
Don't ask me how that works, but that's how it works. So after they deregulated the lending industry, the first year in South Florida, the price of real estate doubled. The next year, it doubled again. And then people weren't renewing leases, and apartment buildings were going condo, and people were saying to tenants, I know you only pay me $400 a month, but now you can borrow 400,000. So hand me 400,000 or hit the bloody streets. Those are the people who I actually feel bad for. The people who purposely went out and bought a house they couldn't afford. Screw them. But here's the thing. They could now borrow more money than they could ever pay back, which caused an enormous amount of inflation. Now, when George Bush was president and housing prices in major metropolitan areas were doubling every year, it wasn't called inflation. In fact, the Republicans were running around saying, isn't this grand, millennials? Isn't this a wonderful thing, millennials? We made it so that you can't afford to live anywhere near your parents. Go out into the boonies.
Do you know what's really funny?
Or
We were talking about this yesterday on Phoenix's stream. And we're all around the same age. Most people I know that are my age still live with their parents. Guys, I'm in my 40s. Most people I know still live with their parents, unless that one person who's a rich realtor. But most people I know that I am affiliated with, that I am friends with on Facebook, that are my age, that I went to high school, college with, they live with their parents because they can't afford, especially Californians, because their parents have these giant, beautiful houses that they could never afford to live in. And it's
well,
not.
the trailer park that I lived in, by the time I left South Florida, a double wide was selling for at least $450,000 on top of the $750 a month lot rent.
Oh yeah.
And that was reverse amortization, interest only. You basically borrow money to finance a lower monthly payment so that you can borrow more money. And that's how they pumped the real estate market. Now, thing is, imagine growing up and realizing you need to make $80 an hour to afford the standard of living that $10 an hour would have gotten you a few years earlier. Well, see, there's your thing. Where do you live?
I was
Where do
about to
you
say
live?
in
Do you live at?
California where
I'm
I live,
talking
you
to Joe.
no, I know. I'm piggybacking on what you're about to say. Where I live, you have to make at least $200,000 a year to live in my neighborhood. Like just to live in my neighborhood, you have to make at least 200,000, and I don't know too many people that are making that much. So it all depends on where you live. Like
So now,
Joe lives in
Joe, right?
Missouri. Yeah, he lives in Missouri.
Yeah, you live in Missouri. You don't know what it's like to live in an area that was built and then have W say, I'm going to make it so that my mom was on Social Security disability. And even though she did not cash in the promissory note, she did apply for a $480,000 loan and she got it. So when everyone can borrow that kind of money, what do you think everything is now worth?
Yeah.
Now you're in your 20s or you're in your early teens. And just a year earlier, you were looking to be able to buy a home. But now the homes are twice as expensive as they were a year earlier. And then the next year, they're twice as expensive again. And you realize that, in fact, when I lived in South Florida, you could have cut my taxes to nothing. And it would not have made an appreciable difference in my life because rents
But
were
also,
rents when you think rents are getting out of control now, rents were going up much faster back then.
I remember when I lived in Arizona and I was paying 400 bucks a month for an apartment and people were like you're being ripped off, and I lived on the nice side of town. It had air conditioning was included. It had a pool that I lived at. Like I actually missed that apartment, but I was out in the middle of the desert, out in the middle of nowhere. It all depends on where you live.
Oh, and then South Florida was fun because we actually had competent government, at least at the time. I don't know what it is now. So we had liberals basically refusing. The Broward County property appraiser was taxing people roughly on what they paid for their homes rather than what they were worth. Less, you basically start taxing people out of their homes. In fact, it was interesting because Jeb Bush was calling what the property appraiser was doing illegal, and he even had a warrant out for the arrest of the property appraiser. And she said, I dare you to send anyone to arrest me for refusing to tax old folks out of their homes. So the BSO would not arrest her. Then he went, maybe someone in the state troopers will go and arrest her. Absolutely not. And then after no one in the state would arrest her for refusing to tax the old folks out of their homes, they dropped the charges. And you know why the Republicans wanted her to basically follow the law and tax people on what their homes were worth? Because the older residents tended to vote more blue. So literally, the Republicans wanted to tax the old folks out of their homes to make room for people who would be more kind to them at the polls. And that's the Republican Party that I grew up with.
I think though that things have become so skewed that we're all arguing from different standpoints because we remember when adults ran our government. We no longer act like adults. We no longer have adults that run our government. So we're
Sadie, Bubby, why did you leave us alone with your children?
no, because I look when I was a kid, I was addicted to C-SPAN, okay? No matter what side that people were on, and there were heavy things going on. We were literally voting to go to war in other countries. You never saw you never saw people spitting at each other. You never saw booing and hissing. They just wouldn't stand up or they wouldn't clap during a a presidential, speech, the union speech. They wouldn't. Basically, we had adults. People didn't act like idiots. And now, and I don't care what side you're on, the politicians act like children. It is the strangest thing to me, and it's because we've allowed standards to drop. We no longer
Yes.
have standards for etiquette for human beings anymore. So you can say anything, do anything, and hope to outlie everybody. Really is what it is. Like, I am shocked at the audacity of people, and I won't name the person, but they'll be convicted of something and they keep lying. Or they get like they will be shown beyond a shadow of a doubt, you are wrong, you didn't win this, and they're saying, I won. And they just keep saying it over and over, hoping that people accept it. We no longer
Well,
have adults.
Operator Starsky was talking about how the KGB agents are taught to lie. He's like, and if you are caught sleeping with your handlers or your superior's wife, they instruct you to deny it. Even if they have video, deny it.
It drives me
And that's how
crazy.
the KGB is trained.
Like, as an adult, like, I'm wrong about a lot of things. And you know what I say? I say, oh, far out. Thank you. Thank you for proving me that I hope that I'm wrong on a few things. Or I get corrected on something. I'm like, you know what? I'm glad that I'm not wrong anymore. I don't think people are willing to concede things anymore and say, hey, maybe the world isn't ran by just my side.
Well, that one thing is we don't talk to each other anymore.
Do you know, I was saying
And
really quickly, I was saying this yesterday. It's amazing how we now have the internet. And instead of talking to each other, we argue with each other. We have the ability I could speak to people around the world, but we end up like getting in these weird arguments. It's the strangest thing. Do you think human beings are sectarian by nature?
I think probably about 50,000 years ago, someone had a little bestiality with a llama. And since then, mankind has been drama llamas. And
We are drama. We are drama though. And because I'm in many crowds on the internet and many different groups, and it seems like no matter what, people will argue over it. I bring this up all the time. I got kicked out of a group for putting stickers on a sewing machine. Human beings are nuts. The modern human, like,
yes,
we've become so sectarian, it's scary. It's scary how
well,
people
that's our countries, the West, have basically been pushed by the Ruskies. The Ruskies have been mind fucking us for since at least 2011 when I first noticed it. Um, the Tea Party was like screaming communist, socialist, Marxist
how's it
at
going,
everything
Tree?
Kennedy and Johnson did with the blessings of the church is completely detached from reality. Sarah Palin was a socialist by the standards of the words she was screaming.
Well,
Glenn Beck, the Mormon prophet, I basically say that to make him sound exactly as ridiculous
you
as he
know,
is,
you know,
was
I grew up around Mormons, so I do not like Glenn Beck at all. Hey, Trees, how's it going? How's it going? If anyone wants to join, just let me know. We're chopping it up. Um, I am not a fan of those people whatsoever.
And he was basically saying, "Oh, here's an Amtrak maintenance facility. This is where the liberals are going to take the white Christians to murder them." And people just sat there and they're like, let's both sides this. This is an established Amtrak facility. And he's saying that people are going to be taken here to be murdered. I remember I did a report on the right wing media, and then it's the current governor of Texas, but Alex Jones was busy spreading the idea that the federal government was invading Texas, and you had sitting judges talking about how Obama was on the border with the army of the UN coming for the white Christians. Sitting judges.
Do you know what's funny, Commander? You said Alex Jones, and you reminded me. Where is that patch?
You have a tinfoil hat?
No,
A tinfoil
I have
hat?
many things in here, but I have a Kermit patch for when he was saying about the gay frogs. So I was gonna do this a while ago. So does the Kermit green go with this? Oh,
Yes.
so big. Hold on, I have options here. I bought this patch
It's
while
not
ago.
easy being green. The colors of the tree.
So does Kermit go with that, or and Kermit is super gay and super shiny, or let's see, where's the other one? This was actually the last time I went to Hobby Lobby and I got stalked by the staff. Or this. So I wear old work shirts at my job all the time, okay? Because I have a dirty job. I have kind of refused to wear this because this is Sheriff Green. Should I put the gay frog on the Sheriff Green?
I think it looks better on the other one.
I have yet to
contrast better.
This is like real life Sheriff Green, but this shirt is the other one's from Louisiana. It's literally from a Louisiana pleasure club. If anyone's from the South, you will know what pleasure clubs are. They do not play in the South.
I actually don't know what a pleasure club is. I'm assuming it's a brothel.
It's where people play cricket, drink mid juleps, and smoke cigars and pretend to be better than everybody else.
Oh,
it's like a black country club. It's a place where it's like where exclusivity meets a bar. It's like, you know, like all kinds of people do, like what's that, the Lions? Is it Lions Den?
The Lions Club.
Yeah, they're all over the country,
and
right?
The Rotary Club.
Exactly. I have those cases, godless. I keep my screws and bolts in them. I love these. I keep my patches in this. Oh, there's my mammalian patch when I was in my Chris Hitchens phase. I wore that mammalian patch on a writing jacket. People would ask me, "What's a mammalian?" And I would be like, "You are." A couple of times I almost got in a fight with a biker because, you know, it's kind of like hockey. It's a stereotype, but every once in a while, they're not the smartest people on earth. And this guy asked me, he's like, "What's a mammalian?" And I said, "You are." And he's like, "What? I'm not a mammalian." I said, "Hey, man, you can be whatever you want."
So are you warm-blooded? Do you have hair? Does your species give live birth? Then you are a mammalian.
I love it when people don't know certain things like that. I keep my dual bot. I like the other one too. So Kermit's got to go on the pleasure club. I do wear that shirt for everything. I do. I wear it all the time. And plus at my job,
I love Kermit.
Even this time of year, I have to wear long sleeve at my job. Frog doesn't go with the Sheriff Green. Do you know what's funny? I have yet to put any patches on. I have all. Let's
I
see.
do love Kermit.
Bruce. I've ripped the patches off of Bruce a couple times and worn Bruce around. These are all the shirts that I'm repatching because I've ripped patches off. Because at my job, you can wear anything that you want, really. I made this. I made this 10 years ago from a t-shirt. And that is from Starship Troopers, if anyone's wondering what that patch is.
Yep, Starship Troopers, the original series. The guy who made Starship Troopers was a full-blown fascist. So he believes the apocalypse is coming. So he goes and he moves to Colorado Springs. And then NORAD follows him.
Oh, wow. I saw Velcro
So
back.
basically, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Please, really quickly. I saw Velcro backing on my anti-Nazi patch today. Do you know what's really funny? I go to this one punk shop by my house and I want to buy an anti-Nazi patch, but I cannot walk around with a Swazi on me. For the life, even if there's a cross through it, I do not want a Swazi on my vest. It's I had this like total moral conversation with the guy who owns the shop. He's Norwegian because there's lots of Norwegian people here apparently. And he kind of laughed at me and he's like, "Oh, you Americans."
There is a symbol common amongst people, that the symbol of the Social Democrats of the Weimar Republic. You can't get much more anti-Nazi than the political party that the Nazis hated the most. It was 3 arrows pointing down. One was down with communism, the other was down with fascism, and the other meant down with anarchy.
Awesome.
And they were a sane governing party. And the Nazis were like, the Social Democrats are going. I'm doing the whole Russian.
I know.
And they were like, the Social Democrats are going to decriminalize homosexuality. They're squishy on abortion, and they're letting Jews fleeing the Soviet Union come to Germany because, Poland was historically very Jew friendly. But at the time the Social Democrats were running Germany, it was actually friendlier for Jews then.
Do you know what's really
then the
funny?
Nazis just stirred the shit and everything went to hell.
Do you know what's really funny? The second you started talking about it, I thought about Trees because I've been watching Trees channel since the beginning, and he has that in his background, the 3 arrows. And honestly, I wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't for Trees. That's so funny. It's a shame. The swastika was spoiled for centuries. It was a nice symbol. You know what though? In modern era, if you really think about it, back in the day, they had like the I'm gonna mess this up. The
Navajo symbol of good luck. It used to be the Navajo symbol.
I'm basically going to stammer out that ISIS was a positive deity all the way up until Christ. So people praised ISIS for thousands of years, if you know what I'm saying. And now in modern times, if you say that word, it's attributed to a hate
Muslim Islamic terrorists.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, like if you go back to certain mythology, ISIS is a revered god.
And Thoth was supposedly the god of knowledge, but spirit science turned it into stupid. Spirit Science is a new age YouTube channel loaded to the rafters with nonsense, if anyone doesn't know.
But it's kind of like how people ruin the word woke. It makes me twitch when I hear someone like Fox Newsy say woke. I'm like, we didn't even talk like that back in the day. I say this all the time. All woke meant was that you were awake. Like in 1992, if you walked up to someone that looked like me and say, "Are you woke?" I'd be like, "I'm woke," and they'd walk away. I'd be like, "Okay, it's a safe neighborhood for me to be in." That has been so morphed into what people say woke is now. It makes me want to jump out of my skin. It makes me hate a word
Well,
that was once one of the most positive things in a culture of like don't it was just how people will say never forget or always remember. Woke was being like, hey, open your eyes, see the system is against you kind of thing, and now it's just completely been turned on its butt.
well, those poor little words, they never stood a chance from those assholes who mutilate them.
Mm. It meant something so much more when I was a kid than what it means now. It actually had meaning and depth, and now it's just a word that people like, oh, those guys, we don't like those guys, they're woke. There used to be a pagan bookstore called Isis Books, and people would get their cards pinged all the time when they ordered from it. Oh, you kidding? I was watching a bunch of stuff about I'm really into the Kemetic religion and just anything that has to do with ancient Egypt. And like you gotta be man, there is some stuff that pops up on YouTube where you're like, oh, get out of here. You're gonna get me put on a list.
Well, the word woke is they're using it as a thought stopping technique.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball says, I don't like voter suppression. Voter suppression is wrong. They just scream woke.
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis photoshops the most obnoxious, the most hardened advocate for LGBT rights would find what he photoshopped onto a math book to be obnoxious and repulsive.
Oh
And
wow.
he
Wow.
claims it's CRT, and then he also says it's woke. And they get rid of millions of school books and have to have new school books made, of course, printed by his campaign contributors.
How do they
But
not know that we are repeating history right now? I feel like I'm watching a bad movie. Like right now, we're reliving the 20s because in a couple years we're gonna be in a giant debt. We're all gonna be broke. Like the ceiling will drop eventually. That's why they're stirring war and doing all this because it's all a distraction, from the fact that you know we're
well,
literally
they
repeating
love
the past.
not the truth. So they fell into a strong delusion. And I'm serious. The moment Barack Obama became president, they separated themselves from reality because Obama was like, when Jesus comes into your life, you find hope, and that brings change, and that change you can believe in. And they deluded themselves into thinking that anyone who disagreed with them on taxes or regulations was incapable of that. So they needed to create an alternative fantasy world where, oh, everyone who disagrees with them is the fucking devil.
It drives
And
me
they,
crazy. Someone I
so
was
the we,
oh sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh
So
no,
let me give you an idea of the progression. They claim that John Kerry was the elitist flip flopper from
I
Massachusetts.
remember that. I remember that. I hate flip flopper because of that. I hate the saying flip flopper because of that whole era.
And the preachers were saying that you couldn't vote for John Kerry because he's a Catholic. And Catholics believe in purgatory and saying Hail Marys. So they're not real Christians, so you can't vote for them. And of course, the Catholics who were like, I want to control women's bodies, were like ignoring that slight on their faith. And yeah, he didn't come and in fact, I had coworkers who were saying, "He's gonna come and take our guns." And I'm like, "But if he came and take your guns, it would be a bloodbath. And do you think he actually wants the bloodbath on his hands?" And he's like, "No, that would be bad optics."
All right, so iPhones keep I gotta really spin on this because I have like 10,000 pictures in my iPhone. iPhones keep timestamps on everything. In here, I have an Obama is gonna take our guns meme, and I want to see what year it's from. Oh, he was such a little guy. I want to. It's just a bunch of pictures of my kid in Oregon, because all I did when my kid was born, the farthest place I've gone is to Oregon. Let's see,
So
but
like
I have a meme that's saying Obama trying to take our guns. It's probably like, man, it's from a long time ago. It's probably from like 10 or 11 years ago.
oh, and then Obama says that Jesus died for his sins, and the people who hate his guts are claiming that he's a Muslim, and Muslims don't believe Jesus ever died.
And that's another thing that's been driving me crazy lately is that someone will say something that you know is a blatant lie. Or like we're talking about, they'll rebrand history and you're like, that's no, that's not it. And we can't even compromise. There's nowhere, there's no middle ground, you know? This is
And
why I watch. You're gonna laugh at me, but I didn't know the manosphere existed up until about 3 or 4 weeks ago when someone I follow mentioned it, and I was like, "What?" I literally Googled what is the manosphere, and this just bright light freaking shot on my face, and I'm like, "Holy cow! These people are losing."
yes.
I'm a grown
Yes.
man. I'm a girl. I did not know the manosphere existed at all. Like I am so sheltered. I can't. It's just. I'm already over it. So this is why if you see me on my other channel, I posted a show called The Frontline. I posted a play. Um, I am so over all this crud that's on YouTube.
Yes, yes.
Ugh.
It's like I've basically got the orc, the Russian troll bitching about how no one will sleep with it because it's a horrible person.
I
But
had
on the
no
other
idea.
hand, it blames everyone else for the fact that it's a horrible person other than itself.
I thought like
That's
a
what
lot
an
like I
incel is.
like I always tell you, Commander, I thought a lot of this was satire, like flat earthers, like new young earth creationists. People are angry. Like bro, like I tell my son when he gets all crazy, I'm like, let's go for a walk. And then we walk like 2 miles. And then we walk back to the house, like, go outside, go stare at the sun, go look at the trees, as they say.
Oh, staring at the sun, that's also a thing where people tell other people to go and look at the sun without any eye protection.
Oh, what?
It's
Like,
horrible.
this is why I watch old documentaries and I watch a ton of sewing material, and I'm subscribed to like 3 orcs, a bunch of mouthy otters, a bunch of Africa cams, a few eagles.
And
Oh,
penguins.
yeah, but seriously, I had no idea people were like men were so angry at women, and women were so angry at men, and like it'll give you gray hairs. I had no idea because I habitually mind my own business. I didn't know people were so. I thought men's right activists were something that TERFs say to be mean to people. I didn't know that I didn't know that it was a real movement. The manosphere is shitty guys who complain that all the good women are gone. Now they just hate you because you're toxic. I have to take a deep breath before reading these comments because you're right. I didn't I was like, bro, like pot's legal. Why are you so angry? The men's rights activists do not see that they're just experiencing what happens when we have sexism. Oh, should check out the Hungry Bears of Katamari Park. Down. I'm gonna subscribe right now. I fall asleep to stuff like that. And there's this weird Africa cam that I fall asleep to whenever I'm falling asleep, the sun's always rising. So I hear all the birds and everything jumping around. I pass right out. Like you need to learn.
And what I was getting to, like they basically said, "Oh, you can't vote for John Kerry. He's an elitist flip flopper from Massachusetts who can't pass all our Trinitarian Protestant theology. And then a few years later, guess who is the elitist flip flopper from Massachusetts? And when they're screaming at Obama, he's the Antichrist, he's Hitler and Stalin and Karl Marx, all rolled into one. Well, just a few years later, we have the orange one who's getting Hitler salutes from swastika wearing thugs and help from the Kremlin, who has douchebags who have far too much time on their hands playing with numerology in Israel, calling him the Messiah. And then we literally have the shit go down in 2020 that got an avowed atheist to almost believe again with Trump. He's Karen. So it's basically all projection. He who smelt it dealt it. He who denied
Absolutely.
it supplied it.
Oh my
But it's
god.
because it's initially because Obama just did not play the role that they wanted for their neighbors. They wanted everyone who they disagreed with to curse God and die and not to be able to come up with any coherent arguments whatsoever. We are all non-playable characters in their little game. And then when we decide we don't want to play the rules that they have for us, they get pissed. They go into their strong delusions, and there's no way to pull them out because they don't want to acknowledge that people that they hate are human beings. Sadly. And actually, I have a friend who got into the manosphere and then he got out of it realizing how ridiculous it was, but he still has problems with you know how Jerry Seinfeld would always find these hot chicks, but there would always be something petty and wrong with them that most people would just overlook, but it was too much for Jerry.
Sorry,
That's the result of the manosphere.
I'm
Even when someone
activating.
gets pulled out.
Sorry, I'm activating. I have to do this. My kids, they changed a bunch of stuff at my kids' school, and they just sent me an email right now, and it's 10:50 at night, guys. I just, I was raised by my mother and my father, but I was raised old school to have respect. And so I leave certain issues alone. If I have issue with something, like if I have issue with my ex-wife, I don't blame all women. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't like
Yes.
I just because I think certain things about one, like, okay, I had a problem with somebody in a certain community. I didn't blame the whole community. I blame that one person, you know? I just, this whole manosphere thing is, it seems to me that it goes back to my main gripe of people do not take personal responsibility for their lives.
Oh, yes. It's like, to some extent, we're products of the decisions other people make, but we still have to control what we can. Like, I don't live in South Florida because someone decided that the laws we had on the books governing banks during the Cold War was communism for some stupid reason. But I eventually left South Florida and tried to find a better life elsewhere.
Alibaba, I'm writing all of these down. It's just loaded it up. Lots of fish jumping. I love those. I love those because of things like the manosphere. I watch these streams and I'm like, why is this guy so angry? Like, bro, we have an unreal, I'm not saying we, but like people have an unreal sense of entitlement. You don't have the right to be up in someone's life. If they allow you, I'm like right there with everybody else eating the popcorn. But like, it's just so strange to me. You don't have to have an opinion on everything. You don't have to hate somebody just because your friend does. Like, The manosphere is. I had no idea it existed, and I'm not even saying this to be mean. It's because I still meet people at the grocery store. I still go to libraries and meet people, and like I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird. And meanwhile, I fall asleep to cops on TV.
You know what I fall asleep to? I have a playlist of
Schmegma.
nice nature documentaries and how the universe works, and some of those old science shows from the 2000s.
And that's what I'm saying though, Commander. Like we have hobbies. It's just weird to me. Like, what do you do if you don't have hobbies? I would go mentally insane if I didn't have my old truck to constantly fix on, or like some project to like I don't know. I'm always looking forward to something, like oh yeah, I have this project, or oh I forgot about this, or oh yeah, I need a new starter on my truck, which I'm putting on myself.
This background here, all together with all the iterations of it, probably took about 20 hours.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's art though. Like I feel like I feel like we're on the Enterprise.
And then I'm gonna put the why all Russian trolls or incels videos out really soon, and then I got another one where I got the penguin head sticking right out of the power armor, and we're in like a 1960s NASA room with the big computer consoles like from the 1960s. Looks like a real government place, and because I want to fuck with the UFO fanatics, I have a 1960s, 1970s vibe going to it.
Do you know,
And
um, people hate AOC, but she asked a really logical question to the UFO guy the other day. She's like, "So do you have any like actual tangible proof?" Like,
yeah,
and this is a woman who was probably raised Catholic. She's like, "Hey, bro, can you show me something? Like, can you give me anything at all?" These dudes who are always on stream being angry need to walk to the gas station and buy a pack of Camels. I used to smoke Camel non-filters. Those things will lower your blood pressure in half a cigarette. They're bad
or
for you.
maybe they could get a cheeseburger hot dog thing. Those are always good.
True. See, that's the thing. Ever since I quit smoking nicotine, that's where I gained a lot of weight. Like, I quit drinking alcohol many moons ago, and I lost weight initially, but then I gained weight because I started eating more. And then when I quit smoking cigarettes is when I gained weight.
Oh, that's fun. There was a commercially available appetite suppressant that was seen as a miracle because it didn't cause suicidal thoughts or anything like that because it didn't block dopamine.
Okay.
And then, but it worked on the brain the same way nicotine did. So it was eventually pulled from the market because it was basically just making people addicted to nicotine. It's an appetite suppressant.
I
Nicotine is an appetite suppressant. That's why you gained weight when you stopped smoking.
and the funny thing is I consider it just because I'm in my 40s, but it's a direct correlation with me like quitting smoking. Because I was super stick skinny my whole life. Camel Whites. I smoked Camel Nons for 10 years. 10 years. If I ever die of lung cancer, it will because of my consistent smoking. You know, the funny thing is, whenever I think about Camel Nons, I can still taste them. That's how like insanely addictive they are. And I haven't smoked nicotine in probably 6 or 7 years.
Well, good for you. Don't start up again. And
I can't physically take it. You know, it's funny with my lungs. I can sit here and smoke pot all day long, and I have my old man hack. But when I was smoking nicotine, it came to a point where I was told, like, "Do you want to live another 10 years? Quit smoking, because you won't." They're like, "You won't live to see 50 if you keep smoking cigarettes."
well, tobacco and cannabis are two completely different kinds of plants, and cannabis has a lot less shit in it. Let's just say.
Oof. I miss like I smoked pipe tobacco for a while, and I'm not saying it's more safe. It's just wet and more fresh because pipe tobacco is center leaf, and cigarette tobacco is dried and with a bunch of preservatives. And I'm not
Oh, I
saying it,
mean, they'll add formaldehyde to it. That's what
but
they'll add to it.
do not take any medical advice from me. I literally know a man that died from lung cancer from smoking Captain Black. I will not mince my words, and I
You're
love
not
like
smoking, don't start.
yeah,
That is
exactly.
something that the Godless Sewing channel will tell you.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? Out of every drug I've ever walked away from or stopped doing, I still dream of smoking cigarettes. I still do. I have dreams where I'm just chilling at my job, just smoke. It makes me laugh because it's just so highly addictive. Camel Wides and I went to Newports. Oh man, Newports are hardcore. Newports were just that's a that's cigarette tobacco is cardboard and fingernails. We
Let's change the subject so that our friends don't go and just light up anymore.
pipe tobacco has lots and lots and lots of less crap in it. That is true. And my pops did live to be in his 80s. And he told me that his father died from smoking camel non-filters, and his dad only lived to be in his 50s. But keep in
My
mind
gr-
this was 1950s Georgia. It was a stressful world.
my grandfather's siblings died in their late 90s, and Uncle Max died with I think he was about 105 with two hot chicks on his arm in
Mm.
a penthouse in on Park Avenue. Um, but anyway, the ones that lived very long didn't smoke at all. My grandfather died at 83. So the siblings that did not smoke outlived him by, in one case, more than 20 years.
In my family, all the women lived to be in their hundreds or in their 90s. And I think my father was one of the oldest men to me. He made it to 80. He literally died 3 days after his 80th birthday or something crazy. Yeah, because he died January 1st, 2020. Um, and he was a Christmas baby around there. So he was like probably the oldest man because they all smoked. They all led hard lives. My grandfather, um, I was because I come from such an older family. On my mom's side, my grandfather was way retired. He would pick me up from junior high with a scotch in his car, literally with ice in his cup.
Yeah, they don't allow that nowadays.
and and you guys, this was not 1984. This was 1994. 1995. He'd pick me up and he'd have his scotch in the car. Oh yeah, and he did.
Mothers Against Drunk Driving hadn't gotten to him yet.
Oh yeah, they were like I grew up around some real hardcore old schoolers. Like my grandfather, they had to pry the license out of his hands, and he did not quit drinking scotch until he got Parkinson's, and they were like, "You cannot drink," and he would hide bottles until he was incapacitated. He didn't care. Oh, those are the old school days. Like I kind of cringe now when I think about it. Like my pops used to smoke in the truck with all the windows up. I'm a born asthmatic. He knew he would pay the bill. You now that's illegal in the state of California. You cannot smoke in the car with a minor.
In the state of New York, you cannot smoke in a commercial vehicle. It's
What?
considered a workplace. They
What?
do. The trucks at the work smell like an ashtray some of the time. But it's considered a workplace and you cannot smoke in a workplace.
I don't know what I would do if I wasn't able to be able to smoke on my tractor. I'd probably get my job done a lot faster. Let's be real. Let's be. I probably wouldn't have to show up at 4:30 in the morning. I didn't know that. We have really hardcore laws, but it's more or less just to protect children. I understand. I grew up in the like you can wear your seatbelt if you want to era. Like literally when well, you and I are around the same age. When we were like kindergarten era, that was right when the seatbelt laws came out.
And there were people bitching, this is communism. I want to fly free as an eagle through my windshield at 70 miles an hour. What the hell are speed limits for anyway?
I remember that. And I remember when they switched the drinking law to 21. I remember sitting there because my parents would always watch the nightly news. And I remember sitting there and being like, oh, bro, that's so far away. I remember thinking 21 was so far away. But I'm so old. Well, we're all the same age, but I am so old. I remember when they switched the law, all the laws nationwide to 21.
I actually don't remember that, or maybe I didn't pay attention. I
Have a
remember my grandfather talking about how it was the assault weapon ban. And I remember in 1987 or 88, he was like, that Reagan, he finally did it. He fucked us over. We're going to have another depression.
Have a
That
great
was,
night, Alibaba. Thanks for stopping by.
that
Your
was
grandfather
what a
was actually.
successful businessman who retired with $300,000 thought of Reagan.
Do you know what's really funny? My grandfather died with a considerable amount, and he still praised all of his heroes. But I have pictures to prove it. It's not. It's and I haven't shown these pictures in forever. My grandfather had a very infamous golfing buddy. Can you guess who it was? This is on my
Who?
mom's side. Like let me see if the pictures are right here. Are they? That's all my dad's NASA stuff. Does anybody remember these?
Memorex.
It's a floppy disk.
Yeah. There's only one factory in the world that makes them. And the only people the biggest customer of that factory is the US military because they need those 5.5-inch floppy disks to launch our nuclear weapons.
Yikes.
Because the computers and everything for the nukes have not been updated as far as we know. In other words, as far as the information available, they still use the 5.5-and-a-half-inch floppy disks.
To recall earlier when I was talking about Sane made us sign contracts saying that we would never do drugs, I found the contract. I'm covering my last name, but the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department would go around to all the schools and have all the kids sign contracts saying that they would never do drugs.
Well, DARE was when I was growing up.
Oh, it still has the sticker on it. It was Sane. It's some weird sheriff initiative that they had.
And I guess DARE was okay, but looking back, it was kind of lame and probably encouraged children to do drugs inadvertently.
Oh man, I should show this at the clubhouse. I was a real life Boy Scout too. Let me get in there. I am not embarrassed to show my old pictures. Oh, look at that goof. My ears are like Will Smith's satellite dishes.
Cute kid.
Look at that. They sent us to school in full propaganda uniforms. Yay. Floppy nukes. that's that's the album. That's the name of my second punk album, Floppy Nukes. Floppy Nukem. They're recently in the process of upgrading the nuclear weapon launch system. I hope they do, because they're gonna have to get someone my age to run it.
You know what was interesting about the Soviet launch systems? They had the instructions hardwired, where they wrapped wire around magnets, and when the current passed through the wire, it would produce a specific signal or some data. So they couldn't actually change the launch destinations of Soviet ICBMs.
Oh wow.
Now I'm pretty sure the ICBMs that were on the mobile launchers, they had to have something better, but like the fixed silos.
Don't mind me. I'm looking for nostalgia. This room, I'm literally gonna have to open up my museum for all the cred that I have in here. You look like my best friend from when I was a toddler. You're gonna have to upgrade your hard disks. Our nukes are currently updated. Thank you for your patience. That's scary, dude. That's scary thinking that our nukes are ran on like something from a Matthew Broderick movie.
Well, I mean, when you consider, right, that the Cold War ended, basically, at least it officially ended, even though it never did, in like, I think 91 or 92. And that was where the technology was. So they were like, why do we need to spend the money to upgrade this stuff? I mean, it's 1995. These floppy disks are only like a few years old. It's the year 2000. They're only like 7 years old. And then they basically said, oh, fuck it. We're never going to do it. Let's just make the one floppy disk factory a ward of the federal government forever.
Okay. So I finally found the picture of my grandfather's infamous friend. So this is on my mom's side. My grandfather was born in Mexico, but he served in World War II. He was in Bastogne. He's a real life American hero. Seatbelt, mine too. Mine too.
Let me see the picture.
My grandfather is this guy. I'm just setting you up before I show the infamous picture. So my grandfather was a coach at USC. He played football. He played football for the U.S. Army around the world, and he jumped over Bastogne. And so he was well known. I think you might know this guy in this picture. I'm setting you up before I show you who his buddy was. But can you see who the guy in the middle is? It's Bob Hope.
I knew that looked familiar, but I couldn't place it.
Every single person in this picture either played in the NFL or was famous. I couldn't tell you, besides my grandfather or Bob Hope or this young lady. I couldn't tell you who any of those people are. Let's hold on. Where's that other picture before I get to the infamous one?
My mom went to high school with Al Downings. Al
Okay.
Downings was actually the class president.
Who is this guy? This guy was someone super famous, but I don't know who he is. Maybe Robert Wagner? I don't know. Not Robert Wagner. I don't know. There's much dispute in my family of who this guy is, but he was super famous.
Which one?
The
The
guy
one that
with
looks like a mannequin, or the
The guy with the mustache. The Burt
Oh.
Reynolds with the Burt Reynolds mustache. That one right there. Oh, that's funny. Do you think that's Burt Reynolds? I have
I'd have
no
to
idea.
look up what he looks like.
The Bastards of Bastogne, damn right. And you know what the funny thing is? My grandfather never talked about what happened. The only reason I know is because I found his box of medals. He never talked about it. That era, they kept their mouths shut. And one more before I show you the infamous picture, but because he was a literal leatherhead, and they would go around the world, um, doing games for the troops and stuff. Because after the initial push, the war did continue. A lot of people forget about that. But this is the infamous picture, and don't judge me. But that was
Oh, it's OJ.
and that was his friend, like friend. They hung out. My mom met him. She said that he was like totally like, "Hi, who are you, young lady?"
I'm not judging you because there was quite a bit of time before OJ, in all likelihood, I'm just qualifying here so you don't get sued, did the dirty deed.
It was way before. And for the record, I like used to hang out with my grandparents a lot because they lived by the junior high school. But like my grandfather he was not pro OJ when the trial happened, to be politically correct. But that was my grandpa's golfing buddy, and they would regularly hang out. This other guy, I have no idea. And coincidentally, there he's handing one of the trophies that OJ went to prison for in Nevada. So one of those trophies is the one that OJ got prison time for trying to get his stuff back. And this is my pops' old Lincoln Continental. I miss that car with a literal diamond in the back. I miss that whole era. Absolutely. OJ was revered before the 90s, before we found, you know what though, it's like anything else. We deify people until we find out who they really are. And then like, oh, you're a horrible person. I can't, you know. Oh man. You're gonna laugh at me, and I hope Kilroy's still here. I dropped my balls. These are for my black powder. And I
The
dropped
black
my
powder revolver.
yeah.
from the Civil War.
And I dropped my ball. I gotta pick them up. Oh, I keep them just in case a zombie Confederate pops up. He was revered before the 90s. I remember hearing about OJ in an old NFL reel. OJ was like, do you know what happens is you're famous and then you get shunned when you do something like OJ. But you wonder how much were some people always like that and we just didn't know exactly. Well, Cosby was King Rufio, but he was like employing everybody so no one said anything. People forget that Cosby would do the Joe Biden before Joe Biden. He was sniffing hair, grabbing people, groping, and I was raised by Cosby, but in no way, shape, or form will I caper for weirdos ever. Did his glove fit? Okay, so Mark, if you're bored, if you have Twitter or X or whatever it's called now, OJ Simpson has an account, and every time he posts, people are like, your gloves don't fit, or they're like, you did the M word to Nicole, or like every time he posts, man, the internet does not forgive. Thank you, Kilroy. Thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna dab for the screenshot. small yet heavy. You know what's funny? They are strangely heavy. They are. But
They're
that's the
made
whole
of
point.
lead.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Oh man, I really did drop the whole box.
And basically what I'm going to be doing with the old 1970s background and having NASA logos all over the place and having the penguin in the power armor suit with the head sticking out. And I'm going for that 1960s, 1970s government look. And I'm going to be taking some of the evidence that Stephen Greer is offering the United States House for aliens and just making fun of it while simultaneously trying to fuck with the heads of the UFO nuts by saying, yeah, this is an official government job, like, because all the shit that they're drawing is based on what you'd think 1960s and 1970s government stuff would look like if it was the way Hollywood would depict it. So
You know,
they're bringing a former Air Force colonel or a major, so it's some officer who last time he served was in the 1960s, and he's going to be a relevant witness.
oh wow. Dude, trees where I live in California, black powders are legal. So if if someone came in my garage and I broke their leg, because that's all that would happen. It wouldn't like go through. It would literally break their leg. If I hit someone with one of those, it's semi-legal. Black powder's fun too if you know what you're doing. Like I have a Enfield and I have a 6-shooter, which I can no longer show on YouTube because you're not allowed to even show historical pieces on YouTube anymore.
Really?
I don't even want to chance it anymore. But I flashed it. When I used to stream with other people, I'd flash that thing all the time because it's a real life Marty Robbins 6-shooter. It's a real life Confederate Colt. And because I have weird family lineage, it's been passed through my family, and on some like real life pulp fiction stuff, it ended up in my hands. But you can no longer flash even antiques. Apparently, someone got their stream taken down trying to explain old antique rifles.
Wow. And what was that last thing you had up there? I didn't read it all the way.
Relevant witness because he says he saw some stuff back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. And what proof do you have? Oh, they have these wonderful pictures of this UFO crash, right? Wonderful artist rendition of what the guy saw. So they got the UFO crash, they got the government camp, they're hauling away the space aliens on stretchers, and there's a giant, huge fucking city in the background because, of course, there is. And this is an artist rendition of what the guy actually saw. So,
Do you know?
why is there a huge fucking city in the background and no one saw it?
So if this gets the stream taken down, avenge my death. But you're right, trees, because you know what it is too. I listen to what people say, like, "Oh, you can't do this or that on YouTube." This is educational. This is a Confederate Colt. This is a real life, actual Civil War era gun. It
And
has,
remember, YouTube, people have shorts where they're shooting modern.
yeah. But this
stuff,
has,
and you millions of views, so you can't take this down.
but I wear this. We have we have a festival called Cowboys and Poetry. I wear this on my hip. And no one says a word to me because it's legal where I live. Like everything I do in this room is legal, including the marijuana and this black powder revolver. But this has the Italian serial numbers and everything. Betty and Barney Hills are key witnesses. But and this thing still works. I still take her out. We have a range by my house. As you could imagine, Hans and I are famous. They're like, oh, what's he gonna pull out of his trunk? This thing looks so cool. I walk around with a big iron on my hip. A mate of mine has a 50 cal flintlock. I want one. These are so much fun. And this is a real one. My Enfield is a replica, but it's been shot a gajillion times. You know, Commander, you do bring up a good point because Isaiah is subscribed to some really scary channels where I'm like, how is this okay that a minor, because he's on kids' YouTube and you can still watch guns channels on kids' YouTube.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid where I get like people have shorts, the shorts is just random shit. And you got people firing automatic weapons at stuff. So why can't you show off a historic piece?
And that one is actually from the real actual Civil War. At least the American Civil War. I've always wondered about that, but I try to err on the side of caution. Just so I don't get my channel taken down, That's a big pew pew. They're indoctrinating our children. And that's another thing. My channel is always marked for adults. Like I mark all my videos, like everything. Like no kids here.
Yeah, my stuff is kind of like the subject matter is not for adults, but it's made for the but it's made for 30 or 40-year-old kids.
Do you know, I still think Kid Rock is off. First off, Kid Rock looked like he was wearing makeup when he shot all those Bud Light cans. As someone who's from LA, I can spot a man wearing makeup 10 miles away. And when he shot those,
think that was so goddamn stupid. Now, I don't drink, right? But that looks like an awful stupid waste of beer.
Exactly. And ammo is no longer cheap, especially for those autos and semi-autos. Man, that's like $2-3 a round. Like, sorry, dude, there's no way I'm taking it out like that. No way. It's just he's just trying to show off. Like, and there are pictures because I'm all up in the drag world. In the early 90s, when Kid Rock was trying to be relative, he hung out with Jasmine Masters, who's a very famous drag queen here in LA. So Kid Rock is a complete hypocrite. Not really watering. My 270 is more powerful. It's just a standard hunter rifle. That's awesome, though, Mark. And he missed all of that. That whole Kid Rock thing drives me mentally insane. That whole I'm not I stockpile ammo years ago. So there was this weird thing in California where they said in like a year we're gonna stop selling so and so at Walmart. Every week, my pops and I would go and buy a box of bullets. For like 2 years. To the point where the guy quit carding me. But I'm sure it looked bad on camera. But he stopped carding me because I'd just come back every week. Because you could only buy a certain amount. But I think it's insane. These weird rules that they have on YouTube. Man, they've been attacking my channel. Like every time I go on YouTube Studio, it's like we've put a strike on something you've made a year and a half ago because you have some obscure commercial.
And that's stupid because why can't you use a commercial? I mean, they put them on TV for fucking free.
Yeah. It-
And YouTube, yeah, it does suck. Like, because that Operator Starsky video where Starsky is talking about the orc that he ate and he's depicted as a shark, right?
Mhm.
Because it has profanity in it, the algorithm's not promoting it. But it's still got 3 subscribers. Let me check. There might be have been a 4th. I know that I'm actually up to 156 right now. I think. Yep, 156. Let's see. It's got 64 views. It's got a click-through rate of 6%. No, there's 2 subs for this one, so the sub must have been on another one. But for 64 views, getting 2 subscribers isn't bad. Are you there?
I'm seriously getting caught. I need to put down Twitter or the artist formerly known as Twitter. I need to put it down. I just saw a picture of 1988 South Africa of a black maid on her knees posing in front of a family. I need to put Twitter away and walk away from Twitter. Twitter makes me so angry because they're trying to show the world that Elon Musk was born into.
Elon Musk was born into apartheid South Africa, which was basically the apartheid government was Nazis. And I think that's why he's basically stopping the Ukrainians from using Starlink around Crimea because Putin is a Nazi and Elon is a Nazi. And in Elon's heart of heart, he wants to help Putin win.
Oh wow! I you know what's funny? I've received many copyright strikes because of the music I use. Trees, it's insane. I don't. That's why I have another channel where I test everything out because I don't even know anymore. YouTube is so insanely sensitive now. But I think my channel's flagged or I'm shadow banned or something. Wow.
Well, you're still growing, which is good.
But they asked me to join their partner program, which was weird.
Well, you know what I say? I would actually take that because they'll promote you more.
It's just weird for something that's trashing me so hard as much as they do that they're asking me like, "Hey, you want to join?"
Oh, this isn't just you. YouTube, the shills put up with this have to put up with this bullshit from YouTube. There's a bunch of YouTubers who will have their videos demonetized, and then YouTube demonetizes a video, and then a few hours later, they're like, "Do you want to monetize this video that we demonetized?"
Oh, that's beautiful trees. I'm just looking at your patch right now. That's beautiful. Trees has a you mind if I show it? I don't know if I'll get a copyright strike for that. An anti-Nazi flag.
You see, the bad thing is crossed out, YouTube. Do not flag this.
I'm testing everything tonight. I'm trying to get kicked off is what I'm trying to do.
Like that video where I basically take part of FDR's Arsenal of Democracy speech and I basically show all the shitheads who who have the spiders and whatnot, and the shitheads who are marching around with the sickles and hammers through DC, and the shitheads who are sacking the Capitol with the red armbands and the spiders. But I'm doing it in such a way that's saying these people bad. YouTube does not promote any video that has that particular logo in it. I'm pretty sure.
That's why I think I have a video of I told you I have a patch of Donald Trump relieving himself of life. I think one of the reasons I didn't get a lot of response on my video is because YouTube didn't promote it at all. Because the whole video I'm sitting there talking with my fabric, and I wondered why no one said anything for a couple of days. And then but it dawned on me that it didn't get promoted because I'm wearing a shirt with an ex-president relieving himself of life.
I wish he would do that. It would save all of us an extraordinary amount of headache and bullshit and whatnot.
It's not in here. It's because I regularly wear that shirt out in public because it's a nice denim shirt. I wear it to work all the time. I wear it like to the grocery store. It's incorporated in my wardrobe, but it just makes me laugh.
Oh, it was last week I found the most beautiful leather jacket at the Goodwill. Thick, real leather. Almost brand new. I'm sorry, finish what you're gonna say.
Oh no, I'm just doing the toddler thing where I'm talking out loud and typing because I'm a toddler sometimes and I have to say out loud when I'm typing because I can't multitask. And I'm replying on Tree's post. Oh, and Butterfly left me a comment too. I'll do that
But I
later.
do love that patch.
See, that's what I'm saying. I almost bought a Nazi stomper patch, and the Swazi was actually smaller than that. But it's like literally a guy like this with a Swazi on, and it's a bunch of punks stomping the hell out of him.
And I don't know why it's controversial now to basically depict fascists getting their asses kicked.
That is true. You know what? I do actually have a patch with a Swazi on it. It's from the UK, and it basically says that the Bobbies are Nazis, and it says something fascist scum, or it's always like um you know basically one side will always say I don't like this side. They're Nazis. I'm pretty sure Trump's grandiose narcissism would never unalive himself. Tree's coming with the knowledge. You know what's funny? You're right. The only way, unless he was so effed, there was no way out of going to prison. Do you think? Like if he
Oh yeah.
really got busted, because
You know how Hitler would never off himself until he was in the bunker
yeah,
and surrounded by 3 million soldiers of the Red Army,
yeah.
and then he offed himself. Everyone else had to die before him, but he would not be taken alive. Now, question is, would Trump run for office from prison, hoping that he could get elected from prison and then pardon himself? Because he might go to prison if he thinks that he could just pardon himself from prison.
This made me laugh what Waternay said. He's gonna crawl from the grave just to spite people. I grew up watching a lot of Tales from the Crypt, so I can visualize that. He would try to flee the country. I thought about that too. But let's be real, a lot of
He
people
could
flee the
go to
country.
Russia.
Yeah, that's exactly. He would pull a Snowden.
And well, to give you an idea what kind of rotten sack of shit Trump is, he's like, "Shut up, silly woman," said the serpent with a grin. "You knew I was a snake before you took me in. And his damn stupid followers don't realize he's talking about himself, not immigrants.
Yeah, but let's be real. In today's politics, people know that propaganda works. So all you have to do is find a scapegoat and just ruthlessly tell lies about them. That's
It
all you
doesn't
have to
work
do.
on everyone, but sadly it works on too many. And like what oh god, I'm having a senior moment. I'm trying to remember her name. She was here and she was trying to draw moral equivalency between Biden and Trump, and like there's no difference between them or the Hunter stuff. And then you just sit back, right? Just let's sit back and ask. Let's say I ran for public office, right? And I became a congressperson.
Hmm.
Let's say my brother decided to say, I'm the brother of a congressperson. Foreign governments come and give me money. Really, just give me money and I will make sure you get what you want. And then I look at him and I say, I really hope that you have good life insurance because I'm not going to give anybody what they want. You have made things really bad for me, and I did not authorize you to speak for me. Now, I don't care what the you did. In other words, just because Hunter hit the drugs and then started doing stuff doesn't mean that Biden was like, okay, my son, go over here and take some money and give it to me, and I'll do whatever they want. No, there's no proof of Biden being involved in any of this. You
The
have a
only,
son who's doing drugs and
yeah,
whatnot, who's wrecked his life. And I'm really questioning whether there's any evidence of anything besides Hunter wrecked his life. Whether or not,
I
you
think
know,
what's happening is he's under a microscope. But if we take a step back, I grew up around a lot of extremely rich and privileged people. I know people that started doing cocaine when they were 16, 17, and they're in their 40s and they still do it because they're rich. And so when I see what's his name? My nemesis, what's his name? Junior? Don Jr.
yeah.
When he goes on Twitter, Instagram Live, wherever he goes, he shows signs of classic cocaine abuse. I mean, from just years of frying his brain.
Well,
Um,
I always say he wakes up and has a nice bag of white powder for breakfast.
but what I'm trying to say is, I come from people like that who have lost their damn minds. They've been doing drugs for 20, 30 years because they can afford to. They lose grip with reality. And I'm like, for real, lose grip with reality. You know?
Oh, yeah. And yet, you're right, Trees. Like they're saying, think of the children. The Dems are doing, they're exposing the children's to the naughties. And then, Marjorie Taylor Greene just breaks out the giant revenge porn pics right in the middle of the house.
Do you know if you do that where I live, you go to jail? You can't just do that. Like, I would go, that's illegal. At least, of course, I live in California. Everything's illegal, but you would go to jail. Revenge porn is illegal where I live. Um,
Well,
Don Jr.
yeah.
is Don Jr. is gacked out all the time. He reminds me of people I grew up with. I have friends who have not been sober since high school. There's someone I know whose dad's a lawyer. He has never had a job. I want you to think he's rich, like country club rich, drives a nice car. He's never had a job. It's disgusting. There's a double standard too. There's all upset about Hunter, but they don't have issue with with the T actively promoting and working his family. Oh my gosh, that's another thing. I wish my nepotism was like the Trump's nepotism. I work my tail off. my my mother's a slave driver. Marge the bounty hunter. I'm just saying, they are doing a witch hunt on Hunter Biden, but the truth is, it's that whole super rich, like, we all come from different places. Okay, every time I meet somebody, we come from different socioeconomic backgrounds, different places, different worlds, and that's a beautiful thing. These guys are they are so rich. They experience things that some people never will. When I saw the Trumps getting out of a helicopter, I was like, man, that's like Kim Kardashian money.
And and they're also like, the government stopped the dick pics from being shared on Twitter. That's government interference in the election. And then you're like, well, who controlled the government when the dick pics were stopped? And isn't revenge porn against Twitter's terms of service? So, according to Twitter's own terms of service, they were obligated to stop it regardless of whether or not the private citizen Joe Biden asks. Some people have stolen my son's laptop, or at least a hard drive, or it might have been his phone. We don't know where that picture came from. It might have even been photoshopped and not real at all, frankly. And I don't know whether or not that picture is real. But even if it is, it's like someone has a picture of my son naked. They weren't authorized to have it, and it's against your terms of service. Can you please pull it? And they're like, huge government conspiracy. Government bad. Government stops my dick pics from winning the elections.
Trees. Kimberly Garfoyle has LA face. She has the
LA
Madonna.
cat face.
Oh yeah, that's LA face. That is where I'm from. I see if you go to the west side of Los Angeles, you will see a lot of people like that. Did you see the
I
video with the
wonder if the
woman?
plastic surgeon looks like that, and that's why they all turn out that way.
Some dude. There was one who was on Housewives. His face was perfect. His face was perfect, and he was like in his 60s, and his face looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. Did you see the video with a woman at the store showing how the tractor people are indoctrinating babies and children like this setup target video? Yikes. Well, have fun talking about politics, my cup of tea personally. See you on Wednesday. Yeah, I'll be around. I will be around on Wednesday. I'm gonna be making I don't know. I haven't decided yet what I'm gonna make. I'm gonna be for sure. I'm gonna make a turtleneck, but I'm thinking about quite a few things because a jacket takes a little bit longer. But if you make like a poncho or something, it doesn't take as long. It just depends.
Oh, can we talk about how shit these aliens are?
And Gilroy, you were always appreciated being here. Always.
Thank you, Kilroy. Have a
I don't mind
great
if rich
night.
people get into trouble and get some grace and slap on the wrist. The trouble is when regular people don't get the help. I agree. I agree. Old
And
LA faces stuff.
and do you know that most Democrats don't give a shit about the Hunter stuff? And 68% of independents think that Biden's being a good dad when it comes to this stuff. So it's all the Hunter shit. It's not working with the super majorities of people.
I really honestly don't even pay attention to politics. I pay attention to all the superficial things when they make fun of certain people. It's just the amount of money and the disparity in money. It's weirdly depressing because in America there's like different levels, and those people are they're on a different level. And everybody else has to go to work every day. I get up at 4:30 in the morning and I'm in my car like in tears, like, why do I have to do this every day? So, when I see someone like that, like I'm like, oh, go stuff yourself. And it reminds me of people I grew up with.
Well, it's those people who can worry about whether ET is probing them, I guess.
I've been watching the UFO hearing, hoping that like they'll finally show me a picture of the Tholians or the Vulcans are real. Like I hope the Vulcans are real. Please, can we meet the Vulcans already? You know,
That would be great. It's
like,
not going
but
to happen anytime soon.
it's just AOC and a bunch of frustrated like people screaming at. Can you show me any proof?
No, they can't. And the proof that they show, right? I'm making a computer animation of the Go Fast. The
Oh
one
yeah,
that
oh yeah.
Stephen Greer, basically, it's the first video first piece of evidence that he did not invent for the existence of aliens. In other words, he didn't basically have some artwork made or possibly print some documents that were not real. And it's like all the information that you need in order to explain what the Go Fast thing is. It's right in the video.
You know me, Commander. I just want the Stargate to be real. I want Jack. I want to know that there's a Jack O'Neill out there saying
And I
snarky
would
jokes.
love to meet Thor.
The Stargate version of Thor,
Yeah.
right there. I'm right there with you. I'm right there. They're just giving me a bunch of grainy photos from Navy ships. I grew up with a Nam era parent. I have a bunch of grainy photos from ships.
Oh, and do you know why those strobe lights, which are obviously strobe lights, are triangle shaped? Interestingly enough, it has to do with the number of blades in the aperture and
Okay.
being out of focus. Because if you have 3 blades in the aperture, then the shutter, and it's out of focus, you will see triangles. And if you take a cookie cutter, right, and you take like a cookie cutter that's shaped like a Christmas tree and cut it out of tinfoil, right? Just cut the cookie cutter shape of a Christmas tree. Put the tinfoil over your camera, put it out of focus, and then look at the skyline, and all the lights will be shaped like a Christmas tree.
I I constantly say, who I am and what I do or do not believe in, but I require proof. And the funny thing is, we constantly talk about Trump. Trump ran on promising to declassify all the alien stuff, and he did. And guess what? It was boring. And there was so much stuff going on, we didn't even realize it. We didn't even realize that he actually followed through on something that he said, and now we're talking about it.
And
Having these,
it's stupid. There's no evidence.
I need
And
some
it's
evidence. It just makes me laugh because I am, it's no secret that I am obsessed with Babylon 5, Stargate. If there's like when someone asks me, what do you believe in? I'll say Stargate from now on. Like that, I'm obsessed with Star Trek. I read Star Wars books because the movies have gone off into a different tangent. I need some proof. Can you at least give me like a guy in a cloak on Mustafar? Like, give me something, It's not just gonna be some
instead we
intergalactic.
have the I'm sorry.
No, it's
Finish.
okay. It's like looking at bugs and sea animals, not lizards. People trying to take over the earth. It's just that's what I'm saying. Like this whole NASA hearing thing is it's just You're not worth waking up in the morning, guys. Give me UFO or GTFO. That's my next patch. UFO or GTFO.
And of course, we've covered this in the past, right? How many commercial airline flights are conducted every day without any crashes?
Yes.
Millions. And then, these aliens are traveling a minimum of 4 light years, probably to get since there's so many, you have the lizard people, you have the grays, you have the reptilians. So we're talking at least 3 or 4 different species from 3 or 4 different solar systems. So they're at least traveling tens of light years to get here, right? So either there's millions of flights from different star systems every fucking day, or the aliens are really shitty at landing.
Can we get a sighting like the movie Signs? Which was really dumb because if you think about it, if the aliens are allergic to water, why would you invade a planet that's 75% water?
I know there's actually a YouTube channel called Media Zealot. It makes fun of, they have series like sci-fi villains too stupid to win, sci-fi civilizations too stupid to exist. And it's just a hoot. You should go and subscribe. Media Zealot. I wish I thought of doing something like that before he did.
I was gonna back in my angry atheist days, I was gonna do a lot of Africa based stuff on my channel, and then I met Esther.
The
I was gonna
African humanist.
yeah, I was gonna do basically her content, but she does it much better because she's from there. I just have an opinion. There's a big difference.
Oh, and the douchebag preachers here in America are exporting their extremely disgusting version of Christianity, where it's all about having your best life now. And if you see a homeless person on the street, don't you dare help them because they just don't have enough faith. And
Oh
if they
yeah,
had enough faith, they wouldn't be homeless.
I
Well,
actually agree. I've heard
that's
that.
basically the shit that's coming out of Kenneth Copeland and all that pile of dung heap. There's a Chuck Colson. Now, obviously, he's not a very good dude, but he was the only one of the religious right that was ever, founders of it, that was ever able to criticize his own side. And in his 2011 um, 2 minute warning about Rand, he talks about how Christian leaders are talking about how Rand's work is ahead of her time. But in the transcript, he names Gloria Copeland. Gloria Copeland was endorsing a philosopher whose books were endorsed by the Church of Satan out of San Francisco in the late 60s. And yeah, for those who attend the Temple of Satan, I'm not bashing you. The Temple of Satan exists because Ayn Rand's nonsense was juvenile and stupid. I think that's actually one of the reasons why the Temple of Satan was founded, because Anton LaVey was basically being an edgy teenager, and people who wanted to take atheists who wanted to take the piss, or people who wanted to worship the Dark Lord. I don't know. Probably more from the first column than the second.
I
Form
listened
the
to a
Temple of
band.
Satan.
I listened to a band called Municipal Waste, and they say a lot of like "Hail Satan," but they're more of the edgy teenager. And I listen to Slayer, and when they say it, I've literally seen 500 people in a pit going in the same direction. It's one of the, I sometimes I think it's just more of an edgy thing than a belief, you know.
Well,
because
that's why I said it's probably a lot more from the first column, which is atheists taking the piss.
I wear a lot of patches. Like I have a Marduk patch. I'm into a lot of weird Norwegian bands and a lot of weird stuff. And one has a pentacle on it. I call it my Christian repellent because Christians literally will not talk to me and they'll walk away and I'm like, oh Marduk, you won again. Like Marduk is undefeated. I freaking love Marduk. When you did Jesus Go healing people and hosting potlucks, if everyone should go just heal themselves and get some food, that would be awesome. I would first thing I would do is heal my wonky knee that I got in my car accident and my lungs. Municipal waste is thank you, trees. I love municipal waste. That's the patch I have of Trump unaliving himself that causes so much drama with people. And I'm like, dude, you guys don't listen to metal. Like, you don't. You don't. Like, they're anti-establishment. I'm obsessed with this punk band called No Effects. They have made a hate they've made a hate album about every president. Every president since Reagan on that I can think of. Because that's what punk is. It's anti-establishment, you know.
I
Did
kind of gathered that the edgy teenager thing, and then sooner or later, well, people grow up, but not always. Or it's just fun to rage against something, just find something worth raging against.
Do you know there was a couple of shows where I was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting old. You're gonna laugh, but Vanilla Ice came to my town, and we all showed up. Everybody there was over 40.
Oh god, and Vanilla Ice is basically rehabbing properties in Florida.
He's a Trumper. He's lost his brains. Yeah, actually, no effects is an oi. They're like a lot of they're anti-Nazi oi band. And I can't even say one of the album's names because it's so inappropriate. But their lead singer is Jewish, and they have two Hispanic people in their band. I can't. I'm trying to say the name of the. I can't even say it because it's so inappropriate. No Effects is awesome. I grew up listening to No Effects like literally my entire life. They're a California band, but they traveled around the world. It's a fade like and I listen to it now and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is music that you listen to when you're an angry teenager, but I still love it. I found Wencelis recently. I need to put my glasses on. Got a face like Charles Bronson, straight out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Now I have No Effects stuck in my head. Their video for Crack and Wanker is hilarious. I'm gonna look them up. Heck yeah, Waternay. I'm always looking for new music. Always. Wear the bruise, sporting anti-swastika tattoos. Oi, oi. That and when I was a kid, that and Don't Call Me White. Basically, what made me semi-famous in high school is we had a talent show at my high school and everybody thought I was going to go up and rap and me and my friends went up and we performed Don't Call Me White by No Effects. Good times. Good times. But
I
people
miss the days when the greatest generation was alive and they had control of their unruly children.
I I I try not to have resentment towards certain generations, but that kind of is but I say this because people like where I live, rappers die all the time. And I say this all the time. We teach the younger generation because they'll say, where did all this stuff come from us? They got these ideas from us. And they may have ran with it and turned into Mechazords and Godzilla, but they we I don't know, sometimes people don't want to take responsibility and My we were crazy when I was a kid. We were more tactile because we didn't have the internet. We were not rude to adults. We had a code of conduct, but we were nuts. I don't know. It
Yeah.
was a different time.
Well, one of the reasons why I am so angry and I'm pissed and I am a ball of anger and I put so much energy into making videos, I miss the morals and the values and the sensibilities of my grandparents. And,
I
like
agree.
it's most, I'm not even going to say most people my age or younger rebel. I actually never had the angry teenager thing where I was rebelling against my parents because, well, I love them so much. Well, my mom and my grandparents, even though, like, I can say that there was a time in my life when, because of an attitude that I had, if I kept that same attitude of I know better, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't like, how do I explain it? It could have gotten me into trouble. I lacked discipline, but at the same time, I revered my mom's parents. I guess it was Pat, that guy that I told you um, from that program, Staff Builders, like a Big Brother, Big Sister, but
Oh yeah, yeah.
it, it was basically state funded. The guy had mental health credentials and was a registered RN. I guess that he was the one who actually kept me from going into that completely rebellious teenage phase.
I I come from a really old family, and when by the time my brother and sister, who were the last two, when they graduated from high school, I was just starting junior high. So I had junior high and high school alone. Like I grew up. I have a really big family, but because of the age disparity, they're so much older than me. There's a line of decorum in there that so I wasn't an only child, but I lived like one for many years because I went from a giant family to being a latchkey kid. And a lot of people blame their parents. I don't blame my parents. I was a drug trash can as a kid. I was curious. I was like, "Hey, what's that? Take this. Oh, what is mescaline? What's this or that?" Like I was naturally a curious kid, and it bit me in the butt. So I my rebellious phase was like doing mushrooms and stuff and contemplating my place in the universe and joining crazy religions to tick off my parents. But in the end, like I eventually was over it. So much by the time I was 21, I quit drinking. And I was like, I don't ever want to be around an organized religion again.
Oh, there's post traumatic stress disorder related to religions, especially like you leave one religion, Judaism, because Obama was so good at charming people. Like this Jew was like, Obama says when you find Jesus, you find hope. Wow, the Republicans spent more than a decade trying to convince me Jesus was Lord by trying to convincing me that caring about poor people made me bad. And then you have Obama who says the exact opposite. And then you realize how corrupt and how evil and oh, you know, it really is. And then you realize there's no place for you in it. And then rather than just become an angry atheist, you stick it to the evangelicals by going back to the synagogue.
I went out, trees. When I was a kid, I started dropping tabs and stuff to escape from the reality that I was living in as a kid. I totally understand. Sometimes I wonder if we all like There is a feminist named Bell Hooks, and all politics aside, she used to talk about how we're going to come from a generation of people that were hit by their parents, because I come from that generation, and we're literally going to have a generation of people with PTSD. And she predicted the future. She was right, because she was
You
saying that.
know,
Oh, go
every
ahead.
one of the shills has some kind of mental, um, I wouldn't say mental illness, let's say mental disorder.
But
And
I came
a
from
lot
like,
of the people on the streams have this too. So you're in good company.
I was about to say, like, I I don't know. Like, people always brag, like, "Oh, I'm from the last generation of the disciplinarian and this and that." It was not a good thing. We all had something in common, that our parents beat the crap out of us. Like, it was just a different time. And I'm not saying that everyone's parents did, but I came from extreme discipline, like rigid discipline. Which really, I'll never forget when I met somebody. They were like, "Oh, what religion are you?" And I said, "Oh, I'm a Catholic." And they're like, "Oh, then you're really good at lying." But really, what they were saying is that all the Catholics they knew had to lie to their parents, and it was true, because our parents were just unreal strict. It was the 80s and 90s. It was a different time.
Well, over here, you rarely got the physical, um, put you on the knee kind of thing, but what you did get was timeouts. If your mouth got fresh, you got your mouth washed out with soap. And usually the punishment was fitting of the crime. And sometimes a hug could, in fact, be a punishment, especially when, oh, she's picking you up in high school. How lovely. And then she gives you a giant hug and a kiss right in front of everyone. And that's for what you did. And then the other students basically take over the punishment.
I was I was feral like that as a kid too. From junior high on, I had utter and complete freedom. And like, I had a dirt bike where I'd go on on every like, back now. My town is nothing but developed houses. Southern California is an eyesore. It is just nothing. My Where I live, it's just nothing but $1 million houses that no one can afford to live in.
I'm trying to remember the name of this movie. It was with the guy who played the daddy of the Chinese daddy of the Mugwai Gizmo. Basically mentors these kids to become ninja, right? And they're riding dirt bikes over these hills in the suburbs of LA.
Three
And I'm just
ninjas.
picturing three ninjas, yeah. I'm just picturing the riding of the dirt bikes in the hills of LA, which are now probably $1 million houses.
And amusement parks. Depending on how far out in the country you live, because LA, the topography of Los Angeles is crazy. It goes from desert to lush tropical to the ocean, like literally within 75 miles. And I think LA County is only like 110 square miles. So within 110 square miles, 15 million people live.
I have never been to LA.
It doesn't feel like it, honestly. Like, I think about it all the time, because like, people who live in the UK, if they go 40 miles from their house, they get a hotel. In LA, like, I drive, that's how far my pot shop is, and it's like 25-30 minutes from my house on the freeway. I didn't get a dirt bike until later in life, but I love it. Just take off, leave it, yep, and just ride through the woods and fields. I miss that. Do you know, when I look in my neighborhood now, even when I get on the freeway, like, all the old trails, everything has been bought up. There's no more open trails. We there's a place by my house. It's a canyon. It's the beginning of the Santa Monica Mountains, and it goes all the way to the ocean. You used to be able to walk that trail all the way to the ocean. You'd put your life in your hands, but it was doable. Now it's all developed. Los Angeles County is 4,070 square miles. Do not listen to Godless Sewing. I am rambling. Waternay is the official. Waternay is my lawyer.
He
Why did I
looked it
think?
up.
Why did I think it was 110? I'm thinking of something else then. I'm
You're
thinking
probably thinking of the city proper.
like driving through it, like from here to Orange County. No, because it's
Maybe you're thinking about maybe the city of Los Angeles and not like Burbank or
the
wherever the
county
heck
is
you are.
huge. Like our counties are huge. Their states, they're like huge.
The Broward County School Board was actually the second, I think it was either the second or the third largest school board, second or third only to LA.
That's like when I found out that Houston is either the same size or bigger than LA as far as county size. We have more people, of course, because I've been to Houston and it reminded me of LA because you need a car to get everywhere. And I was shocked to find out they're the same size county wise as LA. But on the West Coast, you need a car, or you have to live close to. You need a car. You need a car to go anywhere.
That's because GM bought up the red car and the subway and all that, and you didn't get anything like that back until maybe about 20 years ago.
You can function without a car here, but I have before. It's just it's not like when I lived in a place like Reno, Nevada. The bus is one of the most consistent transit systems. It was different when I lived in LA. I took the metro and I took the bus. That's different. But if you live outside the city, you need a car. Is it like that where you live?
Where I live, you need a car.
Yeah.
Now, granted, right? If I didn't have to work and I was on Social Security, or I was on a fixed income, or I just was rich enough not to have to work, because I cannot use my mom's money for my expenses or my brother's money for my expenses. So if I didn't have to work, yeah, there's probably enough right where I am where I wouldn't need a car. But since I have to work, yeah, I need a car because there's almost no public transit to speak of. In fact, when I moved here and I thought about getting a public transit job, they're like, and if we like you, we will give you 40 hours. So I'm looking at less money per hour than I'm used to, and not even close to 40 hours. At least not at first. And I decided no. But the public transit here is shit. I'd have to go and move to New York City and the Hudson Valley, and basically move closer to New York City in order to get good public transit.
Waternay, you'll laugh. One time, the freeway was flooded, and I'm in my truck, and everybody stopped on the freeway, and I stopped in my car, and I sat there for a minute, and my brain was like, "What are you doing? That's like 3 or 4 feet of water." I went right through the freeway was basically flooded because the drains are never clogged because we have terrible roads here. So water is 100% right. The roads are they're awful. They are so bad. But I don't notice sometimes it's different in my Flex because they have low profile tires. But in my truck, I'm a good 6 or 7 feet above the ground. I'm not that high. I'm like 4 or 5 feet. It's the truck is it sits pretty high. I have to grab the bar to get in it, and I'm 5'9".
You
And
know
yeah,
what
I'm
I
not.
would love to do in LA County, right? Be the guy who has the contract to use the street sweeper at the busiest areas of the busiest highways, because you were talking about the streets being shit.
Oh yeah, they're
Those
terrible.
streets are paved in, well, literally contaminated by all the precious metals from the catalytic converters. And when you have millions of cars going by the same place every day, that becomes the richest platinum and palladium ore in the world.
Really? I bet there's a ton
You
of
know, you
magnet.
gotta wait a few months for the dirt to be contaminated. Yeah. There was a YouTuber who actually went to an intersection, not an intersection, but off the highway in LA, and gathered about 10 pounds of debris, dust from the road, and actually got a few ounces of platinum and palladium.
Oh wow. I was thinking, I'm sure there's a ton here just in the San Fernando Valley. There are certain roads I can tell they have not been worked on since I was in grade school. They are so they're morphed from the heat and from the heavy trucks that aren't supposed to be on that road. There's like divots in the road everywhere on certain roads, especially going towards Bob Hope International Airport, better known as Burbank Airport.
I'm sure getting a city contract for anything is lucrative.
And it also depends on who you are. In like anywhere else, it's who you know. I knew somebody that really ticked off somebody, and they restriped the street. You never know who knows somebody around here. I think I saw a video about city miners. I'm gonna have to look that up. I bet I could mine that at my own job. We have a abandoned roads on the other side of the canyon.
Well,
Somebody
they
was
need to
gonna.
be traveled because the catalytic converters wind up shit. Let me just use the proper language. They shit out microscopic amounts of platinum and palladium. Really not enough in and of it by itself of one vehicle. But when you have millions of vehicles just passing the same fucking spot every single day for years on end, there's enough platinum and palladium there to mine. Yes.
On the opposite canyon of my job, there's an abandoned. They were gonna build a suburb way back in the canyon, and like we fought him, and we actually won. But they owned the land for a while, so they built like a main street with roads taking off. But they didn't build any houses or anything. But they were out of protest. They had their cars constantly parked there. They were constantly coming and going for 2 or 3 years. But they didn't build anything. They would park their cars there and then leave every day.
But those aren't millions of cars.
That's true. They're big trucks. Your dirt biking sounds ideal as trees. Freedom.
So you
It's
need
a. Oh,
millions of vehicles passing the same spot every day. That's what you need for it to build up.
oh, that's any road. That's any road in Los Angeles County. I'm just thinking of the gold mine that is LA County. All traffic jams probably deposit a ton of debris. That's just I never thought about that because I remember pre-smog pump. That is one invention that I can think of that actually did something for the environment because you can see that it actually helped clean the environment. But we have recently abandoned that. And between wildfires, the old infrastructure, and people not caring, our sky is back to 1989. Beautiful. We have that beautiful smoggy.
Post-apocalyptic hellscape.
Well, it just it's on certain days you can't see the hills, and it's and it's not fog, it's smog. And it'd be 102 outside, and you're like, why can't I see the hills? Because there's so much crap in the air that it's blocking the hills. Same trees, same. The road ones got me in trouble. I need to get back to the dirt ones. Ugh. All right. I'm going
I think it's
full Elvis
probably
tonight. I Do you have anything you'd like to show?
just check out my channel. I've got some things in the works, but I'm actually quite tired. I've been up since 6 a.m.
Oh, you say that and I naturally start yawning. We have the Canadian fart cloud invading my atmosphere. That happened to us actually in 2020. Smog pumps make great superchargers for small engines. I did not know that. I take for granted that smog pumps are in all cars, and when I lived in Oregon, it dawned on me that not all cars have smog pumps on them. They don't have the same laws in Oregon they do in California. Ugh. Do you have a link, Commander?
Let me. I don't actually have your video up on my. Let me pull your video up and put a link in there.
My
I'm really
Stanley,
horrible at this.
so am I. Don't worry. I was literally raised by boomers, so no judgment here. My Stanley Cup is catching up to me. My fake Stanley Cup. I want to thank everybody who's made it this far. To everyone who's fallen asleep or watches the rest of this, you're awesome. I think Gilroy has inspired the theme of my Wednesday stream. It's gonna be No Politics Wednesday, where I'm going to attempt to not trash the other side, even though if it was up to me, I would. My problem with
There we
modern
go.
day my problem with modern day politics is that people are trying to take away the rights of other human beings, and that is so un-American. It makes me want to Ralph.
Take away the rights. Take away the books.
So I feel like I have to talk about it, you know? I feel like if I'm going to go down, at least I'm going to go down swinging. I think about this all the time. I'm so glad that my father passed away like when he did, that he didn't live to see the death of his country, because he saw progress in his life. He grew up in the apartheid South, and people are trying to return to that. So that's why I get a little political. But yeah.
Completely understandable. I get political when people say we cannot have the book 1984 because it is communist.
I will never talk about taxes again. I will never talk about I had no idea that taxes oh, that's right. I have been watching The Grass Man. Everybody go subscribe to Trees. Grass Man Chronicles are awesome. Well, taxes is where we lost everybody water day. That's why I enjoy the Grassman Chronicles stuff. I've been getting extra skeptic muscle. Exactly. I'm gonna go. That's why the "so" with me's are so awesome, because it's just like me making something, and explaining it well, and everybody gets to chop it up in the chat. Definitely on Wednesday, but should I do 6 o'clock? Because I do these long ass streams, and when I stream at 6 o'clock, it gives me an extra hour. But people are still eating dinner and stuff on the West Coast, I don't know.
6 o'clock. Are you talking about 6 o'clock Eastern or 6 o'clock West Coast?
West Coast time.
I'm wondering what the heck that is Eastern. That's 10 o'clock, right?
9.
9.
You guys are 3 hours ahead, right?
We have Pacific, Mountain, Central, Eastern. Yep.
No, I try to have the balance, and I understand. Like, I am subscribed to certain channels, and like there are certain subjects when they start talking about it, it gives me anxiety, and I'm gone. I am long, long, long gone. You know, so I completely get it, and I do try to gear myself, but like, the world's changing, and just be thankful. And if you live in Florida, I'm not trying to insult you, but just be thankful you don't live in Florida.
I
I'm kidding.
escaped from
I'm
there.
kidding. I'm kidding. I've been there. It's not. The world, like I said, we all live our part. 7 is generally better for me, but I need to check my week's schedule. It depends on the project too, because there's quite a few that I need to start and finish.
Do
And
you
like
know
I need
what we? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna ramble. Go ahead.
Well, you ramble and then I'll
Oh
ramble.
no, I'm gonna end the stream in a second. But
You
I'm just
know
gonna
what I wrote when I left the state of Florida for the last time in the Georgia guest book? They said reason for visiting, and we wrote escaping an asylum. Disney World is nice. There isn't much else.
I've been in that area. I've been in that whole area. You're so right. Totally. I agree with you. All right. Well, I will definitely be around on Wednesday. I'm gonna do a stream. I'm gonna sew something. I haven't decided yet. It's probably gonna be. I don't know. I'm looking at that flamenco print, and I'm thinking about making. I don't know. Might be an easy project. Might be a not so easy project. I don't know yet. Or I might make spants. Some pirate pants. I haven't decided. I might make both. Let's go for the gusto and make both, huh? Well, if you've made it this far, I absolutely thank you. It's Monday. You guys are absolutely awesome. Please subscribe to everybody here. I think we pretty much are at this point. But if you're watching this in the future, I thank you. And to everybody else, like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.